Hey y'all, so as people start to come in on this live, I was looking at this video in my feed and I say, man, I gotta get opinionated on this one because definitely relatable, but there's a video about uh this young lady, Matt Breezy, y'all, and she was talking about Gucci. Now we not gonna get into the Gucci conspiracy or anything on this video, but I just want to salute a real one when I see one. So I'm gonna dedicate because I've already touched this topic so many times, but we gotta dedicate an entire video. But it coincides with celebrities being targeted. Now that movie, y'all, that movie, allegedly, just based off what I gathered from watching it. Like I waited till all the hype was over. I had never watched this video. This is my first time watching it yesterday, y'all. Like I saw all the clips, everybody was posting it. For some reason, I felt like the movie was about me. I was even writing it in the comments. This story sounds like my life, like with the tag this. What I'm trying to say. Of course, I didn't experience what happened to this lady, but the tag this, it was just like a uh, y'all deja vu. So I go ahead and watch the movie last night, and I realized right away, this lady was being gaslit the whole movie. That along with that was one thing that stood out the most from the very beginning credits. She was being gaslit about everything. Now she was into this delusion state, is what I'm gonna call it. Once she realized, holy shit, my daughter passed last night. You know what I'm saying? Like it's as if she was oblivious to it. Like not like like a mental health delusion though. Like that's when I realized, oh shit, that sounds like MK Ultra. This sounds like maybe okay. So at the end of the movie, it showed, and not to spill the movie because I want y'all to go watch it yourself, get y'all own takes on it. But at the end of the movie, it was supposed to be to where she realized, the viewers realized that the whole time she was, delusional. That the daughter wasn't walking with her. Actually, she didn't have that conference with school. She did, none of it went that way. As if she was uh, experiencing schizophrenic. Here we go again with the campaign, right? The mental health campaign. There's an angle. It's a reason. Y'all get to that too, but she was exhibiting schizophrenia and bipolar symptoms throughout the entire day. You guys, like, because the story angles around she just had a bad day. She's This is how they portray, this is how they do these targets, y'all. They make these issues to get the reaction from that person that's being targeted to look like they're having a bad day when it really, okay, yes, it's all of these things are happening, it's causing them to have a bad day, but no one knows that these things are like fished out in their direction. From the moment I realized this officer, you guys, just follow me, this officer, that she kind of notices already, as if it's like the movie, it needs to be a part two. There's some history with her in that cop. I guarantee you, there's history in the interaction, as if this wasn't their first rodeo. Gave me targeting, had a panic, had a stomach, had a chest beating, had her in a vulnerable state, just giving a hard time, fucking with the car, because as target allegedly, they like to mess with your car if you have one. They will mess with your car. Somehow they have these universal keys. They have these. I'm telling you, you guys, because I got too much stuff that points to someone else and not natural causes are causing my car to have issues when they have all the 90% of the issues. So let's just reference that. So you could tell this guy was trying to make sure she get a ticket. Why does he want her to get a ticket? They wanted you to accumulate tickets so you lose your vehicle. Allegedly, he was. This is why he stopped. They're fucking with her to begin with, staging this scene to begin with, so they can have this interaction. And then this lady steps in to kind of like tell her to get with the program because he ready to fucking. You heard what he said. You want me to get him back over here, type shit. As if they were both guys. Like I said, the whole day she was being gaslit, y'all, as if to redirect her in a way, like redirecting children. They were redirecting her with every conversation she had with everybody down to the fucking, and this is another big uh indicator that everybody, a lot of people, if not everybody, was in on this with a scheme. It's like a note they pass around when it comes down to targeted individuals, and that people that are being watch lists, that are on this like Epson type of list, y'all. It's like they all get this same script, and you could tell from the bank teller, she when she lied, because you knew whether you thought that was a bomb, you knew it wasn't, and you said that. You literally had your reaction. Actions speak louder than words. Your reaction said you did not know that was one, and you were lying about it. And this guy that you gave the phone to was a security guard or something like that. I might be off a little bit, but I don't forget clues. This person knew you was lying and felt bad about it. Actions speak louder than words. He didn't even say nothing, and you could see from his posture that he's like, nah, this shit wrong as fuck. That's what it gave. So you were already trying to set her up. It's like as soon as you found out who the person was, that's when it was a light bulb went off in her mind. Like, oh shit, this is the time now. This is what they want me to do. So you lied and said all of that because you knew they was gonna jam her. You told her at the end. Matter of fact, she even said it when she started to feel bad because she knew she was wrong. It's like, God, I can't do this. At that point, you told her exactly what you did. You said, I think she walked back in. I think you should just do this because they're going to, if else you don't do this like this, they're going to come in here ready to do this like this because with this type of situation, they're going to take you down. As if, hey, by the way, I knew they was going to do this because I had did this to begin with type shit. Didn't even tell her though. Hey, I was the one who pulled the button and told them that you had a bomb in there. Just, oh, I'm gonna make it about you. They think that's again, there's another tactic that they use with targeted individuals. You may have to interact with these type of people that, like I said, it seems like they give them notes, they send them emails, they send them allegedly through these apps, they send them these picture profile with a list of of things that should be done. And if you're in, it's as if they bring it like, if you're ever in contact, as soon as they know you got to get in contact too. This because this how they run. Because I have circles I'm going back and forth for a reason. I've had situations where I've had some offers, whether it's a job offer or anything. With I'm talking about people are overly excited to have me on board, and as soon as certain other people get involved, that I can look back on like, oh yeah, I should have known. When those certain type of people get involved, then oh, shut down type shit. Can't do this. Oh, unfortunately, this space filled up that was just open for millions of people. Just being sarcastic. So I could tell that this lady she wasn't going to make it out of there before the movie, before it got to that point. I knew she wasn't, and that lady was really trying to make sure she makes it out because she knew that agenda for this lady was about to happen, and she was trying to prevent it once she realized, hey, this lady don't fit the profile they fucking gave us. I should have known better. I saw her with her. I did see her with her child. I did. Like, the lady was, why are y'all screaming? Why are y'all not realizing, hey, they pushed you to you walk. You did walk in here with a weapon, babe. She's oblivious of the whole situation. Is giving, pushing madman to the point. This is what they're doing with these people that are being targeted, y'all. This is what's happening to people worldwide. Allegedly, so many people have these same tactics in this movie, y'all. This is why I want y'all to go watch it. See, look, people got so caught on this is another distraction. This distractions are happening a lot. People were so focused on the Big Bang theories of the movie instead of understanding what really happened in this movie. Because we disregard the fact that this cop said what he said to her, and this happened right after this. People disregarded the fact that this lady literally illegally evicted this lady. Nothing was said about that. Even from the FBI agents that came on board that didn't want to hear, pretty Tiana Taylor's ankle. Wasn't that Tiana Taylor? But She was trying to tell him, give him, like, even Tiana Taylor was kind of off a little bit, but she was the only sensible one to see, hey, something ain't right. Somebody's pinning some shit on this lady. Let's go find that cop. You know, she's the only one. Everybody else was, yeah, well, they did. So she does have a motive to rob the bank. She's put out of the place, blah blah blah. Hold on. Let's go back to the get put out of that place that y'all talking about, because that she got illegally put out of her place. The lady, we it went from she finna bring it to you at 10 to her shit was outside. What happened to the court? What happened to the, that type of stuff happened to me. I got illegally evicted so many times, y'all. And it got swept under the rug. And I watch people gaslight me too, clown me, laugh at me, they put my important shit. They didn't give me no time to go to court. It wasn't even 3 weeks. I was late yet. I wasn't even 3 weeks late yet. And it was the first time I was late. Those people in Atlanta put my shit out illegally, y'all. I never sued them. I never I was just talking to a brotherhood guy earlier, because a lot of them they send my way kind of like me, and they give me some type of advice sometimes in a coded angle way, and still troll me at the same time. But they give me advice sometimes, like alarm they send off. Don't take your ass that way, but I think you should type shit. Okay, but anyways, he was giving me a little sauce to say, he won a lawsuit under the table that he didn't take because he didn't want them to come fuck with him, because he was jailed. He was giving me a story of him being jailed illegally, and he said the people approached him and said, hey, we owe you this. We wrongfully convicted you type shit. And he told him, hey, I'm just glad to be able to get out. I've been in there all this time. And he told me something else they offered him to take. He took that instead. And I can't remember. I won't put words in nobody's mouth, but it's just giving similarities. And take me back to the issues, all of the issues that I was supposed to sue the brakes off of people. I should be sitting in a loft that I'm renting out to somebody and cleaning it out. Got my children helping me. See how I took that? Because I could be so wealthy from the things like the officers that broke my arms. No doctor wants to x-ray them. Isn't that ironic? The officers messed my arms up. Here I am years later, still dealing with the pain from those injuries. And I'm gonna tell you, every doctor since, even in Atlanta, I won't even give no names, y'all. Y'all know how I go. I protect companies. I'm disgusted with the people that affiliate. So you see how I go. So I may get the companies to protect me more these days, because they know I'm gonna protect their names. But see, look, this viral hospital, these people at the door refused to let me the fuck in. Right after those officers took me and my girls in the padded cell, in the jail cell with other inmates, y'all. I wasn't even booked, and they had me shackled with my children. That was the first illegal activity that they did that was the worst one, was taking those minor children into that jail place. Whether I asked them to take them in there or not, you wasn't supposed to take those children in there with all of those different inmates, and had mom shackled in the jail cell because somebody scammed her out of her money in Atlanta. This young lady telling the officers, hey, I just got scammed, and showing them proof that I paid these guys that was allegedly a part of a program with the guy that I was just at a rooming house with, that had me fight his tenant. Yeah, I was just exposing that my landlord was a scumlord, moved me in the house with these people that was messing with me, y'all, and that was telling me that I had a hit out on my life. And then that organization said, hey, we can't help you out because we see he ain't treating you right, type shit, blah blah blah. We finna get you a new apartment. These places under construction. They gonna bring a bus down here to help everybody. Gave me this long pitch. Took me to beat the manager, the fucking leasing manager. I'm on camera. All of this, y'all. And when I go in there, I see the little thing on the thing, and I'm like, oh shit. I was hesitant at first. And he was like, nah, because they remodeling the building. She finna give you a whole new unit because these buildings getting knocked down. You going somewhere totally different. They were saying they was with this well known, that, like, here I go again. I'm not gonna even say the business name. They was saying they was working with this well known uh 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 disaster relief program, y'all. Let's just call them that. And it was gonna come with a bus to pick up us all up there, y'all. So this lady switched on me and said she never had that conversation and she was willing to work with me. How you willing to work with me if you telling me that there's no way I could be there if they it's not now it's not making sense. And the boy admitted this in front of the cop. Yeah, they did say he tried to take himself out of it. And I said, no, 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 don't you do that. Don't say they. It was you too. You took my fucking money. And he even started paying me. These people let me sit in jail, y'all. Called CPS. This when they've been trying to take my kids, y'all. So when they did it this time, now I got the whole town of authority figures judging me on everything now because of a prior case. Everything that comes up now, your prior case. Everything that they fish in my life, then they bring it up again. Your prior case. Even got the kids that's affiliated, y'all. Yeah, y'all. These secret society guys that go to these lodges are sending their children to certain targets. Yeah, y'all. They even I don't know how they do it, y'all. I ain't that type of psychic, but they definitely are around their children of age of these targets' children and saying, hey, blah blah blah, such and such, or this young lady, blah blah blah. Giving, you know what I'm saying? They doing that because my daughter is communicating with a lot of brotherhood guys' children. Because I do research on everything. They fucked with the wrong bitch. I'm the most documented one. As I research all of these folks, I'm like, hold up, this guy dad is a 33rd Freemason, not alleged. And then I go down the line, and this person I had interactions with in the past is also a 33rd Freemason. And this person that just threatened and had the cops take my daughter to jail, that was in front of my house with his baby mama talking about he's in fear of his life, of my for my daughter, when he lied to her mom about his age, which means he's older than her. So a grown ass man is scared of this young girl that he coerced from their school. That, by the way, CPS was fighting me to put them back in when I was telling them, hey, put them back in homeschool. And they was like, no, they need a social life. You send them to the school. She meets this guy that she, sorry, I'm going too far, that's affiliated with this 33rd degree guy that did something to me, y'all. I said, oh, okay, I see what's going on. So all of these gang affiliated ones are being sent out to do things because they get these offers allegedly. This is how I'm seeing the angle because a lot of these cats that I'm seeing have these issues, right? They get into these jams with the police officers pulled over type shit, and then they get offered this shit while they in that jam. Hey, because they don't tell it to everybody, but they know these kids' lives, especially if they pull up behind one that's father is allegedly a 33rd. Oh yeah, this is such and such a son. Oh, he knows her daughter. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Boo. And then, hey, I can help you out. You know that young lady that yeah, I've seen you with her. That type of shit. That's how they bring it to them, y'all. I'm seeing it. Cause it's like, step back. This young fella I'm talking about, let's just throw him out there since he wanna be macho top guy of the brotherhood, right? Going up the ladder real fast. My granddaughter's father, who by the way said he wanted nothing to do with my granddaughter, was gonna make another baby that wants custody now, right? That y'all, if y'all tell y'all this guy's story, you would laugh at the fact that he wants to try to get custody after he did all of that to my baby, right? This guy was the perfect gentleman, lied to me through his teeth and to my daughter possibly. That's why she's so upset with him and don't want to talk to him. They flashing the lights on behind me. I'm getting too close. By the way, the guy's baby mama, new baby mama, lives on my block, y'all. Okay, so look, this guy out of nowhere after getting pulled even called me. My dukes, can you think you can help me? Uh, I got pulled over, blah blah blah. At this point, the cops are right next to him. Is when I realized this. Like, oh, are you by the cop? Yeah, he need me to come help him pick a cop. I come there smiling, and I could tell. I know this months later, but as I analyzed, that is exactly when he changed. That is exactly when he started to harass my daughter. That's exactly when the drama started. All of it. to a new baby mama to uh, this and that after saying your daughter's perfect, you raised her so well. I've never had a mom. I wish I had a mom like you. Type shit, y'all. I'm being dramatic on purpose. And then boom, your daughter's crazy. Boom, after and knowing this girl is on the spectrum, I even gave him had for the first time I had to give him that spectrum talk that needs to be talked about when you're on the spectrum with anybody you communicate with so that they can address you correctly. So that was my reason to telling him, which got made my daughter mad because she don't like me to disclose that to people unless she do. But I had to do that because I saw how he was treating her, and I wanted him to know that he was really the asshole, right? With the things he was saying, not taking sides. So he would bring this up now instead of calling her crazy now. He's calling her autistic in a funny way and saying that's why she can't take care of her child. So I said, so you tell me that out of all of these millions of autistic mothers in the world, that none of them can't be mothers to their children because they're on a spectrum? Because apparently some of them have better support than from their baby's father than my daughter has from you. Made them shut the fuck up. They're not mentally abusing their autistic baby mothers and telling them, "Oh, I didn't want to have a daughter on the spectrum." They don't tell their wives and their girlfriends that type of stuff. They don't tell. Yeah, let me not get too personal with what he's the stuff and discussing stuff he said to my child. So the fact that I had to screen this how I knew this guy, this little boy, before I knew who his parents was, before I found out his auntie that raised him is an Eastern Star allegedly, right? Before I found this out, I knew it was something, y'all, because the corrupt cops of this town, because all of them, I gotta say it like that, all of them not corrupt. The corrupt ones told me, literally, by showing me, we got him, he's on our side, right? Type shit. Bring us to court and say, well, this and that, whatever, she's a danger to him, he's in fear of his. I say, hold up, he's in fear of his life of my child when he's popping up everywhere she go, places looking for her. I have friends, they look so shocked when I said this. I have messages from friends that told me personal things that he popping. What are you talking about? He got us scared to even come to the house. He got his new girl, baby mama that live on my block just so he can be on the block. What are you talking about? He's in fear of my daughter when he made my daughter wreck my car into the light pole, which he should be paying for. What are we talking about? Because they're finna try to make my daughter pay for that and try to throw him under the bus. Like, hold up. We're not finna do that. This is not, we're gonna take on accountability for she took my damn keys and took her ass out there to the nonsense. Cause she would stay her ass, I did say all that. She would sit her ass down, it wouldn't happen. But what we're not gonna do is discredit the fact that this young man came to my house. This young man started with my child. That's not what we're not gonna do that. That's when I knew. I said, okay, I expect. But then it got worse and worse. I'm talking about to the point that this lady called. I looked at the phone. It was literally, I can't make this up. It was literally 3 a.m. He calls me with the auntie that once when she was mad at him, when he was out here living his life, she would call my daughter, I guess looking for him. By the way, she has custody of his sister's kids, which is also not her daughter. This is his allegedly the auntie said that their mother was on drugs bad, right? So she took custody of, but also took custody of the niece kids, which is his sister, right? So she calls saying, hey, he's a basket case. In other words, he tried to drink BLECH and he doesn't have a pot to piss in. Don't leave him with the baby. Supervise, right? Remember this. Now, months later, after this bastard case of nephew that she called, has not did anything for my granddaughter and did exactly what he said he was gonna do, which was he was gonna make another baby and start his, you know what I'm saying? That's what he did. I haven't did anything for the baby. Now they're calling me 3 a.m. in the morning after my daughter aggravates me every week to pick her up from their house because she takes that baby to still see him. And my ass gonna pick her up every time she call me. So that's why I say aggravates me. Now they're calling me 3 a.m. in the morning saying they're gonna take custody because my daughter won't let him get his daughter. With the auntie that told me all of those supervision scare tactics, right? Months ago. And I said, ma'am, didn't you? I didn't say that. And when I hit her with you want me to play it back? You know what her answer was? This is what a lot of these agents do in the comments because they scared. Girl, if you had a recording of me, you'll play it. That's not a normal reaction, boo. When I said, do I need to replay what you said, boo? You should have said, I don't give a shit, play whatever. You ain't got shit of me on the record, whatever, whatever. That would have been you said, your ass ain't got nothing recorded to me. You would have played it by now, huh? Played it by, you didn't give me, y'all just called me 3 a.m. in the morning about him not getting his baby and you getting custody when you just saw her last weekend. It was every bit of Wednesday, and I just picked them up a few days ago. Type shit. That's what I just said. I said, man, I just picked them up. What are you talking about? I said, first of all, he don't do nothing for the baby. And he even do nothing for the baby that he can't even get the baby out. But you told me not to leave the baby. What are you talking about, ma'am? Now, okay, now I'm about to hang up now. Because now I feel like, because we should have been put him on child support. Honestly, we've been struggling, and I've been trying to help my daughter pick up the slack for him, not helping with nothing. She been so kind, that girl don't even want to put him on child support because she don't want drama. She just want no ties. He said he was gonna sign the rights over, and now he said, yeah, but I'm not signing my rights over. I said, you don't. It's not a toy. You don't just. Yeah, I said that, but I ain't gonna do it no more. Come on, you don't. Now that's mental abuse. Say now one thing, he gonna bring up my prior case. See, that's the thing. These people, CPS told my goddaughter mama that's related to this young man. Yeah, I gotta say it. My goddaughter that I talk about, y'all, to y'all who been following me know I had the issue with my goddaughter, that I had to make a report about some things that the mom and the baby told me, y'all, and they flipped CPS flipped it on me. Cops told the girl to put a TPO on me, like, and I'm trying to understand, why would they say this to this girl when I was helping her and her baby. So, but months later I figure it out. I understand why, because then they bring up the incident and say, well, your prior case, you can't get your goddaughter because they planning on trying to take my granddaughter, and say because of your prior case, y'all. I figured that out really, really quick. And that's why I went behind the scenes and highlighted that issue that happened in Bartow County when they illegally took my girls, trafficked them because something, my daughter got touched in their care, and they told me she was lying because of our situation. And also took me to jail without reading me my Miranda rights, without telling me I'm being arrested, because my car was being towed because I didn't, they said my insurance wasn't active. Okay, fair enough, y'all. But I got molested in jail too. I had a blood. I had. They wouldn't let me be seen because they waited. They kept me in there for weeks, y'all, to make sure the evidence was gone, y'all. So it's like I'm lying, right? But it was people that heard me screaming. It was people that, y'all. I can't. I can't make none of this up, but people swear I am. And that's the most hurtful part. But then I realize these people are so strategic with their tactics that they want you to seem bizarre. They want your accusations to just be that and not be what actually happens to you. They want things to seem natural, so you just seem like you're having a fucked up ass day. Like you're just having a bad time. Like you unmotivated. I could keep going with so many examples of why they wanted to make it look like it's just you. Because that's what it boiled down to. It just wanted to make it look like it's just you. But we at a point of exposure because everybody is seeing it for what it is. There's people behind the scenes. I said this so many times. There's people behind the scenes that work amongst these same individuals that be moving corruptly like this. And they're documenting. They're documenting. It's like God when he gives us this free will and he allows us to expose ourselves into his aha, that's it. This is how these people are working. This is how these people are documenting. They're allowing them. They're at the, you know how that you at that moment where you want to laugh so bad, but you can't blow your cover. You can't laugh. This is how this is happening. They want to say something so bad when these people do stuff, when they see these things, but they can't they can't blow their cover. So they moving like this and see, look, I like to talk like this when I get my discernment to try to give these societies another chance at their own redemption, because at the end of the day it's about you. Yeah, it's cool that you could do these things and get out and sweep it under the rug, and I see so many disgusting behaviors amongst celebrities that don't realize they being targeted too. Because when I say they being targeted, the software, the program is being used on them. So there's different forms of targeting. when it come down to this MK Ultra uh mind control program, y'all. All right, let's get into a reaction video, man. Let's just cross the dots and T's and I's and don't even make sense. So let's make sense. I'm going my notifications. Hold up. And I got a black in my eye right now. I'm trying to be clear from like I stopped smoking marijuana for a long time, so it's been like almost 2 years. I want to say because I could say 2 years, but I did end up smoking 1 or 2 times or whatever. But even with sativa now, I've come cold turkey with it, y'all. Like I find myself like, hey man, to where I will have to smoke 3 blunts a day to 2 blunts a day now to where I barely do one blunt because I want to be focused as much, and sativa does help me ex, explore my focus, but it doesn't. It gets I'm distracted sometimes. I'm slow to move with certain things as I'm in a relaxed state of mind, which I want to be, but I can't be when you being targeted. And I realize that every day, and I just want to be sober minded as possible, y'all. And that's been it because, and then the angles I see how they throwing stuff at me. You gotta be on top of it. You gotta be on top of it, y'all. I promise you. Okay, let me take out my headphones. This is alignment, y'all. I don't know if I should play this. So the girl I was talking about, okay, it was on TikTok. I wanted to play the video I was listening to with the girl Matt Breezy when she was talking about uh, Gucci not being the same. Just so I won't really get. Oh man, I must have tapped it. Bluetooth connected. Just so I won't get too deep into the clone conspiracies and all of that. Because I want to give it a different angle because a lot of people they get distracted when they hear clones. They get distracted. So I really got to give it to you a different way because that movie they cloned Tyrone, it tells you everything, right? I'm trying to get my damn charger together. I'm happy I looked at it because I didn't know that it was on 3%. It was about to power off any moment. Y'all should see me out here. I could barely walk. Speaking of, before I get into the, I'm gonna listen to Astro Autumn. This is the first video on my feed, so I can't even move too much, y'all. So I woke up the other day. We talk about MK Ultra software, y'all. I woke up the other day and I could not get up, y'all. That was the first sign. So I sat there good 15, 20, 30 minutes normal. Like, cause I can't never I never stand straight up out of bed. I always sit there first. But people who don't have issues with their joints, they should do that too. Just give your body and your mind time to elevate, right? And fluctuate. So I sit there, and then I try to get up and I just collapse. Everything in my hand, I fall out of my hand, y'all. And I'm in tears from the pain is unbearable. I couldn't, y'all. It was a feeling that I was like, it felt surreal. It felt like some type of, I felt like a robot. I felt like, it felt like water. Like, I don't know, like I'm electricity and water touched me or some shit. That's how the pain felt, because it zapped my ass. That's when I realized, like, they was shooting that thing directly at my spine or my what do you call it on the sides, y'all? They was beaming it straight at my dome or on the back of my neck. The reason I feel like it gotta be somewhere they pointed at my neck, and this for the people that's researching this, you guys, I do this for y'all. You push me to continue to tell my story. The more you guys appreciate me even just telling y'all, because this is a lot. A lot of people don't realize these things, exposing them, it makes them retaliate. So this is probably what they do to a lot of people. But I noticed it because that pain shifted from my spine to my hip, and when it would shoot through my hip, I would feel it go down my leg, y'all. Like the pain, I can't explain it though. It didn't feel like regular hip pain, like a regular pain to my joints, and I have joint pain all the time. It feel like that, y'all. So what am I saying? Are these devices that they use in this technology that they use when they use this mind controlling software? Because all they see, the thing is, we don't realize they use it 24/7. Oh yeah, they use it 24/7. But I feel like, this is just my opinion, when you sleep, that's when they do the programming, or some sort of programming, or some sort of like energy harvesting, or like, I may be off, but I'm on to something. I promise you, because it makes sense to the day's state of mind I am in when I wake up. Had not had that little feeling in my hip the other day, it wouldn't make me think like this. I had started deep diving, like, okay, that's why I wake up foggy like that. That's why my face is so puffy like that. People, doctors and people have been telling me for years, oh, that's the inflammation overnight for you not moving. No, that's not what it's been this whole time. It's because they've been beaming some shit at me. So, campaigning, since we still on the topic of that movie Straw, let's continue the campaigning, and why they campaigning the mental health. Allegedly these things coincide with the Havana syndrome, y'all, because these things, all of these tactics were supposed to be abolished. All of these, we're talking about Stockholm syndrome, y'all. People need to do their research. We're talking about military experiments that was documented. This not stuff we just making up. Military experiments that was documented, that had soldiers being affected by this same technology. So people, when they call you delusional when you say that it's happening to you, they don't realize it can happen to them too, because apparently it's not happening to them, because they don't see. Look, I can't even say that, because some people do believe it's happening. They just don't want to be around you while you exposing that shit is happening, because they know that these people will retaliate. Why do you think a lot of these celebrities are so afraid to speak about it? Why do you think? See, even I know that they're definitely going to retaliate on me. See, look, I move different. See, these most of these celebrities, they got all of these businesses. They got all of these things that they established with them, and they don't want it to go away, so they're afraid to speak. But then you got some of them, from what I see, they're not afraid. They don't give a shit. They moving different. They've been experted on not showing the right hand what the left hand is doing while they're documenting shit on you. They're not afraid that their cover could get blown at any moment. They're risking more than you are to the elitists and to the society boys. But see, they feel like all of these things they gain is worth more than integrity and even their soul having it, because it don't even really belong to us. God gave us free will so that we can expose ourselves. And that's how the angels work. So when we call, see, I'm getting deep in it because I hear a lot of shit that this program calls people to say. We talk bad about angels. We even give the devil too much credit when it don't even be him most of the time. It be his seeds. When I say his seeds, it be these society folks, these occultists that learn voodoo and witchcraft and twist that shit. Use these spiritual traditions that was passed down and whitewashed against their own kind, and then oh man, have the nerve to say devils or demonic, when they don't realize that, listen, we're all spiritual angels. We just, most of us are angels on earth, most of us, and the other angels are in heaven, some of them in hell with the devil, right? But you called your ancestors, because your ancestors, see, I'm the wish to tell them this shit, y'all. Your ancestors are guiding you. Your ancestors ain't guiding me. My ancestors guide me. So if I'm seeing any fucking ghosts, it's my ancestors, bitch. So if you're seeing any demons, bitch, your ancestors are guiding your demonic ass. People don't realize that shit. Your ancestors, your angels, let me tell these brotherhood boys, your angels guide you, bitch. They work for you. Fuck being in an alliance in this room, bitch. Your angels work for you. So if you get in some paranormal activity, cause they fucking warning you, bitch. That's the only way they could speak in allegedly. I got you, YouTube. Allegedly, that's the only way they could speak to us. Cause they can't get our attention with nothing else. They on this room for a good time, not a long time, to fucking learn things we like, learn things we do, learn things we know, so that when they pass over, they know. And they, oh, I know he gonna, you know, this is for shit right here. God, I got you on this shit. Boom. See, I told you gonna do that shit, because that's every day he get up and do that, you know, in the angel way. And then these sons of bitches from the back mimic that, like they mimic Jesus, allegedly, like they mimic Jesus and then mocked his ass. Because allegedly Jesus was one of the first targets. He was a prophet. He told us. Then they mocked his ass. They were so mad. This been happening for ages. And then to continue to allow these sons of bitches from the backyard to move like this in our lives, in our realm, and fuck with our energies, preventing most from transcending, because some of them might not get this knowledge in time. It's important for us to know. It's important for us to pass it around. Even YouTube should know this. So when you hear people talk like this, you promote their videos. It's for your soul, babe. For your ancestors, the ones that's guiding you, babe. See, they think they could come against us because they feel like, where's your God? He ain't did shit. You got free will, my guy. He can't move. He like, let him do that shit. He ain't gonna do shit. The angels ain't gonna do shit. They gonna let you do that shit. But soon as you step out of line on one of theirs, like my ancestors in line, they like, here we go, guys. They're coming. Batter up, bitch. Let's get her ass in line. That type of shit. Knocking your ass out. Got your ancestors fighting mine now. They wanna fucking coincide. They like, hey, we don't want to do this. I don't know what's wrong with him. Sorry, Edame. I love you. You know, in the spiritual realm, being funny. Talking about my ancestors and these brotherhood boys' ancestors. Praying that they change, because now they in the room realizing the dirt they did. Like, oh shit, we gotta get these to change, man. Can't do shit because they too stuck in their ways now. They loving the money more than they love. They don't care about breathing. Allegedly, because we use this fucking money. Here I go, boys. Here I go. I heard they was looking for me. We use this oxygen because that's what money was created from. Whether they switched up the 3D prints, it don't matter. That's what the fuck it was made from. So that energy remains, babe. Yeah, it's like all you did was clone that bitch. And in cloning, allegedly, you carry the DNA. It's like a 3D print, right? So you trespass against your neighbors using that oxygen and feel like you one up because you got a fucking floor upstairs, bitch, with the penthouse suite, and got me downstairs, bitch, on my feet. And you like, ha, I'm up here, you down here, nigga. No, nigga, no. You really sold your soul. That's really how you sell your soul. You know how people, you sell it to the Illuminati, legend. You know, these are stories. Yeah, they sold their soul. No, that's what they want you to think. They can't even sell their souls, babe. The way they sell their souls is how they move every day. They can't take your soul. No matter how much, I don't give a shit if they got the best technology. This to the brotherhood boys. Even if they think they doing that shit, you cannot successfully take somebody's soul. The only thing you could do is lose yours by the deeds you do. So you could successfully make the most Einstein technology. Oh God, we got it in the bottle, guys. We're living 100 more years. You know, type shit. Nigga, you gonna meet your maker for 100 years. Allegedly, YouTube. Let's tell them. Let's listen to Extra Auto. Chosen One. They showed no mercy. What you went through was intentional. Now facing repercussions.
Heat rising, exits disappearing, control slipping, fear loud, truth final, justice active, balance restored. They didn't miscalculate. They made a bet on your silence.
Oh yeah.
A cold, calculated bet that you'd stay quiet, stay broken, stay small. Not because they
see, I like that because let me tell you, everything, every blow, everything they've been doing for the past 4 to 5 years. Because I think that those cops messed my arm up 5 years ago, y'all. But for the last 5 years was tactics to say shut the up, or you know, because this my targeting didn't start from me speaking online. This to my folks that isolate me mentally to tell me it's because what you talking about online have a lot. And I know, I'm sorry, y'all. I understand how they may feel, because that's why I talk about my targeting online, so that other people can have knowledge behind the program. And it's okay. I understand that most people just don't understand, so they're unaware. They don't know how to react to these things. But y'all, this is the goal. This is the goal. They want you to seem just problematic, just no matter what it is. Like you're complaining too much. You're being problematic. Everywhere you go, it's the issue. But because these people are forming up, man, I just feel I'm not gonna even say that.
The truth is, your light exposed everything they were trying to keep hidden.
I'm not gonna even
so
say
they
it.
tried to dim it. They didn't act out of confusion or ignorance. They were fully aware of what they were doing.
People really thought, yes, people give me silent treatment. People really feel like it's because what I be talking, because I'm exposing this shit now. Nah, man, listen, this stuff been happening way since I was an adolescent, man. Like this, I can't make this stuff up. Whether people feel like I'm crazy or not, please don't undermine the facts in what I'm talking about. Like, you know, just exit stage left, you know, never mind the theatrics. Listen to what I'm saying. These tactics that's playing out in my life and that I noticed are happening to my daughters, especially my oldest one that was touched in CPS care. It's rolling out the same way to my daughter, y'all. The same, sending certain people in, to down to my daughter friend was allegedly, you know, taken away from her. She was sad about this, and I felt like when she told me that situation with her friend, like, it don't sound right. Like, some, you know, it's just why did they tell my daughter this? She was so depressed. To down to my friend, how they took my friend like that and then told the whole neighborhood. Not only that, first they went to saying I had something to do with it, to down to saying I knew the people that did it, to down to I knew the people she was with. So, and then said, oh, I must forget, they said the girl unalived herself. So I'm like, hold up. So now somebody motherfucking playing with me. At this point, little me that didn't know about gang stalking, period. I didn't know about no watch list. I didn't hear about none of this shit at this point. I knew then that something wasn't right and that I was in a movie. Because I remember, like it was yesterday, telling friends, dog, I feel like I'm in a movie. I feel like I'm in a movie. We being punked. Yeah, I kept telling everybody, you know, Ashton Kutcher was, you know, popular back. I was telling them, I feel like I'm being punked. Where is the fuck is Ashton Kutcher? That's when I realized these people are staging this shit. These people are, that's a couple years after that, I'm talking about no doubt in my mind that there were corrupt cops out here. Cause it's like I felt like, damn, soon as I started asking questions about this, cause I was knocking down every accusation. I was like, it's no way she could unalive herself. She was so happy about the future. We were planning things. And it's like a blow to my face, like you're the reason she's depressed type. That's how I took it, you know? Like, why the fuck y'all tell me this shit? Didn't say, oh, your call was the last call that her call dropped at 7 something 31 was the time of her death. And telling me in other words, bitch, like I felt like it was traumatizing me. So I say, what happened to the people in the background that I heard when she called? Even then, those people were brushing me the fuck off. I'm like, something don't fucking sound right. And then got the friends. Imagine 16-year-old me, 17-year-old me, not understanding nothing that's going on in a whole town. It's gaslighting me like that movie Straw. The whole town, the school, the teachers, kids are throwing trash cans at me because allegedly the agents told all of my friends that they were questioning that I knew what happened, bitch. And I did not know what a can of fucking paint, but from my dreams and from my questions that I was asking them, it's as if they were mad at me. I was like, wait, why the police mad at me? I could, to myself, at this point, like, but why? It seemed like these bitches mad at me. What the fuck is everybody mad at me about this shit? I'm innocent. I could have been with her. I could have been in her position. Because what people don't realize is that I was offered to go with this girl. I was offered to go with her. This is what, see, look, I don't, and my baby in the spirit room, I can't lie for people. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't think I was more hurt that people were bullying me and I was innocent, then really understanding that my friend really just passed away. Yeah, it didn't hit me until years later. Like, oh shit, my friend really passed away. I was in a sunken place because I was getting fucking bullied from authority figures, the teachers and all, kicking me out of class for no reason. I was skipping, I was skipping school every day after that happened. Because I was getting in trouble with every teacher. And me, I normally, I was a class clown, but I was really sweet. I was a good girl. I was the teacher's pet. Put it like that. I was the teacher's pet because I was a geek. So it's like some of my teachers didn't fall in line with that little tactic. They were still nice to me. Even like 2 or 3 of them would hold me back from class when they would notice the kids bullying me and ask me, do I want to wait every day after class type shit to the kids leave, because they noticed that kids was rowdy with me and type shit. And most of them just got word what happened to my friend, and I'm pretty sure the agents contacted some of them, and that's why those teachers was bothering me like that, y'all. Come to find out, those people that I'm singling them out, down to the teachers, those people and the teachers that were bullying me, they have family members. Because I researched people, didn't I tell y'all? They have 33 in Eastern Star. I'm talking about, I'm clicking on their profiles and they let it all hang out. I'm talking about auntie got the whole white hat on, the embolism, the signs. They at the parties doing the 2 steps and shit. And I'm like, oh, that's that girl that threw that shit at me. Oh shit, that's Coach at the ceremony. Ah, it makes fucking sense. Makes sense. This is why this needs to be globally known. This is why everybody, I don't give a shit. Don't let people scare you. YouTube, help me out with this. Promote this so that everybody can hear this. Don't be shy and allow them to force yourself to go silent mode. Advocating for yourself in any situation, whether it's major or it's just mid, whether it's just interacting in everyday life situations. No matter what it is, please speak up for yourself, because you just never know if there's a private investigator near you listening, if there's somebody that's investigating, targeting in your vicinity that's investigating. There may be somebody that knows somebody that's investigating this and documenting this that may hear you and then puzzle those pieces together, and you may help another situation that will ultimately get these bigger guys tied to see, the thing is, see, look, they're scared everywhere. Talk about these elitists, these brotherhood guys that don't want me to say this, that are very angry with me for saying this, right? But if you want people to say nice things about you, do nice things for them. Be more kind, right? That goes for them too. So, with you want Valencia to say something nice, then be nice to me and my family, my loved ones, and everybody tied to me that you guys like to target. So, yeah, let me just play this because I'm getting too emotional with it and personal.
The subtle digs masked as jokes. It was all part of a plan. They weren't trying to understand you. They were trying to dismantle you before you fully realized who you were. They studied your reactions like a scientist studies variables. They took notes on what made you soften.
I gotta go get the charger because I know that's gonna go dead. See, look, the thing is, a lot of stuff I hold back on because out of safety for my I have an older daughter that's, you know, mingling with people out in the street. She's oblivious, and I have family, nieces, and all of that. So I really try to protect them by not saying certain things, even though what I'm saying makes them mess with them anyway. But if I was to tell y'all some certain things, it would do two things. And I know that this is my journey, and God wants me to do this. The angels are guiding me to do just that I'm running away from. It will justify so many situations, especially me, but it will make them do something to my family, or my friends, or anybody that's tied to these situations. It will make them retaliate. Like, really. Like, I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it and make sense and then to keep it PG. But out of the protection of my folks, even though nobody protects me, I protect myself by letting my angels guide me. Even though nobody protects me, they don't know I sacrifice keeping my peace and staying silent about some crucial things that happen to me. I'm talking about amongst elitists, higher ups, very important, renowned people, celebrities. I have never spoke about it online. You know how hard that is for me to see certain things exposed that was, you know, that I was in similar situations with, even with these people that I've never spoke about. I probably would never talk about it, matter of fact, because like, all money ain't good to me. I'm a different breed. And these people that's involved in this stuff that move real fast, like how they moving now in my life, are shocked that certain things they do don't trigger me to expose them. Yeah.
Apologize. What made you second guess yourself? Every argument became research. Every conversation became data collection. Every reconciliation gave them insight into exactly how far they could push next time. This wasn't love gone wrong.
See, look, I know that any day they will do something to me, but I want them to understand that if they want me, this my whole goal to this. This may sound crazier than I sound to people who don't know about this program just deteriorating the community, right? I want these brotherhood guys to understand that if they want the energy, they have to get it through me. They won't get it. What I mean is, because what they do is when they mess with your loved ones, and I'm gonna give y'all some sauce. That's why I said it may sound crazy to me, but I know what I'm talking about. See, look, the program consists of allegedly ore harvesting, energy harvesting, and just exchange of, because they have to do, if they're gonna clone certain people, because they don't clone everybody. It's all about genetics. But most of the people that are on this list have good genetics. So 9 out of 10, they're going to, it's like a 3D thing they came up with, y'all, allegedly. And they transfer consciousness, right? And this is why they ore harvest. This is why they energy drain you. This is why they do certain tactics. It's like building up some type of momentum, or it's like, or filling some type of print file. I don't know how to explain it. It's like getting on a module or something like that and getting to learn that module. You have to keep doing it over and over. You have to keep doing certain exercises for you to yeah, I don't know how to explain it to make sense, but this is what they're doing to most of these targets. And it makes so much sense. And why they take you through so many obstacle courses, because they're recording it. Like, not just documenting you, they're recording these gestures so that when they do the transfer of consciousness in the 3D type files, or this is when we get into the clone conspiracies later, there'll be gestures inputted. They'll be able to uh have deja vu moments with that consciousness, like as if you can replay something and make them say something that was said before. Yeah, it gets
This was
deep.
strategy being executed.
Confirmation.
Every time you opened up about what hurt you, they filed that information
Confirmation.
away for later
Thank you,
use.
Father.
Every time you revealed a fear
Thank you,
or
Spirit.
insecurity, they marked it as a potential pressure point.
Thank you. I got my
Every time
granny
you
and my
showed them
energy
grace after they
heavy
crossed a
lately.
line,
Heavy,
they
heavy,
learned that
heavy,
crossing
y'all.
lines had no
Heavy.
real consequences. Your vulnerability.
Listen, I got my grandma heavy in my energy lately because she want me to understand that this happened to her. She's like, she's not at peace because she's realizing it's happening to me. She told me these stories, y'all. She sat me on her bed next to her as much as she can every time I visited her, and she had to tell me about these Jews, y'all. She gave me so many stories, and it makes sense with all of the documents that I'm researching. It's like Granny was really smart. She was really smart to come from such a poor family that she told me that her mom didn't know how to read, which means she didn't really have good education. To be as smart as she was, if she had education, Granny could have been a lawyer. She could have been, because she was really telling her conscious granddaughter that she noticed that was conscious like her, because she told me that I reminded of her of one of her aunties that everybody called a witch. But she wasn't really, this is what Granny said, she wasn't really a witch. She knew things like that type shit. But Granny was telling me these things for a specific reason. She's like, baby girl, they're gonna target you, so you need to know these things. In other words, this is her delivery. They're gonna mess with you next. You need to know this. Do you see those Jews peeking in that window back there? I go back there, there's a guy peeking through the motherfucking window, for real. The family was saying she was having dementia issues. This is why we needed caretakers of the family to roundabout with her. Now, on my roundabouts, everything she was saying, they were doing it around me. Maybe, let's go back. Maybe they weren't doing it around these family members, but they did it to traumatize the granddaughter that she had felt the need to tell it to, because maybe she realized they doing this shit while this girl here. Oh, and she's heard stories that this granddaughter of hers has good DNA, because her daughter had good DNA. When she told me those Jews, y'all get my delivery. Granny say those Jews came to her house every day, trying to take her house, they took her car, she couldn't drive, they broke her hip. Here we go, we talk about the hip. They broke her hip so that she couldn't get to church, old Jews. Waiting for her to DIE so that they can take her house and land like they did her mom. That was a Cherokee. Her mom was a Cherokee and her husband was a Seminole, right? And she say this. She say, they come in here and watch me sleep. After seeing this at Granny house years later, this happens at my house. I was at my mom's house. I started to think about Granny. She was alive when it happened the first time, so I called and said it too. I remember that conversation. It's like she want me to remember this. Like, baby, I believed you, type of way. Like, say, Granny, remember when you say those Jews was in your back window and made me go look in the back? I think they did it to me last night. And she said, what? It's like she was pissed. What? Screaming through the phone. She said, what? They come in your window too? And I said, Grandma, yes. It seemed like that same man. That's why I was trying to tell her the description looked like the same person that was in the window, like a Caucasian guy was in my fucking window. I would have never knew somebody was there. I woke up to hearing screams. I thought I was still sleeping though, but my neighbor was like, "Get him out of here!" Like all of that. Like, and I looked, it's somebody right. Oh shit! And after that, it happened all the time, everywhere I was. People mugging me, similar to Granny was when they broke that lady hip. When she that day I come over there and visit her, she told me this is what made me come. She say they trying to poison me. It's not like doctors or caregivers or something was there because they would talk about medicine or something. So I'm packing up to go over there to see my granny. They say she was throwing up blood. So I go in there, she throwing up the blood, and she say, "Baby, they poisoning me." And they would tell her, "No, don't say that. They wouldn't do." She was saying the nurses that just came poisoned her, and her eyes was. I never forget this, Granny. I would never forgotten, babe. Her eyes was wide the fuck open. She was slopping up and spitting blood, saying they poisoned me, and telling me, looking at little. I never, like I'm looking back on it now, I understand why. But back then, little me didn't understand why is my grandma looking at me like she telling me to help her when all of these grown fucking people in here. That was little me thinking like that. But she was looking down, throwing up at, looking at me, saying that shit. They poisoned me. They trying to get blah, 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 all of that. And I'm hearing everybody else, so I'm comforting her because I'm hearing them. They sound more, logical. Saying, no, they won't do that to you. And no, mom, you just need to lay down. Or no, Miss Adame, you need to just lay down and get some rest. Blah, blah, blah. And the people, they're going to come. And then she was getting calm. And then she gets mad again when they mention the people having to come again. Say, So not only did she say this before she got poisoned, because I didn't even mean to say that, but before they said Granny passed from liver failure when she was throwing up that blood, right? She called this out and said that they was poisoning her food because she was throwing stuff out of the refrigerator that I thought looked really good one day. And why is she throwing stuff out? And she said that they poisoned it. When she leave from the house and come back, she throw it out. And she would say crazy stuff sometimes though. They bringing me the microwave, and I told them I don't need no damn microwave. They give me enough radiation. This coming from my granny, who didn't have education and mother couldn't read, but she knew this in the 2000s. She said they keep bringing me all of these microwaves because she had just got a brand new gift, a microwave, y'all, and some fancy a lot of other stuff, y'all. But the microwave was the one that stood out, the comment of the microwave. And she said, like, as if they don't give me enough radiation every day. I told them I don't need that. And I fast forward to now, like, I think she was on to something about that microwave. Then I realized, like, all of the details, this started from birth. Because what she's saying, that they were studying my mom. I'm sorry, Mom, if you ever see this video, I'm really justifying you. You may not ever forgive me for saying this. But I'm justifying Granny. And I won't speak too much of nobody's personal life. But according to Granny, they were documenting my mother and wanted to study her at some facility, at an all-girls place, right? Like similar to where they took my girls, right? I guess that's part of the programming. And she say because she didn't let them study her, which you may ask, what study her for what? Well, my mom was born with a rare condition that literally the Guinness records and these people that have it are in Guinness World books and documented. And it's weird my mom is not documented because she's one of the living people with this condition, right? So I realized why she's not listed and not even told that she had this condition. See, I found this out from doing, genealogy tests and all that. I found out so much shit, right? I'm that geek. My mom doesn't know she has this rare condition from based off from what I was told. The family was told, and they told my mom that my grandma drunk a lot and failed and did some shit, and that's how she was born like that, which was crazy that it's so believable. But as I study, I realized that's not what happened, because Granny, she tried to tell people, but nobody believed her because she did drink before, right? But she tried to say it when she told me and so many other people so many times that my mom was born with the same condition like her great 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 auntie or something like that. And guess what? No shit, she was telling the truth. Because based on my genealogy research, there's a great 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 aunt of mine that was born with the same condition. And the article says that they prayed over her and the town made it seem like she was, but it was all because she was a rare birth. And it was a twin, right? So, oh, my mama didn't get that condition from Granny drinking. And I understood this was the tactic they used, because they tried to do the same tactic to my daughter, because her baby daddy is saying my granddaughter is autistic because my daughter drunk. And they started to campaign to Krishan Rock. The algorithm told on them. The algorithm told on them. That's when I knew Krishan was being targeted, because they used the same playbook on all their targets. Like, oh, she's one of us. But back to the Trail of Tears, because they played my granny, y'all. They played before my granny. They played her mama with her twin brother, that my whole family don't even know the true story about their own mother and grandmother and sister, twin brother, that had to pass off. And they're gonna try to tell me, you wrong about that. They was born at different times. Bitch, please sit down. Granny ain't tell you the things she told me, allegedly. She had to keep the secret going. Oh yeah, because Massa couldn't find out. Granny told me about that twin brother that had to move to Jersey, bitch, because he passed off as white. Massa, he started his new life in Jersey because he passed off as a white one, baby. Because he had a, in other words, Granny said those Jews was on his head. Mama said he had to go. So they lied on the birth certificates and stuff. Just like they lied and told them that they wasn't Cherokee because they didn't want to get shut down. Oh, you could not tell. This is Granny said, allegedly, YouTube. Oh no, you cannot tell. You couldn't tell them that we are Cherokee. We're Blackfoot. We couldn't tell them that we Negroes was Blackfoot. We couldn't tell them that us Negroes was Cherokee Indian. And they go Massa come to hunt us down in the woods with the dogs. They hang us if they know we's Cherokee Indian. So we tell them we African. Oh yeah. Say, Grandma, did you meet there? She said, yeah. Say, Grandma, did you have any slaves in your family? She said, huh? Like it was a mystery. I know about the slaves, but I was a pick cotton. I don't know about no slaves. So I started to think, and this is hypothetical. Like, did the slave shit really happen for real? But I'm not saying that I'm saying that. I'm just saying I started to feel like that as a kid, because Granny didn't know any slaves. She said her mama was her great grandma was a queen, bitch, a chief. And that's when I say, oh shit, this is about these tribes. Granny told me way before I knew about the program, thanks to this town that amped up the tactics so hard that woke my ass up. Shout out to Rome. Granny was telling me about this program way before I knew it existed, giving me the blueprint that her folks was targeted too. because she was being targeted right before my eyes. Things were getting taken from Granny right before my eyes. There were these same type of tactics trying to put my grandma out her house while I was sitting inside, y'all. I remember those conversations. Her banging the phone. Ain't nobody taking my house. That type of shit. They were targeting her. And my folks and my loved ones are mad at me today for justifying all my folks, including myself. Especially myself, because most of the time I don't even be knowing why I'm guided to expose certain things when I'm in the heat of the moment, and it eventually helps me the fuck out and backs their ass up 10 feet, gives me 100 yards to get my ass out the way until the next one, bitch. Because that most of the times, I'm gonna tell y'all, they don't like exposure. They don't like to be recorded. They don't like to be documented. They don't like to have their hands shown, so that when you expose, it gives you time. So here I go. What am I telling you? Every time you in a situation, expose that shit. Every time you feel like you in an unsafe situation, expose that shit. Because if you're being targeted at that moment, I guarantee you it's gonna buy you time when you expose that shit. And I don't care how you expose it, whether you going live, whether you call in a couple people on FaceTime, you gotta get live action though, with someone else on the other side, babe. It gotta be more than two people. Gotta be more, because that one, if you get just one person, that person can. If they expect you to call that person already being tampered with as we speak, because the setups go deep. But when you expose shit, stream it live type shit, they can't mess with everybody at one time. Even if they shut the live down, even if they mess with your live and cut the phone off. You done said it. You done said it, because the radar is on them now, because they know that these PIs are investigating them too, because of this list that's been exposed worldwide, because the Supreme Court's giving them a chance to explain what good is done, and that's why they doing certain things to make people look like they fit that profile. This is sauce, y'all. So they know that the people that's on that list are being surveillance, probably most depending on the situations and the labels they got. They're probably staked out 24/7 around most of these targets, and they know that. So they can't have you expose shit that they doing. They can't have you expose it, because they know that those people are more aware, and they know how it goes down. That if you even sound the alarm off any tactic they're aware of, they're gonna know where it just came from, and then boom, whoever is in that person's vicinity, whoever is gaslighting a part of the street theater that's going on, whether it's a robbery, whatever it is, it's gonna pin them to whoever just sent their ass, because that's how quick. They know they got to be quick with getting that middleman, because files get erased, piece of boxes get replaced. You know what I'm saying? So they know how to get them. So therefore, if you expose this stuff, it buy you time. And this is all I've been doing. I feel so bad to admit this, to say that I feel bad for even having to expose things, because I like to be off the radar. I don't like to have this open up doors to other brotherhood guys that may be in my area, to making them personally mess with me too. And I know that. So I don't want to talk about this type of stuff, y'all. I don't be caring about nothing that nobody else is doing but me, because I know that everything I do is about me, so I gotta worry about nobody else. But the fact that I say certain things to get me out of situations that I'm in that could possibly go wrong, that could possibly end my life, traps that could possibly, just do the ultimate to me, and I try to get loud with it, because I notice that when I do that shit, it makes them scatter like fucking roaches. Like, oh shit, somebody turned the light on. Literally in real time. Like, I can't even make this up. But just to give you an example of that, like, I could be in a situation where I'm being backdoored by, just corrupt organizations of people. And at that moment that I FaceTime a couple people, go live, whatever, I promise you the whole shit goes away. If I'm being arrested, okay, we're gonna let you go at this point. like if somebody trying to run me off the road when I do that, now all of them they pull off on me. If I'm getting robbed at that moment, they pull off. Exposure, exposure, exposure.
Wasn't treated as a gift, it was treated as ammunition. They didn't underestimate you.
Because our
They helped
opinions
you
matter, for
overestimate
real, for real.
yourself. They counted on your heart getting in the way.
Yeah, yeah. Did y'all ever hear that saying and you just feel like it's just something that people say? Your opinions matter? Nah, literally, your opinion matter. Imagine if two or more come together like that saying, that quote in that scripture in the Bible. Like when two or more of us come together, y'all, with our documents, we put those puzzle pieces together that'll turn the light on, like in a literal way, to this program to make them slow up to the point where they shut this shit down. Because at some point, the program going to get shut down, y'all. But see, look, we delay it and we allow it to prolong because that's all they doing is buying time. We allow it to prolong when we hold back to keep people comfortable, like me, not exposing some things that could have some people that's sitting in jail or stay in jail. And I just sit back and let them, the ancestors move for me because that's why they in there anyways, I'm saying too
Relied on
much
your
now.
empathy becoming your prison, your compassion becoming your cage. Every
Thank
time
you,
you
Father.
gave the benefit of the doubt, every time you second-guessed your gut, they saw it as confirmation that their manipulation was working. They didn't see your patience as grace. They saw it as permission. They didn't see your forgiveness as strength. They saw it as weakness to exploit. Will you focus on
See,
upgrading
that
your
was
armaments to
confirmation.
reach star systems and planets unknown? Will you prioritize upgrading your armaments to deal with threats that might arise? Or will you focus on a more invasive route and build impenetrable shields so you can wander the vast galaxy in peace? Choose wisely. That's the harsh part most people don't want to say out loud. The betrayal wasn't random. It wasn't spontaneous.
That was initiation. Imagine scaring someone who ain't scared of nothing.
Emotional outbursts.
Imagine trying to use fearmonger tactics on somebody that's not afraid of deers, that's not afraid to walk in the woods when these lame ass niggas made me walk from jail, y'all, after kidnapping me, sexually assaulting me in that padded cell, had my nose bleeding, made me walk in the dark mountains. In the dark mountains, y'all. Only for that lady that I just spoke to at the jail that told me my attorney just called her. Mind you, this same lady I had interactions with in the past. But they choose her to call and say, if I get there, she can help me get my kids back, y'all. Because she know I'm a good person. Mind you, we had just had a big altercation at a shelter that she lied on me and another girl. But she's feeling bad for that now, apparently, because you're saying you're gonna do what? You said you're gonna do, but I'm taking it. I'm going with the flow. Get here, and I told her I gotta walk, so I don't know what time I'm gonna get there. She said, well, it don't matter what time you get there. Get there. I walked 9 hours, hitchhike, and let all those cars that was trolling me go by into this one car with a family. It was like a movie. Somebody was recording this shit. One car I had to get in because I couldn't walk no more. Plus that guy he scared me straight, y'all. After me seeing that ditch in the road, y'all, when I look back, I gotta explain that, y'all. Just real quick because they tried to take me out then. Y'all, when I was walking, I didn't realize that I was on like just crazy road that was turning and making curves. It just felt straight because you following the road, and I'm following the reflectors, and at some point it was a bunch of deers formed like some formation or a line, and my crazy ass mind thought they were telling me to follow them, and I didn't realize these motherfuckers was following the yellow brick road, and because I did that, I remember seeing the reflectors on the floor, and I'm like, let me make sure I keep following this shit. It woke me up because I was falling asleep and everything. But after those deers, y'all, I turned around because here go a light pole. I had a light pole every 3 miles, y'all. And after the light, it went pitch black because there's no street lights. So I get to this next one right after the deer encounters, y'all, and that's of the road is it's a big ditch. It's no road because it's a S. I don't know if I'm making sense, y'all. Like, but when I look back, I realized if I didn't follow the fucking yellow big road or these reflectors on the floor, y'all, I would have fucking walked off the fucking road. I would have walked, and that's what they expected me to do, and that's why they was trolling me and having all those people, because they were trying to see if something happened. Even had people like, it was a lot going on, y'all, but angels was with me. Just so many encounters. Like, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be a free book that I'm giving people, because I'm literally done with that shit, y'all, because that experience traumatized me straight. That one family with the man said that I usually don't pick up strangers, but I've been seeing you for a couple hours. He said he saw me twice because he was working before, and he just picked up his family just now, and he could not ride past me because when he said it, his son, and I was scared at this point because it felt like a movie, but I realized after I got safely to my destination, they were angels. He said my son said, no, we have to pick her up. It's something's bad gonna happen to her. That when he said that, I started to cry, like, cause I'm mixed emotions. I'm nervous now. I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but I just feel like I'm being elevated at some point. Whether I was going DIE at that moment, I just felt like it was powerful, and it was needed. But I realized after I got to this lady and she told me I couldn't come in, that that family just saved my fucking life, because I was not expected to make it walking out there. That's why she was so eager telling me to get there. I get there, and she said that I took too long. Well, no, duh, I had to walk. I didn't have you. She knew I didn't have my. She knew the police had my phone. She knew they had my car. She knew. She just knew I didn't have my debit card. She knew all of this. So why would you say I took too long? How was I was gonna get there? So, y'all, make a long story short, this lady, the same lady that did eventually help me get my kids back, that did speak highly of me to those people, and whatever, her mom passes away, and like, I could tell her energy towards me was like, because she's definitely an Eastern Star. It's not a legend. She's a part of the sororities. She used to wear the shirts a lot, blah blah blah. Her brother is a celebrity. I find out months after all of this, everything tying together. Her brother is the celebrity at this church that I was at, that I used to like to go to, right? I'm not gonna give too much, right? Out of nowhere, just shunts me, like embarrasses me with a specific issue that I won't say. Just he embarrasses me. Mind you, at this church, I was the pastor's favorite to point out and give a good lecture about reading energy wise. He would say some nice ass shit and point me out. I used to volunteer and pick up the trash before I left. I used to, meaning I'm doing good things, so it didn't make sense that he was doing this to me all because you sponsoring this church. Like, he wanted to feel macho when he did what he did to me. That's the reason I haven't been back there, and apparently the whole town knows it, because I said it to, a friend of mine that goes there, and word got around. That person told everybody, so I'm pretty sure it got back to him. Hey, you the reason that girl don't come back here no more. But make a long story short, the the elitists, the brotherhood boys has turned on them. Like, they like to show me stuff. Like, in other words, they punished her for not, doing what she was supposed to do, and helping me get my kids back. Actually, everybody that was involved with helping me get my kids back has been being targeted, especially this program, because them giving me the house was the reason the girls came back, because they was telling me my housing, issue was the problem. So this is the reason they trying to put me the fuck out. That's the reason why they mess with. This is how they come at a lot of people on the list, because they know that your housing can cause you to lose certain things, especially if you're a parent. They know that not having housing, you won't be able to have access to mail. You won't have, like, they can get you driving now. You didn't get the notice. Like, it's a lot, y'all. It's by why they drive you to homelessness. It's very important that people understand why, so that they could try to avoid it at all costs. And if you are in a situation where you find yourself being homeless, make sure you check those dots of what I just said, because it's the reason why they want you to be homeless. They don't really necessarily want you homeless because you may have too much free willy to be places. So the reason is so that you lose access to certain things that they could bribe situations on. So that therefore, make sure you have access to a PO box, mailbox, that you can have, have teams when you get something. So if they send something real quick, make sure you have informed mail stuff sent via email type stuff. Make sure you know what I'm saying, have you a vehicle. If you don't have a vehicle, make sure you at least have access to one. The list goes on, y'all, because I'm telling you, the motive is so that you're in an emergency situation. You have nobody to call, you have nobody to help you, you have no means of transportation to get out of that situation, so they can continue to escalate, and you have no means of communicating, which means you won't know if something is wrong with your driver's license. If they just send you a random photo ticket, you probably wasn't even in that area, because they have this technology allegedly. Yeah, it's disgusting.
Them going through something difficult and taking it out on you accidentally. The way they moved was intentional. Calculated silences came right when you needed reassurance most. Well-timed kindness right after cruelty kept you emotionally dependent and confused. They needed to confuse you just enough so you wouldn't leave, but hurt you just enough so you'd never feel
Sorry,
fully
y'all, I go
secure.
live a lot
That's not clumsiness.
because I be
That's
trying to
not
make these
someone's fault.
videos, but I'm always having storage issues, like always. So
With communication
sometimes I
that's
just gotta
control. That's someone who understands
go
psychology well
live.
enough to weaponize it. That's someone who knows that intermittent reinforcement creates the strongest bonds. They gave you just enough good moments to make you believe things could change. Just enough tenderness
So
to
just
make
quick disclaimer, y'all. My phone is gonna power off soon, y'all. And I probably shouldn't have said it too fast, but I just really want to expose the fact that not only are celebrities, because I know I title all the celebrities being targeted, not only are celebrities being targeted, you have regular civilians that are being thrown on this list, as well as, just having these tactics done to them. Because I explained in my other live that most people are born going through these, but most people aren't. So that therefore they may get certain levels and not understand the others. And this is why you puzzle pieces together so they can understand the motive behind it. Because it's like most of the time, the things that's happening be irrelevant. The motive behind the motive behind what they're doing gives you the angle of where they're taking it, whether they're campaigning you mentally, whether they campaigning you financially, whether they, like, it's just levels.
you think you'd finally gotten through to them. Just enough vulnerability to make you believe you were special, different, the one who could fix them. You noticed, maybe not right away, maybe not even clearly, but something in you started connecting the dots. Something in you refused to forget,
That
even
was
when they tried
confirmation.
to rewrite history. Something in you kept a record, even
You
when
know,
you
I'm
tried to...
noticing a lot of this disgusting behavior where people try to intimidate me. So I'm getting situations that I see online. See, that's confirmation. I'm getting a lot of situations that I see online, like where people, just have these issues, y'all. Because I'm noticing people do this shit to me. Like they had this macho exterior about them, about showing you that they have more power than you, or flaunting resources, even down to material things to you, show them that, to show you that they have more power over you. And I say it's disgusting because most of these people know that you're being targeted. Yeah, most of these people, like the guy who just rolled by, I see him a lot. He's got in his fanciest car that probably don't drive good. He only bring it out for car shows, but he just rolled by and looking over here. And it's like, I don't know why, but I noticed that all of these people that are affiliated, seems like with this program, all are competitive. Like they have this competitive. Some people don't even be paying them no like me. I'm over here talking about this illegal watch list program, and this guy is trying to flex on me with that car did look nice now. He's like he spent a whole lot of money and time on it. But why you keep riding by my house and riding slow like that? Because of what I'm talking about. It's like, and then I just got the message. So this the clue. This, people they tell you who they are. Pick, pick, pick your alliance. Right. I just got the ad, y'all. Like, are you sure about this? You could be with us, type shit. Right. Money. This is where the money is. Do you want to live good? Type shit. And he just ride by like that. Disgusting.
Convince yourself to let it go. And once you see the game, you can't unsee it. Once you understand
That's
it wasn't your
that
fault.
right there. Once you notice the tactics, you can't unsee that shit. So
The
you
shame
see all of
lifts,
it.
and that's when everything shifts. They made a bet on your silence. They gambled that you would carry their secrets to protect their reputation. They
So
wagered
y'all
that you would
reacted to Astral
internalize the
Autumn
abuse rather than
for my
expose it.
notifications.
They counted on you being more concerned with keeping the peace than demanding the truth. They lost, and the noise they're hearing now, that's not revenge. That's your voice
Wow.
coming back louder, clearer, and stronger than they ever
So
prepared for.
I won't play most of the video. My phone may go dead. I should have went and got the charger so we could keep this going. Cause we gonna bring up most of these celebrities that I feel like being targeted based off my notification. And I'm gonna let this video ride. But first on my notifications is Keisha Cole. Man. Listen, this everything that I say in my videos is alleged based off my opinions and my opinion only. I'm not telling you it's true. Thank you, YouTube. I got you. But I know this after seeing, now that I got the disclaimer, after I see the little video of her brother story about, and this is not bashing Keisha Cole in no type of way or any celebrity, matter of fact, that I speak of, because I don't expose like that. We expose the corrupt organization rather than the person, right? Or organizations that they affiliate and corrupt, right? We talking about the Brotherhood Boys. So I noticed when this baby brother, Miss Frankie, rest in peace to their beautiful mother, uh, youngest son that was adopted, spoke of his story that he don't realize. Allegedly, his mama was being targeted. Oh God! I said, oh shit! I don't think Keisha know. And see, look, this a free read too. I'm an energy reader, so like part of me, like, she has no fucking clue. These This young man, I never knew this watching, and I used to watch the Keisha Cole show with her family. I never thought she was being targeted until I saw this young man's story and heard the angles of how, from down to how he got adopted, down to the lady getting no shade, no tea to the adoptive mother, but how the adoptive mother, maybe she didn't know, maybe she did, get mad at him for speaking to the family, for the, like, I don't know what happened, but it's the way he said it, and not only what he said, it was how he was acting when he was saying certain things lets me know that he's being targeted, because those things are traumatizing him. And some of these things, he was a newborn baby. He don't got no knowledge about. He don't even remember the family. So why is this making him so emotional like this? And yeah, of course, you get emotional when you find out you're adopted. No. This is much more than that. Down to the stories of how he was being bullied. Down to the lets me know this ain't just no, okay, Keisha Cole baby brother's just being targeted. Because now that I said it, okay, this the parent that Keisha Cole's brother is being targeted. Miss Frankie's being targeted. But that don't mean just she is being targeted. That means Keisha herself is being targeted. Keisha herself. It's being targeted. But see, look, most people they break them down so bad. I'm not saying this will happen to Keisha, that most people just go with the flow, and you never know what they going through behind the scenes because they would never expose it, right? But I guarantee you, if she was to see this video, she probably would cry and say, "Yeah, this shit makes sense," right? But that's neither here nor there. But the mother definitely was being targeted, y'all. The story of her life needs to be talked about.
And that sound, that unstoppable roar of truth, is just the beginning of what's about to hit them.
Because
Because when you
why did they choose to target Miss Frankie and her mom? Because y'all, I did a little bit of research, just not a lot. That's why I ain't getting deep into it. But I dig deep before I got to this conclusion. She definitely was being targeted. CPS allegedly was involved. There's a lot of other resources and parties that was involved in her targeting. They took her child from her. They drove her to drugs, campaigned mental health on her, and everything. Oh yeah.
find your voice, you don't just speak your truth.
Here you go.
You give
Confirmation.
permission for others to speak theirs.
Exploited
And
her and her
suddenly their
life
pattern isn't
and her
isolated
children.
anymore. It's a documented history. It wasn't confusion. It was cruelty with
Exploited her and her children and then mocked her in her face.
a smile. It was cruelty wrapped in charm, served with a grin, and delivered like a favor. That's the part people miss.
Thank you, Spirit.
It wasn't just someone having a bad day or struggling to
Mm.
communicate. It was someone who knew exactly what they were doing and did it anyway.
So
Someone who understood.
so yeah, I got Ti in my feeds. I also got Boosie, but I'm gonna talk about and then I got Boosie because Boosie definitely being targeted, and I think he knows. So, but Ti, on the other hand, I don't think he knows. I think he knows that maybe he thinks the federales just don't like him because of his past and how he lived his life. That might be accurate, right? But I don't think the feds dislike him for that because all it's not the whole feds that's bad, right? See, look, I got y'all too. It's the people a part of this organization that are affiliated, and only certain ones know about this program that are the problem. But Ti is being targeted. Should I say? Okay, let me see how I say this. There's personal reasons why they target Ti, and this is another read, y'all. This YouTube, this is just a free read. There's personal reasons why they target Ti. Maybe I need to get this shit out. The sons, not just that one son. All of the sons share a rare mutation. I feel like this, right? Because I feel like it's a gene that they got from either both parents, which I feel like is tiny too. I feel like it's tiny too, but definitely some uh, Ti has. Ooh, Ti has blood ties to the sorority, right? And I just feel like he just don't know that they're targeting him. That family member, maybe maybe tiny for genetics and Ti because of his family members, or the other way around. But I just feel like they don't know this. I feel like, ooh, the son though, right? Mm, maybe they know this, but one of the sons, and I'm not gonna say nobody names. One of the sons that they both share together, like they both, because they got other kids, right? The son that's tied to Ti has a relative that's targeted. Mm, I'll try not to say too much. The the son has a relative that was targeted, and it's about genetics too, right? So I was so powerful with that person and that child because it's like some children get the rare mutation from one parent, and then some children get it from both parents. And one of their children got it from both parents. Now, she part of me feels like this guy kind of knows that his lifestyle, and this is why he says it to his children, right? His lifestyle may have gotten them, just hot. Their face is hot, or targeted in a different way, because he doesn't. I just feel like he does not know that these elitists are targeting him. In other words, feels more like it's his fault that he's being targeted in a way for illegal activity, right? Like, I ain't living like that no more. Y'all ain't gotta mess with me no more. That type of shit, right? Not realizing it's not even about that. Okay, Boosie, on the other hand, that's just because I'm getting too emotional with that, because I've been watching how things playing out for my guy, and I'm like, damn. Okay, so Boosie, because Boosie is in my feed too. I got two shorts, Boosie and Ti right next to each other on my notification. Boosie, they really tried to jam him, coerce situations. This another read, y'all. They tried to coerce situations in his life and then mock him. Like, I'm hearing like they was trying to make him seem like he was a federale, he was a rat, he was similar to a lot of other situations that we see online. But the reason they was doing that to Boosie, because they was trying to break him down financially with his resources, with his empire, with his, so that he crumble financially, so that when they do schemes, they would sue him for certain fines, fine him for this, and do all that. They would take all of his assets and his money, because there's some things illegally that happened to him that maybe they didn't want him to talk about, or maybe I'm going too far of a stretch, or maybe there was something that happened to somebody close to him, somebody in his family, maybe a friend, maybe a loved one, and they know that he could blackmail, or I don't want to say blackmail, or he could, I don't know how to say it. It's having to do with financial gain with the situation, pretty much. So they conned him in a way to make him feel like they have collateral over him, when it's really the other way around. I don't know why I feel like that. Like, they want him to feel like that so that he go along with certain things. I don't know what that's about. But Boosie knows somehow that, yeah, I just feel like Boosie kind of know. I just leave it like that.
That the most effective harm doesn't announce itself.
And that
It
he
disguises
moving
itself as
smart.
concern, as honesty, as tough love,
It's like
as
keeping my I'm gonna keep enemies closer. I could hear Boosie
helping you
voice saying
become
it like
better.
that.
The twisted part, they didn't just want to hurt you.
I know these
They
cats
wanted
want to
to.
hurt me. Oh man, I was just finna say it. We said it at the same time. It's like, Boosie, I know these cats trying to hurt me. I'm gonna keep my enemies closer, so they can't
Hurt you
hurt me.
and look innocent doing it. They
Oh, and
wanted
look
to
innocent
inflict
doing it.
damage and still
Confirmation.
be seen as the good person in the situation. The reasonable one. The patient one who tried so hard with you despite your flaws.
Yes, yes, yes. So I like this. I may start something like this in the future. But so I got Remy, and it say new right here. We got Remy in this another artist that's be another celebrity that I feel like is being targeted, and they used allegedly, like I said, all this alleged, and they used, and I believe Papoose don't know. Just gotta say it. I just feel like he don't know. He just like really in a survival moment type shit. I'm sorry, y'all, but and when he find, and part of me feel like when he find out, it's gonna crush him. Like, oh shit, they used me, and it may make him lash out. But Remy, they've been targeting Remy before. This is a read. They've been targeting Remy before the fame, and when the fame came, they tried to financially drain her in every situation, and was upset with her for holding her man down when they was targeting him. Oh yeah, then mocked her. I think I'm saying too much.
Flaws. They smiled while doing
Oh,
damage. They made it
confirmation.
look like love.
Thank you.
They made it feel like partnership. One day they praised you.
Thank
The
you,
next
Spirit.
day they pulled the rug out and watched you question your own balance. Watched you scramble to
Definitely.
understand what changed overnight. That's not
Definitely.
misunderstanding. That's emotional warfare. And they were fluent in it.
So,
They spoke the language.
this is crazy. So I see Kodak, and when I see Kodak, y'all, man, it's a lot of artists like Kodak that don't know that they being targeted. And let me tell you, I think this guy realized at some point, and I may be wrong. It was a while ago, and I'm not gonna get into like this coincide with conspiracies. That's for another video, and I would never disrespect any of these artists. That's why I'm gonna give it to you professional and aim the light at the corrupt program rather than the artists or the people that I'm mentioning that I feel like being targeted. But there's a lot of artists like Gucci and Kodak, and there's so many people like NBA YoungBoy that's going through situations and don't realize allegedly. I won't say the labels because it may not be the whole label. It be the people. This it go for any organization. These people showed me too much. It could be any organization. It's not the organization itself. It's the people. Because like I said, they only tell certain people that's even in that organization of the program. You got to be at a certain ranking. You got to be at a certain level to know to even be told this. So yes, most of them running around like roaches don't even really know what they doing and who they doing it to for real. They just doing whatever they told to do. And this young man Kodak, y'all, I don't feel like cause I don't want to disregard whether they were targeting him in his life before the fame. But I feel like he was one of the people that was thrown on there by someone. And this could have been someone on his label. This could cause insurance reasons why they put insurance on celebrities, you know, athletes. You even got certain housing companies put in insurance policies on clients. So that's not far fetched. That yeah, maybe the label could have threw him on there, or in my understanding, because he mentioned software that are being used on targeted individuals, they could have possibly cloned him allegedly. I'm just gonna say that. Because now let's go back to that software that he mentioned, the mind control software in MK Ultra, and the weather modification technology in that song that you don't hear ever. There was a lot of truth in what he said, kind of, and it play a part when people say, well, why would they clone Gucci? Why would they the influence? He had too much influence on the youth. This couldn't get out. They didn't want the mass to know about allegedly this weather modification, MK Ultra being implemented in mind control software. Like, they don't want people to know about that. And it's sad because a lot of people don't realize they not only are you being used as a pawn against people, you're also being experimented on, because they're not only using the MK Ultra software on the targets, they're using it on the participants. They're not, let's say it right. They're not only using the software on the participants, they're using it on the people that are around them, allegedly.
Manipulation, like they'd been
Confirmation.
studying it for lifetimes.
Confirmation.
They knew exactly which words would cut deepest.
Mm.
They knew exactly which moments would leave you most vulnerable. They
So
knew
to people that's disregarding your facts and telling you that you're delusional for stating things you say from experiences you face, They should be more worried because these things not only are happening to them, it could get worse for them at any given moment.
Exactly how to make you feel like you were losing your mind while maintaining their image as
Allegedly.
perfectly stable. They played nice in public and tore you apart in private. They built a reputation as someone kind.
Yeah, it's like that saying. I remember saying this in high school. It was funny. It was in my theater class, y'all, and we was talking about apocalypse and things happening and blah blah blah. Rich people having resources, money, and things. I remember saying, "Well, imagine being in the woods with the bombs. You have to learn how to survive with them." I feel like that. Like it's like at some point, the people that feel like this program is just bogus. People talk, what the hell is gang stalking? What the hell is she talking about? What the hell is he talking about? They're delusional, paranoid, schizophrenia, like the name they created. They will have to be out surviving with you if this damn program goes sci-fi. Meaning it gets real crazy. It's like, oh God, they're telling you now, hello, this is the new world. We're gonna be targeting you. I'm being funny now. It's like, oh shit, that crazy girl wasn't lying. These motherfuckers telling us the truth now. Like, it's like now you out here in the gym with us. You gotta come ask me, hey, how do I jump this hurdle? Type shit. Because that's the goal. That is the direction of this program to where it is so evolved that they are digital with it. So well, oh shit now. Everybody's a part of the program. Cause now everybody's a part of this shit now. It's like I can't even explain it. And I'll tell you this, y'all. I promise you, we get to a point to where it's worldwide exposure to where the program gets shut down like government funding was when they said, oh God, state funding is shut off. This is what's gonna happen when this program is widely exposed again because it is globally exposed, but people just hush it under the rug. You don't hear about it no more like a died out trend. But when it's re-exposed this time around, right? It's like gathering facts behind the scenes type shit. When this is exposed, you see, you see, you see, they gotta do this lame ass shit. I can't make this shit up. They gotta do this. I just spoke about the macho power moves that they do. And I promise you it's disgusting. Why use field market tactics on somebody that's not listen, SWAT team allegedly pointed AK-47s in my face when I was 10, 11 years old eating my fucking cereal after I got out of fucking track practice. Yeah, with big K9 dogs in my fucking face and I didn't flinch. Ask them to play their fucking dash cams or whatever the fuck they had back. That little girl sat on the fucking couch and said, my mama ain't here. You didn't knock? I asked the person something like, did you knock? They all I saw was a big metal through the fucking door, bunch of dogs and AK-47s pointed at me. So them shooting that shit don't scare me. Go ahead and do it. Get this witch shit. Like the karma. See, the funny thing is like, don't fuck with a witch that know how powerful they are, babe. Like you could take me off this rim, bitch. This you still gonna get karma. It's like do that shit. I know better, bitch. That's why the Brotherhood boys don't touch me physically. They will never touch people like me physically. They send they mayhems. They send they baby goons that's happy to be a part of the group to do some lame ass shit like that.
Someone people could count on.
Tell them
But
to do it.
behind closed
Tell them to do this shit live. Pay my whole family. Matter of fact, this is Valencia Avant speaking, bitch.
doors, that's where the real them came out. That's where the mask came off. That's where you saw what others refused to believe
It's what you
existed.
call intimidation tactics.
And when you finally pushed back, when you finally said enough, when you finally started defending yourself, they
When I finally started defending myself, these people move like roaches. These ain't nobody, no regular people that's doing this shit. These ain't no regular. I don't have no issues with nobody but authority figures. That was some masked up agent ass niggas shooting that shit up in the air. They like to play with you, make it. Oh, she was at the wrong place at the wrong time, like they did since I got King Von in my fucking feeds, like they did King Von. and made it like it was some street shit when it was an agent who did that shit allegedly, like they did my Uncle Winfrey, same name as Oprah Winfrey, when allegedly I was supposed to be on the Oprah Winfrey show. Hey Oprah, hey guys.
Called it a misunderstanding. They said you were being dramatic.
Yeah,
They
and
suggested you were
everybody said I was being fucking dramatic.
remembering
Yeah,
things wrong.
yeah.
It wasn't clumsy affection.
Thank
It
you,
was a
gangsters.
calculated confusion. The goal was never to
Yeah,
build with you. The goal was to destabilize you while
and I think Oprah's being targeted. Oh God, see, look, I got you too.
maintaining their image. The goal was to keep you off balance so you would never have the clarity to leave. Cruelty like that isn't loud. It's quiet and clever. It doesn't need to scream because the damage happens in whispers, in look.
Matter of fact, it's like I'm heavy on that shit. Maybe my granny in the spiritual realm like say that shit. This lady, Oprah, was targeted allegedly. Just here go another free read. Maybe tag her in this shit. I feel like her family was targeted based off their rare mutations, and this some shit she may not even fucking know and have no clue of. And see, look, people probably would think I would say something bad about her. No, because she's being targeted too.
In the things left unsaid. It waits for the perfect moment when you're vulnerable,
Yeah, they waited for the perfect moment she was vulnerable to align themselves with her, and that's all I'm gonna give.
hopeful, or healing, and then it strikes softly
Yeah,
so it doesn't leave visible wounds. Because the point wasn't to get caught, the point was control. They
right.
acted like your
Because
pain
the
was an
point was to
inconvenience,
control her.
like your confusion was overreacting. But the real story, they wanted the chaos, because as long as you were doubting yourself, they stayed in control. As long as you were stuck trying to figure out what you did wrong, you wouldn't.
So King Von was another one I got you. Cause see, I was finna just brush over that. King Von, this another free read, y'all. King Von had agents around him. Like this guy, another one, rare mutations, was being targeted way before his fame. And I believe it started with his mom or maybe his dad, but definitely this guy had rare mutations, y'all. And like I said, most people are vulnerable. Most people get into situations where they feel like they have no way out, and they align themselves with this corrupt organization because they use the tactics like fishing reels, like they set a trap and then come in like oh, save your boys. They do. Sorry guys, this is how they move. They do that in people's lives, and then some people just surrender. And that's why I love Trump when he say that no, never surrender. I know why he say that, but they do that to make you surrender to their tactics and ultimately just control whatever they want you to do. And with King Von, I believe that's what they did with him. At some point, he was rebellious to the things. He was aware of things that was done to him, but he felt like he had no way out. So he had to align himself. He felt like there was no voice. There was nothing he could say. Maybe he was touched. Maybe he was something happened while he was in jail, similar to Gucci. But I think I'm going too far.
Start asking the real question, why did they do what they did? And here's what they never expected. That question would lead you to the answer that exposes everything, the answer that shifts the power completely. Because once you stop asking what's wrong with me and start asking what's wrong with them, the whole illusion
See, look, I
shatters.
keep getting
And
this
that's
this
exactly
lady
what's
in my
happening
feed,
right now.
Frankie.
If these words
I keep
stirred your
getting her in my
consciousness,
feed, and look, it's a
hype this video
crying
to
face
help
of
more
her.
chosen ones awaken
Hold
to
up,
this.
it's a crying face of her with the. Is that the young man? Oh, that's not the young man. It looks like the son of the video of I saw the young man that in the spiritual realm. She's like, oh, because I feel like when angels cross over, they could see what happened to him. They could see what's not only happening to you. They could see the motive behind. Like they could see what's about to happen. And it's like she's crying to me like they took my babies. Like I keep hearing that maybe she talk about Keisha and the son, or I don't know if other kids were adopted, but they weren't just adopted because she was doing bad or something happened. Maybe they staged things in her life, and because now she got to a point where she was on drugs, it felt like she was tricked. They tricked her into it. Like situations that happened made her go towards that, and it's like damn, I missed this, I missed that,
You
and
weren't
you know
collateral
this
damage.
this lady
You
was
were the
targeted.
target. That truth stings,
Confirmation.
but it's necessary.
Thank
A
you,
lot of
Spirit.
people like to soften what they did by pretending it was accidental, that you just got
Protect my
caught in the middle
babies.
of their mess.
It's
But
like my granny. It's like I get the feeling of protecting me though. But Miss Frankie, like, it's like protect my babies. But my granny is like protect my babies because they're messing with my. It's like that's how the angels give gifted people messages. But it's like they messing with my babies, right? The same.
let's be
It's
honest.
like they doing the same thing to you. It's like familiar spirits. We talk bad. I don't blame us. The colonizers made us scared of our ancestors, but we forget that never forgotten saying. They tell us that for a reason. But it's like the angels see now, like, oh shit, and it's like they doing exactly what they did to me because familiar spirits they guide familiar spirits. It's like that one auntie that went through what you're going through, she's guiding you now. So it's like, oh shit, they did the same shit to me. And that's what I get with Miss Frankie.
They knew exactly where to aim
Thank
and
you.
they hit you on purpose. The way they spoke to you, the way they withheld, the way they manipulated
I'm
situations.
feeling the energy of a million spirits that been through this shit, and they're in the spiritual realm helping us because there's something big. Allegedly, there's something big in the astral realm, and it's crazy. I say astral, and we're listening to astral autumn, but there's something in the astral realm about to happen. It's like when I feel that feeling, I sense myself being picked. Like that dream I had, I was on this marshmallow cloud with my uncle. I talk about this little dream all the time, but they made me feel like I was picked up out of this collision of a situation of devastation on Earth, and they picked me out and was telling me, and while we was watching it, so I feel like that's something that may happen too. They go back to that 1444, and when they say chosen ones, and then I feel like that story has some type of truth because in the sense it's like the angels want us to know, hey, when this happened, we got y'all because something going down. And I believe some of these astro projectors, like the scientists that study these things, they kind of have a conclusion of things may go in that direction. Is why they prepare themselves and they think that the bunkers and all of that stuff will help them. But you cannot hide from karma. The only way out of that bunker when that collision happens in the meteor that the ancestors keep showing me that's going to collide to Earth when they hand pick us like cotton, the only way out of that is to repent your ways to the people that you may have harmed. And if you can't get to the person that you harm, maybe somebody that you notice that's been harmed the same way. That's the way, the real way to repent. That's how I feel, and that the angels need to see that so they can handpick you. So it's like you spend your whole life fighting for the world materialistically with this organization, only to find out none of that shit mattered. Actually, that those things you did to get those things will prohibit you from being handpicked. That's for the Brotherhood boys.
It wasn't random. It was
Thank you.
designed,
Thank you.
measured, personal. You didn't just happen to be there. You were chosen, not because you were weak, but because you were
Y'all,
accessible,
since we got
because
their
you
attention and they want these reactions, let's give them something informational, something educational for their spirit. Fuck a teacher. Let's tell them that their deeds will boomerang back to them so that it's like, that little movie when the lady had a cross and she was praying to that man that was trying to, sexually assault her. You got to tell them this stuff in their face. As when they trying to rob you, when they doing these tactics to you, tell them right on the spot, like you praying to Jesus, and tell them what you do will boomerang back to you. That's that, and spiritually, that's sealing the deal too. Is that shit gonna happen to them because you just sealed it by saying it in actions. It's a form of witchcraft, right? The English language allegedly is a witchcraft too, but so you gotta be careful what you say. But when you say that and you reverse that energy on their ass, it's gonna hit them real fast. And it's why you're gonna be able to witness their karma. The angel's gonna show you because it's like you said it out loud, and it's like a dog coming to give you their, hey mom, look what I did in the backyard. This attacker intruder was coming. They got a little raccoon or squirrel in their mouth, and they're coming to give it to you. That's how the angel's gonna give it to you. Here go that son of a bitch from the back. I got him. He on the ground. Type of shit. You gonna witness their downfall. So it's like some people may refrain and they may repent right after their situation with you. Some may just feel so powerful and they may act like as the devil did and casted him out, you know, eternally. Most of them may take that route, but it's not about you when it come down to them. You did your deed, especially reminding them, because once you know better, you got to do better. It's not that you should do better, you got to do better now, because now you're sin. It's a sin now. It's just like, think about it. That's why they said it about the kids. Once you become a certain age, it's like, because spiritually you know better now. That's the same thing with every tactic. When you know better, you should be doing better. You know you shouldn't be doing that shit. So you got to tell them right before they do something to you, right before they didn't act, tell them they just got that karma reverse 100-fold. Whether they see it now, it's like, you ain't got to see that shit. It's gonna happen. So to the Brotherhood boys, we got to start reversing their tactics on them by telling them what they're doing, that it's gonna boomerang back to them.
Trusted because you cared. They saw your loyalty and figured you wouldn't fight.
Follow my drift, because that's how I've been fighting. And see, I even say that this is exactly how I've been fighting back with this corrupt organization. Every time they do something to me, I reverse it. Whether I say it to them, if I can get a chance to, I say it right then. But if not, I get into my meditation. Here they go, here y'all go, boys, and I reverse it. So whether it's good or bad, but I definitely reverse it.
Back.
And
They used your
this
heart
why I
against
see
you
it.
like a weapon,
What
and
happens
then
to them and
stood
their
back while
families.
you blamed yourself for bleeding.
And I
They
pray for
needed
them.
someone to
Here
absorb
go
the
another
damage.
here go another wing I get, because I'm not acting like them when they get happy when bad things happen to you. Intentionally and spiritually, I get sad when the angels show me what bad happens, and they kind of give me that dog face and look to the side in the spiritual realm like, oh, did I do wrong? And it's like, here you go again, ding 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 ding, bitch, I'm getting more coins
They
spiritually.
didn't want to face within themselves,
It's
and you
like,
were
hold
right
up,
there,
everybody
open-hearted,
else would have been happy if I would have showed them this.
thinking it was all just a rough patch. The truth is, it wasn't a rough patch. It was a setup. They weren't confused.
Right.
They weren't overwhelmed. They were in control. And what they did wasn't a reaction. It was a decision. They targeted your confidence, your stability, and your sense of worth with surgical
Being
precision.
adaptive to
That's
every
not
trap.
something you do by accident.
Right.
And the worst part, they probably walked away acting like you were the problem. They built a version of you in their story that made it easier for them to sleep at night. But the facts don't lie.
So now this guy behind me dragging this thing. I almost didn't notice it because I hear that chopper right over me, kind of at a distance, so y'all probably can't hear it. But it's a chopper above me, and there's no airport nowhere around here, and that's not a regular airplane. It's like a jet or something. But this guy, there's a bunch of drones right now. No stars. There's a bunch of drones, because you could just tell, because the stars are not big, y'all. The real stars are not big at all. These things are almost baby suns, baby moons, you know and it explains why that person started to shoot up just now. Y'all was on the live. That person started to shoot whatever you know he had, and these people dragging this thing behind me because they're using the MK Ultra. They're using the MK Ultra to make every last one of them do exactly what they doing.
People don't keep hurting someone by coincidence.
Right.
Repeated pain is
Right.
a pattern,
Confirmation.
and patterns are planned. You weren't an afterthought in their chaos. You were the center of it. And now as the truth
See, look,
unravels, so does...
since the truth has unraveled, when we talk about MK Ultra, they've evolved so much to where now, like I spoke about earlier in the live, that they're able to transfer consciousness now. They've evolved to the point to where now, since they've documented how you react to things, certain gestures you're used to saying, down to certain words that you say, to the way you say it, they're able to implant certain things, certain directions. They're able to, depending on your mood, because this technology allegedly works based off your mood. It's why they go in layers and levels when they do these tactics, because they have to get you in an angry or irate state of mind, have you just vulnerable, so that the software can work its best, so that these stage words, trigger words, and certain lines that they implement can work the way they want it to work, because they don't want you to do something other than what they're wanting you to do, which is lash out, which is say something bizarre, which is to seem like you're having a manic depressive moment. Yeah, the list
Their
goes on.
illusion of innocence, because once you realize you were targeted, you stop explaining their actions and you start exposing them. And that exposure, that's what they fear most,
Right,
because it
right,
means the narrative they controlled is slipping through their fingers, and the world is about to see what you saw all along.
right,
They
right.
didn't cross
Thank
a
you,
line.
Father.
Watch out for the following
Yes,
symptoms of high
confirmation.
blood pressure. 1. Joint pain.
Wow,
2. Blurred vision.
wow,
3. Rapid heartbeat.
wow,
4.
wow.
Dizziness.
Son of a
5.
bitch.
Chapped lips. 6. Frequent urination.
I can't put the
7.
ad back.
Labored and rapid breathing. 8. Headache. You don't need a blood pressure monitor anymore. Now open your phone and select this feature. Just put your
Son of
finger
a
on the
gun.
camera.
See, look,
They erase
it's not the app, and the algorithm is telling on. See, listen. The algorithm is on our side, y'all. The algorithm just literally told me heart attack symptoms that I've been having. Everything this thing just said was the symptoms I was having. Only difference is it isn't because of high blood pressure. It's because of the software mimicking high blood pressure symptoms, just like these campaign labels, schizophrenia. We spoke about this earlier in the live. The fact that these are shadow labeled, just disorders that hide the symptoms that also mimic other disorders, right? But see, look, even the scientists know, but this alleged, this based off my opinion. There's only two mental health disorders. Yeah, there's only two real ones, natural. Well, let's just say there's only two natural ones. Where we've evolved to realize other things, right? And we labeled it based off category, and that's fine too. But there's only two real mental health disorders, and some of them make sense, right? The others, but when it comes down to this schizophrenic, think about why they labeled it paranoid schizophrenic. Say it again, paranoid schizophrenic. It's telling you right there. So you saying this person is not only schizophrenic, they're paranoid. Just give them a normal mental health name, like anxiety. Even bipolar seems a little bit real, even though bipolar is another sister label of schizophrenia that allegedly they made up to cover Havana syndrome symptoms, so that those patients that were experiencing those symptoms won't blow the cover, that they're being targeted and having technology used on them that's making them mimic these symptoms. Which means every case of schizophrenia. Hold on, we gotta say it right for the brotherhood. This in the name of the brotherhood. We gotta name it right. Every patient that was labeled paranoid schizophrenia or paranoid schizophrenic and bipolar needs to be investigated. The firm that labeled them that needs to be investigated, and that person that was labeled that entire life needs to be investigated. That's what that means. Thanks to the people that created these labels for giving us the blueprint, right? But all of these symptoms mimic MK Ultra and mind control software. It mimics the symptoms that you have after having the technology used on you. Not only that, y'all, not only that, all of the people that I labeled these things, and y'all, I wasn't, I'm not labeled schizophrenic. I'm just noticing that all of these people that are targeted. Now, I was labeled for PTSD and bipolar and ADHD. My kids was too. See, they was trying to hide autism from me. And I realized, see, now that I started to research this and I've given it to the researchers that are researching autism and me and my girls, they actually making us a poster family. That's funny, right? But I explained to them that this makes sense. And it may mean that a lot of other people that are labeled bipolar are actually bipolar. They're probably autistic because that was my situation. I was told I was autistic when I was young. I mean, I was bipolar when I was young. I was never told I was autistic until I got older at 35 years old. So my whole life, people called me bipolar, and I could be bipolar and autistic because bipolar is autistic. Autism, yeah. I'm being funny because I believe this my document. I believe all of those people that was labeled bipolar were two reasons. They were either they were misdiagnosed on purpose to hide their autism, or and it all still the same thing, or they was misdiagnosed to cover their targeting. And either way, it's the same shit. That the same thing with paranoid schizophrenia. Everybody that's being labeled schizophrenic are being lied to about, allegedly being lied to about their diagnosis to hide that they're being targeted, because everything they experience is because they're being used as guinea pigs. They're being radiated. A lot of them, I noticed, they talk about having burns, head hurting all the time, and they say that it's from the medication that they take from, you know. And I get why they even put them with that label to take certain medications, so they could say, when they say, well, this is happening and that's happening, oh, it's a side effect from the medication, rather than, oh, this is a side effect from schizophrenia. This is why she's talking like she's paranoid. Don't listen to her. Same angles.
It quietly, repeatedly, until you started questioning if the line was ever there in the first place.
So does that mean that there's no such thing as schizophrenia? Possible.
That's how subtle it was. One day you had clear boundaries, the
Does
next
that
you were
mean there's no such
apologizing
thing
for
as
having them.
bipolar?
Not because you changed, but because
Allegedly.
they slowly rewrote the rules and made you feel
But
guilty for trying to.
but why make me feel guilty for exposing this? You want to know why? Because this will put so many people in a hot seat. So many practitioners, so many that are affiliated with this corrupt organization, because it's not even about just being misdiagnosed. We talking about the reason these people were being misdiagnosed is gonna make so many people go down.
Enforce them. They didn't storm in and break everything. They chipped away at your limits in small
I
ways.
guarantee y'all, hold on. I guarantee y'all, you go down the line and your family tree to those who being targeted, chosen ones only. Go down the line to every ancestor, every family member, even friends close to your family, and you would notice that all of the people that are being labeled schizophrenia and bipolar were experiencing or are experiencing now the same targeting you're experiencing. It's gonna make you open your eyes and say, whoa, I never even realized that. But now that I just said that to you about this mental health campaign being a part of the secret society's plans to silence people, that's said all that to say that, as they guinea pig them with their software and make it a legal way to document them as they are being targeted, you're going to realize so many of your folks were being targeted too. And it's not just you. You see, look, everybody don't carry that rare mutation. And like I said earlier, some people are thrown on the list, but they still not going to experience high level targeting like you might have, because you were being targeted for your rare mutations, and they were just thrown on them because they had a X or a level or corporation that had ties to the program to throw you on there. But even then, you're labeled different from the ones that are actually being studied for these rare mutations. Because this started way back when they were seeing these rare births happen, because these people allegedly had rare mutations that were visual, and they casted these births out. Called in priests, like Granny said. They prayed over her aunt, the other ancestor that had the condition, like my mom, which lets me know that this mental health campaign started way before I even noticed it did. It started way back during the Trail of Tears. It started way back during the Salem witch trials, when those magical people that those colonizers were studying, right, casted them out, casted babies out. So y'all mean to tell me y'all said that babies are demonic? Okay.
In your standards, brushing off your concerns, making you feel too sensitive for speaking up. Every
Thank you,
time you tried to
ancestors.
stand firm, they twisted it into a flaw. You were overreacting,
It's like the
controlling.
whole time they made us scared of our ancestors, but were really using fear monger tactics on us, trying to hide the fact that we need to be scared of them and not our ancestors. It's the other way around. The colonizers did that though.
Hard to love, so you started shrinking, softening your voice, letting more slide, and they took more every
I,
time.
I, I
The
gotta say this, but as that before the phone popped off, as that young child that was getting those insights from Granny, and she was telling me she didn't know any slaves. She had a few African friends when it was the big population of Africans, supposedly, you know what I'm saying, and they even blended in with them so that they wouldn't get hung. I feel like even with the slave trade, those tribes, because Africans, Cherokees, Choctaws, Chickasaw, all of them are the same people, y'all. They just tribes, and this is the biggest plot twist that people just keep forgetting. But I feel like during that time, it was another Salem witch trial, because they kept reunifying this, just like the KKK allegedly reunified as the Brotherhood, Freemasons, right? Uh, allegedly, when uh back when they was abolished. But when the Trail of Tears happened, they gave them all reservations. What happened with the Salem witch trials? They gave them a space that they could monitor them. I feel like that's what happened with segregation. I feel like, this is my opinion, I feel like this is what happened with the slave trade. I feel like those slaves weren't actually just Africans. I just don't feel like it. I just feel like they were the magical ones, like some Salem witch shit. They took all the magical ones in a specific area to monitor them. Why is this far fetched? They showed us so many times. They showed us with the reservations. They showed us. I think about Granny when I asked her why didn't she go to a reservation so our lives could be better. My little ass self just asking these close questions that she probably didn't want to answer, and she said, "Oh no, they were going to they were going to she was saying that in other words, in my own way, that her folks was scared to even go to the reservations because they was told that they was gonna come and hang them there. That they was all trying to get them all in one place to do a apocalypse. Yeah, so what? What am I trying to say? Some of those people in reservations aren't really these tribe members. Some of them are though. Some of them are, but most of them not. They were all sent in to be there to monitor them, y'all. This is where the $5 Indians came in. It wasn't about assessing the land. They could do that. They already did that. It was about monitoring them, like these handlers they do now. They were sending them all them $5 Indians in, and most of our ancestors they caught on and didn't go there because they knew, based off what Granny said, oh no, we couldn't get seen there. They was gonna hang us there. Massa was gonna find, these people. I'm being funny calling these people Massa because Granny called them Jews. Yeah, Jews was going. I'm saying Massa. But those people were all they were being targeted, y'all. And our ancestors sitting back watching these people continue to do this to us in a modern way. And I feel so bad, not even just for I don't listen, I don't know if I feel more bad for us chosen ones that's being targeted, or the ones that was tricked like our ancestors was. Like when they say, oh, the natives was slaving each other, or the Indians was in it. That's not even what they're really called. You know, according to grandma, they hated being called Indian givers. It was to mock them, like, oh, you took our land, now we want it back, type shit. That's why they called them Indian givers, y'all. So it was mocking them because the real Indians came from Indonesia. My grandma, this lady was so educated for her to not have any education because she said this shit back then and didn't realize she was on a gold mine. You're right, Granny. They literally did mimic the tribes and called y'all Indians, trying to get you in cahoots with the Indonesians, not just for land reasons, but to mock the Indonesians as well. Oh yeah, obviously those people from India know. They know. They know. They know. They actually see. Look, these other foreign places. They actually look up to us. They feel bad for the civilians. And see, look, these elites don't know that. They don't know that these people they do business with is disgusted with them because they call us all money hungry. They say our government don't care about us. So when we get somebody like Trump that actually fucking give a fuck, we don't know how to handle that shit. When he start putting people in their places, they call it a psyop. They call it, oh, he's in on it type shit. I don't get it. And this is why people don't fucking speak up. This is why people surrender. This is why people don't care to speak about the tactics. They don't care to throw these people under the bus because they feel like, oh, they gonna come touch us. But they don't realize their opinion matters, especially when you in a high up ranked position. Baby, your opinion soars. You gotta be a warrior, a real warrior, because it's all about you. Your angels see you. This to the brotherhood, message to the boys. Did your angels see you? You calling your angels demons and telling people like me, oh, you talking to the dead. No, oh, maybe you are, but I'm not, babe. See, look, you killing yours softly, allegedly, like that Fuji song. You killing yours softly by the deeds you do, because those deeds you can't coerce or manipulate. We talk about actual deeds, the deeds that you see in your way of living. That's the big plot twist. But see, because they got people so caught up in the monopoly way of living, but I blame the colonizers because even our peers don't know this. We really think that God put us on this plane to just work doing, by the way, allegedly working the jobs that we do. It deteriorates our health. So it's no way God wanted us to deteriorate our health when he put us here for a bigger reason than just working and taking his leaves off the tree and using it as an exchange when you got energy that you can exchange. It's just like it doesn't make sense to the angels. It doesn't make sense to God. And these people think they so powerful, don't realize they moving like the devil. And when they meet the devil at some point, because a lot of these brotherhood boys may not get to repent because they too macho in their ways, like the ones that just chose to shoot up while I'm on live, right? Most of these people will meet the devil and realize that he have no power. He tricked them. He tricked them. They're gonna be stuck with his ass, and they're gonna need us to justify them, just like their ancestors need them to justify them. This the real gospel. Their ancestors need them to help them transcend in the ways that they live, because those are the real deeds they pass down to us. Our way of fucking living, our intentions, our fucking deeds for one another, babe. Money wasn't talked about way before slavery days, babe. Way before the existence, way before the fucking dinosaurs when they had their own way of living, bitch. And we took them out. It ain't about the fucking money. It ain't about being successful. It ain't about the doctors, the lawyers. It ain't about none of that shit. I don't give a shit who don't want to hear it. I think you need to hear this. It ain't about none of that shit. It's about our way of living. People need to secretly do better. Let the angels see you do better. Fuck these brotherhood boys. They can't help you in the next room. They can't even help their ancestors. They don't give a shit to help their ancestors that's burning within from the things they do that they left for them to do. And then got them guiding them in their evil ways and calling angels demonic when really your angels are moving demonic because they tied to your demonic ass. Oh yeah, because you represent them. I represent my ancestors. When I stand up to these brotherhood boys, it's like standing up to that AK-47 when I was sitting there eating my cereal when they came in. It's like, go ahead, do what you got to do. Hurry up. We got things to do. Okay.
Was so gradual that you didn't even notice it happening. What you once would have considered completely unacceptable slowly became the new normal.
Sorry,
What used to
y'all.
be deal breakers became things you learned to tolerate. What should have been
No,
immediate.
because I'm noticing that all of my family members are being messed with, and it's reason why all of them are isolating me. Like I have not, like I have. First of all, I haven't seen any of my family in years, y'all. This kind of really emotional. Like it's somewhat of me trying to protect them and staying away from people, but at the same time, I'm reachable, and they choose to stay away too because they notice that things happen surrounding me, like things illegally happen to them that maybe I don't have nothing to do with, but the patterns is like, God damn, this some bad look ass shit. I even had my girl's dad to tell me one day, you bad look ass bitch. Every time I come around you, I go to jail or something bad happen. And I used to say this before I realized he's being targeted. Like, uh, I used to say, that's just your karma because you're not doing right by me and the kids type shit. When all the while, no, 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 they was framing him. They was doing shit to him. They was, doing it is, and it makes me think about so many torn families. They do this for a reason to get you isolated, so that you have nobody, no real kings or queens to stand up for you to and hide you in the bunkers, the real bunkers that our ancestors made before they even thought of making them shits on the ground to hide from those meteors allegedly. They were hiding each other under there when Massa came. Where's that boy? He left out that way all the while. They got him underneath the fucking bunker, hiding him from the sea. Like, we don't move like that no more. We scared Massa. He's down there. I don't want to lose my house. You know.
Immediate exits became situations you convinced yourself you could work through, and with every compromise you made, they learned they could ask for more. It was never about misunderstanding. It was about
It's
control.
like the angels looking at him in the like he do all that macho demonic shit, but he can't even stand up for what's right. Type shit. Scared as fuck. It's like one of those suburban kids that want to live street so bad, and he never had a bad day in his life. But you want to be macho, but as soon as you crumble like a cookie, like the cookie crumble. That's how the angels viewing these fake thugs that are actually thugs out here moving around like disgusting thugs, doing thug dizzles, bitch, thug things, bitch. And they still can't be a warrior and stand up to what's right and say, oh, nah, massa, one thing you're not gonna come in here and do now is mess with that boy. He did nothing to you. You know, Massa, come get him. I gotta get this money.
If they could blur your boundaries enough, they'd never have to respect them. If they could convince you that the problem was you,
And then they
they
then they
could.
laugh in your face, and when they see the tactics unfold in your life, and not realize that they're selling their soul. It's ways of selling your soul. It's different ways. You don't just the Illuminati aren't the soul catchers, bitch. You selling your soul in a way of living, bitch.
Do whatever they wanted
Sorry, y'all, I'm
and
getting
call
too
it
emotional
love,
with this.
stress, or just how they are. And the worst part, you started adapting to the dysfunction
It's
you
like
thought being.
it's like God wings us the fuck out, literally. It's like I need to know who gonna be my warriors for real. That's why He give us that free will. Go ahead and do that. Y'all forming these alliances. You trying to protect yourself when you showing God that you don't have faith in Him to protect you. You got to gang up with all these boys in the bathroom at one time. I'm being funny, y'all. They piss me off. You got to gang up with these boys. Oh, I'm protected. I can do this. I can talk like this. I run the city. Disgusting. Not realizing that you selling your soul. You telling God, I don't need it. I like this rim. I like it here. I can do this. I can do that. Now you stuck with them. And you're gonna meet your real father, who is the devil. He's stuck in the rim that he can't never get out because he wanted to play God. And that's what they do in this corrupt organization. They like to play with people's lives. They like to tamper with people's lives. They like to do things to corrupt people's lives, to isolate them, to get people to go against them. All of these things the devil did. This is how you lose. This is you don't just lose your wings, you lose your soul ties, meaning your ancestors, some of them may be saved. Oh yeah, because some of them had somewhat integrity. Some of them didn't know better. Yeah, at a grown age. Some of them was thrown into cahoots, into situations like some of those Eastern stars that's married in. They don't know what they're doing. They just going with the robes and the KKK hats, bitch, to the fucking lodge. Sorry, y'all. That's where that attire come from. Maybe they should know, but they just go and they go do they dance. They just thinking they going for the electric slide, bitch. When really you helping these brotherhood boys out. They're doing illegal things to citizens and to the community behind the scenes, but all you see is these campaign things that they want you to see. Like, we done gave these toy drives, we done gave turkeys to homes, bitch. But it's a cover up, like they do everything else.
Flexible would fix it. You thought compromising would calm things down, but it never did. It
See,
just
look,
gave
they
them
do
more.
that so to make sure. I like how he said that because that's the reason they do that, to calm things down. It's another distraction. They like, and I noticed that all of these some of these non-profit. I spoke about this before, but I noticed that this is how they get funding. They form as non-profit organizations when that's really not. Some organizations out there that's non-profit that really help people. So we're not gonna just single everybody out, but most of these affiliate programs that are non-profit that are started from this organization, y'all, this corrupt organization. They literally do this shit at the same time. This is how you know who they are too, y'all. For the investigators that's been investigating this, what you saw is that they sent all of their organizations at one time to form these certain campaigns to most of these organizations that's tied to them, that are sponsoring undercover tactics that they're playing out in people's lives. I don't know if y'all understood what I said. The nonprofit organizations that were started by this organization that are affiliated with other nonprofit organizations and actual organizations that are run in the community are sponsoring this corrupt organization. So these people, they like to show and tell. This is how you know which corporation I'm talking about, because they will make this public donation to that charity, and they will all do it at the same time.
Room to take.
I'm gonna get
They
back to that.
pretended the line didn't exist
I just
because
saw them do
honoring
this
it
in my
meant
life,
taking
back to back, and I
accountability.
laughed.
And they were never interested in that. They wanted the benefits of being close to you without the responsibility of treating you
Secretly, but see,
right.
look, these PIs know this. A lot of these corrupt cases that's been thrown out. You're hearing a lot of these organizations play out. You hearing these people mention them a lot. You seeing these people sponsor them a lot. You seeing these because these people are campaigning communities, and they're campaigning communities for certain reasons. When I say campaigning them, because you got a lot of these sex trafficking, you got all of these in certain towns and cities that you have high rates of these situations going on, and these organizations are funding them.
And when you finally pushed back, they acted shocked,
They
as if
showed
you
me
had
this, so
changed,
this
as
is what
if
I
your
studied.
boundaries were some sudden unreasonable demand. But they weren't. They were always there.
Notice that the reason I noticed that is because I noticed that most of the people that they send my way to gaslight me and to document things, strategy, things that play out in my life, I noticed that those people either work for those same companies that I noticed that they are charitably funded and sponsored. I noticed that they have positions in those facilities. I noticed that they
You just finally
yeah,
remembered them.
yeah,
Now they're
confirmation.
uncomfortable, not because you're wrong, but because the eraser doesn't work anymore. The line is back, bold and clear, and they're the ones
And
standing
see,
on the wrong side.
people need to start talking about this because, like I said, they give these organizations bad names because now they're affiliating these organizations with the tactics that they do that these organizations don't have nothing to do with.
Of it. And here's what's beautiful about this moment. You're not negotiating anymore. You're not explaining anymore. You're not apologizing for having standards
It's
anymore.
like, I'm gonna take y'all with us. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. It's like they do that in that way. It's like now they have collateral over big organizations and corporations in case things go down. You guys gonna protect that shit anyways because you knew you was a part of it. So now they got other people helping them out. Oh yeah, that's the rain just pouring.
You're simply
Confirmation.
standing in your power, and that terrifies them more than anything else ever could. Because if
Housing
you can
programs, allegedly CPS workers. You got certain doctors, certain lawyers. I'm just going down the list of people that are involved in my targeting, and I'm noticing that these other people that are coming out are having these same issues with these same people, and they are missing it completely. The young lady, I wish I had saved the video. This young lady, it stood out to me because they did this same little escalation treatment when they were talking to her when my girls got taken. They were escalating her. First of all, she's in this apartment complex to where she's fully exposed while they're doing this. They come knocking on her door, making a scene before she can make a scene, because she did make a scene. She did something that I similar to how I acted that made them do that mental health shit. They were asking her, I'm talking about personal questions out in this complex, open where it's like a cubicle type of apartment where everybody's apartment door is facing each other. Everybody's outside. They're dragging, snatching the girl babies out of her hand and saying, "Well, you're hurting your baby. What are you doing?" And all of that stuff when you're provoking her. Why are you snatching the baby to begin with? Why are you here like this? Why, like, all of those questions are not being asked. Yeah, I see how that young lady acting, but what I'm seeing, they provoked in her ass. And normal civilians won't catch that. They'll just, why she won't calm down? Why she, oh, she probably on drugs. And she, only reason I noticed it, because they did that shit to me. And I was sober as fuck. I definitely wasn't having a manic depressive moment. We just had a wonderful time a couple hours before, because it was my daughter's birthday. This happened early in the morning. We had just had an extravagant time a couple hours before, the whole day for my daughter's birthday. We were in La La Land enjoying ourselves at that park. When they did that, it said mom was having a fucking meltdown because she was cursing guards out at a park that had prisoners following her at every post she moved to, that I got on my live video that I moved. I kept saying, I'm finna move. Every time I moved, they came right back by me, trying to communicate with us, asking us for cigarettes and shit, y'all. And then mocked my ass when they brought the CPS worker there saying crazy ass shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is this CPS lady here for? Because I said shit because they said that because of how I was cursing in front of the kids. Well, no shit, Sherlock. You're here. You got this young lady out in the rain. You just told her to leave, and then said she was detained, then said you was finna tow her car, all back to back. You said leave, she's banned from the park. Stop, you're being detained. To I'm towing your car. You have no insurance. Now we're calling CPS out here. You have nowhere to go. Bitch, I got at my hotel. No, it's y'all. I told this man what I just told you. You taking my money maker from me. You taking my car from me right now, and we're in the rain, boo. We have nowhere to go. We're living because at that time I had just got put out of a shelter and I had a week left on my hotel room, y'all. That it wasted while I was in jail. I never got my money back for that. None of that. And ripped my kids from me literally because I was only being fucking detained. They literally said they was detaining me to get information because they were worried about my mental health after telling me bomb rushing me, saying I'm going to jail for saying if I say shit again. Literally, they said if you say shit again, we're gonna arrest you. So I didn't even get to say a word. 2 seconds later, after him saying that, they bomb rushed me in the rain. I'm asking them for mental. I'm asking this young lady in the video didn't say this, but I asked them. I said, "Where's the white shirts? Send your white shirts out here to assess me right now. Because if you think I'm having a mental health episode, then they need to come out here and address me. You are fucking escalating this. You are pissing me off." I was talking to that cop like that. I should have never did that because he was on. It put him on his macho moment. I told him, I said, "You don't have no authority to touch me right now. You have no authority. You in my face. Get the fuck out my face." Because they right there in my face. Talking about you can't tell me where to go. You don't own this part. We do. I said, I never told you I own the park. Then 2 years later, after all this happened, after winning my kids back, all that, I find out that my great grandma used to live in that area. So that's where the you don't own this part we do come from. Okay.
Hold the line with them if you can refuse to shrink
But
anymore.
my folks isolate. I'm sorry, but this is because they're not aware. I don't mean no gas. I don't mean to make nobody look bad. But my folks, when they heard this story back then, when I called everybody and all my people, friends, and told them about this shit, they all thought that it was just me. Like, or maybe my life, they did it because your insurance was off. No, no, no. Before he could even read my tag, he told me to leave the park. Before all of this happened, they was following me around the town. You could see me on my video where I said I gotta pull over because the police keep following me. Then I get to the park, I'm going to jail now. And my kids getting taken. And now they got to keep telling me about, oh, because of your prior case, as if I had a neglect case or I had abuse case or something. No, I had a case of a stereotypical ass police officer that was following me around the motherfucking town after he was called out to that shelter that I wrote a review on, that put me out because my car broke down while I was fucking working, had the proof and everything, y'all. That police that I called out to get them to let me get my stuff, because at first they wasn't letting me get my stuff or nothing. And I'm like, hold up, you said I can't come in because I missed curfew. But you literally told me. I called them every hour, giving them the ETA. They changed their mind when I got there. Literally. Like 2 hours, an hour before that, I had just talked to them. Soon as I got there, she changed up and said, no, you can't come in. We got to make an example. Like, huh? Ma'am, you was just telling me this morning when I was getting dressed to go to work, you was telling the people in the place that they need to take notes from Miss Avant coming away from Miami, Florida, and on her shit, already about to move, got a job already. But now they come to that same organization that I won't mention, that scared as fuck, that moved like this because they were scared of what they did to that family that had a natural disaster. Yeah. I wrote a comment on Glassdoor everywhere about this program, and then months later, after that review that I put on Glassdoor and everywhere, this lady show up in court after my kids get taken at that park, when them same police officers that was called out to that place, she come to court talking about Miss Avant left her kids a lot in the shelter. Hold that thought, right? Keep that in mind. Left her kids in the shelter a lot. And when they told Miss Avant she couldn't come in because she claimed her car broke down. This is how she said it in court, when literally she knew I pulled up in the tow truck. Huh? I called her while I was on the other phone with the people on the tow truck, because that's how my mind is. I had to have her here, that we was waiting. This lady said I left the kids, and when they told me I had to go, I said I was gonna unalive myself. When I try to talk, they shut me up. But I still said it after the court was over to the person. I said, y'all didn't let me say that. Y'all just took her word and kept my kids longer. But I said, that lady is lying through her teeth and lying under oath, because in their shelter, there's signs everywhere, and they briefed you that it was grounds of termination of the program, and you're getting kicked out immediately if you leave your children in any room by themselves. Fuck leaving them, like they said I left them a lot. You can't even leave them in the kitchen by themselves because it was a day shelter. So you mean to tell me this mom left her kids in a place she knew was a day shelter too? It was a day shelter / family and children shelter. So in the daytime, we had to go because other people used it as a day shelter. And they said I left I said, wasn't they was supposed to put me out if I left my kids a lot? That was a no chance policy. They had the signs everywhere. And if I said I was gonna unalive myself, they didn't expect me to talk like this because I come off slow. Them being mandated reporters, why didn't she report that I said that and let me leave when I was begging to stay? Why did they let us leave and stay in the hotel for months after that and now pop up here to this court date? How? Why didn't they report this? No, nobody talked about it. Nope, they didn't bring this back up at court. They didn't say nothing about it. It's just like, yeah, she right, and just let it go away. And then now my daughter get touched in there. After that little attack that they did, my daughter screamed. I'm screaming it everywhere, and then boom, here go your kids back. By the way, you a wonderful parent. This is what they told me. Shout out to the judge though. Shout out. Right. I'm not even supposed to talk about this, but it's criminal. The lady lied, so this gives me the opening to talk about it, right? Because they made me sign a soft MDA to not talk about the case, but this is criminal, so I'm allowed to, right? And no lawyers, nobody want to talk to me because they're scared to touch this type of shit, right? But what they was talking about adoption. They had people coming to meet my kids, y'all. Telling the foster group home people was telling them they wasn't coming back to me. To out of nowhere, here go your kids back after I go loud and talking to people behind the scenes about what my daughter said after they first of all they lied to me and didn't tell me this happened when I was told this about other people and I mentioned it to them. They told me, oh yeah, my daughter was lying because she's trauma. They figure it's because of what we're going through. Meaning, mom, you did this. It's because you got arrested and you got them taken and that's why they acting like this. That's why she lied. And say, oh yeah, she lied. And then I reached out to somebody else and told them that they said she lied and I believe my daughter and then they promised they was going to compensate my daughter. Nobody reached back out to her. That's why they keep fucking with her right now bad so that she could forget this stuff. This is why it's so important that they try to take her out right now because they've been trying too hard because they don't want her to talk about this stuff. But I've already delivered this to people who investigate this type of shit years ago. So they would just keep giving them documents. So it really don't matter. That's why I keep talking and I don't give a shit. But soon as I talked about that, they gave them back and told me, you're a wonderful mother. I would play I secretly recorded myself because I was scared. So sorry, Your Honor. I've never posted the recording, but I was scared. I didn't know if you guys were kidnapping the girls. I didn't know what was going on. I thought this was some fake stuff, so I secretly recorded it. But that judge told me you're a wonderful mother. You're nothing like the other mothers that come in here. Your situation is different, and we just concerned about your mental health and your housing. But your situation doesn't make you a bad mother. That's what he said to me, and he's proud of me for going through that because they didn't mean to keep them from me. At this point, he's apologizing in his own way. I'm sorry, we didn't mean it. I didn't know we shouldn't have kept the kids from you. You know, that type of shit. But I'm happy you fell through with it because I was able to do the right thing and give them back type shit. While these people were lying, ganging up, trying to take the girls. And in my mind, while they're doing all of this, and I'm going through this shit, I'm like, they finna try to traffic them. That's mind you, I'm telling you, I secretly audio recorded this conversation, this hearing because I didn't believe this was real. I thought this whole time, I thought these people were fake. I thought these people were kidnappers. I thought these people were pretending to be the law. I promise you, y'all. I was very calculated around this time. If most of y'all, my day ones that been watched, that saw this happen online, that saw when this first happened to me, y'all noticed I was ghost. I was very calculated, and I only spoke about things that could help us immediately. I only came online strategically to say certain things to help them when they would call me about certain things. I'm like, oh shit, they about to like when they lost my daughter while she was there. Like, it's so much stuff. It's so much stuff. To the point, one day they took the phones from the girls. And then the next day in school, my daughter gets bomb rushed from some kids. It gave me some Kendrick Johnson type of shit. Some kids, she said they was trying to push her in the bathroom. So she needed her phone. She's in school calling me from somebody else's phone, telling me, she said, Mama, they took my phone yesterday. And I'm like, huh? So now I'm gathering all that shit. They're staging all of this shit. You soon as you took the phone, because you said that, in other words, you don't want them to talk to their mom, because every time they talk to mom, they act out and don't listen to y'all. And y'all have them that good. They be fine. This how they be fine until they, and then they, we understand. So you took the phone so they won't talk to their mom. And then the very next day, my daughter gets ambushed in the school with kids, right? And then, okay, y'all. So I was going too hard and I knew it was gonna do that, but I wanted to finish. I just sat here for a good 10 minutes, or not even, and I was still listening to this video, and I gotta close it off with
Can't
this
cope now that you've exited the cycle. They
because
thought peace meant
soon as the phone powered off, they started to shoot again.
getting their way. But real peace isn't built
All
on
right, let me
someone
put this.
else's ruin. Now they're forced to face the
So I'm
discomfort
still
they kept
listening to Astral
avoiding.
Autumn,
And the
y'all.
quiet they're left with, that's not peace anymore. That's the echo of everything they buried, now
You see,
rising without you.
the funny part is like I'm not a scared person, like honestly, and I probably should be of certain things, but it just don't scare me. Nothing ever will. My family would tell you, like I had this personality forever. Like nothing scares me. So it's like the stuff that they be doing to try to scare me exposes them. I don't know if I'm making sense, but the tactics they expose themselves when they do stuff like that. Like I said, there's unmarked people around me all the time. I'm being surveillance not by just them. I'm being surveillance by good guys. So it's like that right there. They definitely saw that.
To catch the fallout.
Yeah. Thank
Forgiveness
you.
was never owed. Accountability was. But somewhere along the way, people started treating forgiveness like a moral obligation.
It's
As
like
if
I'll give them some insiders, right? It wasn't until a specific person that's aligned to a nonprofit organization. That's why I said they give most organizations bad name. There's a nonprofit organization that's out here that's fighting behind the scenes for chosen ones like you and I that's being targeted, y'all. And it wasn't until this one person that's affiliated with this nonprofit told me that's nothing that you need to tell us, because they wanted me to know that I shouldn't be emailing them this type of stuff because the emails are being monitored by these people, and they're able to infiltrate the emails. They're able to, and just keep them 2 steps ahead like that. There's no need that I should have to reach out to them. I didn't understand then this stuff. That's why I'm mentioning it. When he said there's no need for you to try to tell us, don't reach out. I was, taking it that way. Like, don't tell us. But it was really saying is we are in real time documenting what's going on to you, Miss Avant. So everything that you're going through, we're documenting this stuff. It's as if he wanted to say, "Are you willing to sacrifice your life?" This is why I loudly tell the Brotherhood guys. This is why I get the idea from this non-profit organization, with them letting me know that I'm sacrificing my own life by telling them this stuff because they sacrificed their life for fighting for us. Yeah. So that was real deep too. That was real deep. But it's as if you're saying, do you mind your life being a testimony in a way? This is not what he said. This is just a message I get from how he said. There's no need for me that we're documenting this shit. We see what everything they doing, and we're gathering all this information. And you may get touched a few times, but we can't jump out like the movies when the FBI set up, and when you say a word, they jump out and save you. You might have to go through those things, and we can't be seen, but we're documenting these things. Are you willing to sacrifice your life to give us these documents? Are you willing to sacrifice your life to justify so many others like yourself with the things that you're going through that's being documented? It's like a blow, but it's being documented. Yeah, but it's being documented. And it's like when you think about it, it's like, oh, I get it. I get it. So I'm the stakeout that's being staked out by these Brotherhood guys that don't realize they're being staked out. Ah, I get
healing
it.
only
I get
counts
it.
if it comes with a hug and a clean slate. Meanwhile, the ones who did the damage, they keep walking free.
Yeah.
No apologies,
Yeah.
no consequences, just silence, distance, and the audacity to act like nothing ever happened.
See,
You were expected to rise.
see the the chosen ones, we forming an alliance like the congregation before us when Jesus sat around and told us the stories of how his father was targeted. Because basically, I feel like that's what he was mentioning. That's what he was. That's the message he was giving when he would speak of his life, when he would talk about all the good things and these evildoers that would come about. He spread the word in a way that others knew that they were up against this too. You get it? And they didn't want people to understand this. Just no, I'm not saying this is true. I'm just this is how I feel because I look at this organization. They move the same. Move similar.
Of
Oh,
it,
okay.
be the bigger person, let it go, they said, without ever asking what it cost you to carry it in the
Yeah.
first place.
Like,
They didn't sit
like,
with your pain.
like, cause reacting to this, I might pause a lot, y'all. So if y'all want to listen to this video without the pauses, it's chosen ones. They showed no mercy. What you went through was intentional. Now facing repercussions, y'all.
They didn't witness the sleepless nights, the self-doubt, the constant overthinking, but they were quick to hand you the spiritual checklist. Forgive,
Like I
forget.
could feel them. The technology is definitely being implemented right now. Like I get really like lightheaded. Like I'm sitting, so I shouldn't feel lightheaded, like as if I'm finna faint. And then I feel like I want to puke. I feel like I want to throw up right now because they have the what is it called, the wattage or whatever they use. They had that shit extremely high.
Von.
Work together, share
Yeah, see,
resources,
I'm on
build smart,
confirmation.
and then thrive in the frozen wilds. And yeah, 300 million
So
people.
I'm stumbling on my
The
words.
pressure to
So
forgive becomes another
that's why
form
I
of
mentioned it.
gaslighting. People start
And
focusing.
confirmation is a form of gaslighting me. It's a form of me self gaslighting myself. Like it's like, girl, you sound crazy as fuck. Like they want you to sound mentally unstable.
More on your reaction than their actions.
Yeah.
You become the
So it
angry
become
one,
more. Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
the bitter one, just because you're not rushing to release
Confirmation.
someone who's never once admitted what they did. But here's the truth.
The devil
You can
can't never
heal
come with
without
nothing new, and this is
reconciling.
why
You
this
can find peace.
organization mimic everything he do because that's all they do, y'all. They like to gaslight you because they don't want to be exposed from the tactics that they do. But it's like you can't erase things when you put it out in the atmosphere. It's like the internet. Once you say one like this video, once you put it out there, it's out there. So that's how energy works. So when they do these things to us, it's not necessarily us that's giving them the karma. They give that karma to themselves. So while they're busy making you self-sabotage, while they're busy trying to make you, ruin whatever situation they ruining for you, they're ruining their own karma. Ooh.
Without pretending they didn't cause harm.
Ooh.
Forgiveness isn't something you give to make others comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a fast
It's
pass
about
to
you.
emotional absolution for
Yeah.
the person who hurt you. And it
It's
definitely
about
shouldn't come
transcending.
before
It's
accountability.
about you transcending. You don't forgive people. I like the way he said that. It's forgiveness is about you, not about them. Yeah, because that forgiveness works through you. Yeah, because it's like in a spiritual sense when they do stuff to you and I forgive you. Father, forgive them because they don't know the better. That's powerful as fuck. Cause it's the same way as you reversing things and energies when they send them to you. When they do things to you, they're sending energies, whether it's a good or a bad one. You reverse it depending on what it is. If it's a good one, you claim and receive that shit. And now it's like two or more coming together. When somebody do something good to you and you do it back to them too, it's levels to spirituality. And these brotherhood guys that's in this deeper cultures, technology don't realize that they're really sabotaging themselves because they don't know that this KKK organization allegedly they strategically map they handpicked them like the angel showed me in that dream when they handpicked my ass when the world had an apocalypse. They handpicked these certain guys based off their genealogy and based off that because they want you to trick yourselves off the map because they know about this spirituality. They studied your ancestors, so they know that these things are true. This is why they mimicked your roots. This is why they made you scared of your folks so that you could do exactly what you do because the joke's really on you. This to the brotherhood guys that's a part of the lodge. It's about you. because they know that your domination, they see the domination for you. They know that you cutting soul ties from your ancestors that's trying to guide you, the ancestors that's needing you to repent your way, because they got to show God that they passed down something to you. The only thing you could show them is the oxygen in those leaves, because to the angels and to God, these foreign objects that we call money, it mocks, it mimics the oxygen that they see, because we all give off an aura field. That means the trees give off an aura field, so no matter what you made that shit out to be, it still give off that glow, so they know what you did. So it's like I'm feeling the spirit of a million angels that's feeling exactly how we feel when we go through these things that they tied to, the things that they was tricked off the map when they was trying to do what God sent them here to do. Because he didn't send us here to live in a monopoly realm. He sent us here to correct the ways that we had before that we missed, bitch. See, like way before when the dinosaurs existed, bitch, and we took them out. God gave us a second chance, but we do this to each other and then blame each other when we have no knowledge about certain things. But that's when we don't call for our sins, just like a baby that don't know no better. See, look, when people do things to us and provoke us to do things that they want us to do that we don't know no better about God, I feel like he gives us a second chance to repent. But when you know better, you just hey, and this is what this organization is. This is what these forefathers of this KKK program is. And it's like we taking all y'all with us. We taking all y'all with us. And poor massa boys, these homeboys, they don't know no better. They just, you could tell they never had shit, because we never really had shit. We had the slave, literally. Even if the slave trade was a fucking hawks, we still slaved, and we still are. And you could tell when a person never had shit, because they flaunt everything they get that they never got before.
Because without that, forgiveness becomes an eraser. It tells them their actions didn't really matter. It tells you your pain wasn't real.
Yeah.
Accountability is uncomfortable, and that's exactly why people avoid it.
Yeah.
It means admitting they weren't who they pretended to be. It means
it's like it's taking accountability for the tactics and everything that they do to people. It proves that they had no power to begin with, and this is something that they fight. This stuff they fight with. I'm talking about the top forefathers of this organization that's a part of these things that's happening today. They know that they really don't hold no power, and at any given moment it can all go down for them. And now they gotta face God in the world. It seems like it's one thing to know, okay, I got myself in a situation, I gotta face the world with this shit. But then when you know that you're doing bad and you gotta face the world and God, this is what they are.
In full, but that's not your burden to carry. You were never required
Confirmation.
to make their healing easier
Thank
than
you.
your own. You owe no one a peaceful ending to the story they burned down. If they wanted forgiveness, they should have started with...
I just said it. If they want me to say something nice about this organization, just as well as us chosen ones that's witnessing this together, then they would treat us better. They would globally, they would publicly show us that they care more about us than doing these tactics in our lives. They would show us that they actually care about promoting positivity than negativity in our lives. If they cared about us, they wanted us to speak about good things that they done, then they will do good things to us. If you want somebody to say something kind, then you would treat them better. And this is this organization. They're so scared of people exposing things that they're doing, but if they wasn't doing it, there would be nothing to expose except the good things that they could be doing.
responsibility. Until then, you don't have to let
Thank
it
you.
go. You're allowed to let it land. They weren't wolves in sheep's clothing. They were wolves teaching you how to doubt your instincts.
Yeah, because
That's the
allegedly the program enlists these people that are on the list. They promote them to find their inner warrior. They push them to a point to survive a world of corruption. They push you to a point where you never knew that you could get to survive things that people could never live or even witness. It's levels to it, because some people not only can't witness things, they can't live through that shit.
real trick.
And us chosen
They
ones,
didn't just
we're
hide
so
who they
adaptive.
were. They made you
We
question who
survive
you
every
were.
tactic.
It wasn't about one big betrayal. It was about slowly chipping away
It's like
at your
it's one thing to get through the tactic, but to survive it, because some of the tactics we don't get through it, but we survive it, and that's the main goal. It don't matter what they do, and they know this too. When you survive the shit they take you through, it strips them of their power. It strips the organization of their power. It strips the technology of its power that it has. The $1,000,000 technology failed with you because you're surviving, and this is their worst fear.
confidence, your gut feelings, your sense of truth, until you started second-guessing everything, even your own pain. They didn't need to
It's
lie
like
up
never
front.
surrendering, even in a moment where you're forced to surrender spiritually, you won't. That's deep. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of us chosen ones getting to that point where we're in a situation where they're illegally arresting you. You're in a situation where they're legally taking your children. You're in a situation, it could be any situation, and you're standing there with a smile on your face, reminding them of their deeds, taking it a different route from where they want you to go, as far as mentally campaigning you, because allegedly this mental health campaign, it aligns with this whole corrupt organization, because they label these people for a specific reason to isolate and discredit anything they may say or anything they do or any symptoms they have, so that to the masses, to the family members, to the peers, to people that may just walk in their path could think, okay, this person has a history of mental health. Okay, this person has a history of, because this is not alleged about the drugs and the military days of the wars and the World War I and II. Well, it was said, it could be alleged, it was said that most of these drugs, they were experimental on these on the soldiers. So it's like, why is it far-fetched that this whole campaign of mental health and even down to MK Ultra, why is this so far-fetched? Why is even cloning far-fetched if they told us that they did this? As far as Dolly the sheep goes, they told us this. Animals are mammals just like us, right? Or did I say it wrong? But if they can clone a mammal, why can't they clone you? So, but we're not getting to the clone conspiracies in this life. I just want to bring that to your attention. The fact that they doing this and they showing us, and that people come amongst you and just tell you, hey man, this shit ain't happening. Don't realize that they not only helping you, they not helping themselves. Because at any given moment, again, this shit could turn up on them too. Because that's the motive. See, look, this the problem. This is where I blame the new brotherhood boys that's a part of these lodges, because it's just like a government shutdown or a riot or just everybody just stop. So you know how we cancel things all the time. We say, well, we're not gonna buy anything from here, we're gonna stop. Okay, you guys could do that with these secret societies. You could say that, hey, we not into that dark ass magic shit. My folks ain't come all the way over here on the boat to fucking do some occultist shit. We was on some traditional shit. You know, we was on some ancient Kemet. We was on some star system. We wasn't talking about this shit y'all talking about. Y'all forming fucking circles and burning fucking birds. No, my folks ain't do that shit like that. Nah, but see, look, this is some stuff that need to be told, because those colonizers that allegedly that studied us, they didn't see. Listen, the first problem was that our ancestors, they thought by hiding some of the secrets, like a secret recipe, would protect their descendants from this magical stuff getting. It's like, don't get the recipe out, grandma told you that, so you tell them something wrong. Okay, he said if I tell him this shit, he gonna help leave my folks alone and leave this land alone. Okay, I'm gonna just tell him what I want to hear. So here we go, boys. Our ancestors, my grandma told me similar stuff, so this is why I get this idea. But they lied to them and told them certain things and kept things away from them just to get what they wanted out of them. You see, they finessed them still. They finessed them, got what they wanted, told them what they wanted to hear, had these occultist people go in their Oval Office and study this shit up close, and like, oh God, we gotta learn this, we gotta learn more. And then they played it out in the world, in our fucking face, and said it was the witches. It was the Salem witches. When it was them. When really the Salem witches didn't move like them. Like these occultists that studied them to mock them. Why is this far-fetched when they do this to us every day? They learn you, study you, and mock your ass.
They just had to twist things slightly.
Thank you.
Make you feel like you misunderstood. Make you feel guilty for bringing up how something made you feel. Subtle deflections like you're overthinking it, Or
It
that's
gives
not
it gives they was intimidated by those magical beings, and it's why these chosen ones, we're in the same frequency. They are intimidated by you. No matter, I don't care if you're a bum on the street, because I'm a bum to them. They call me this in my face, but they love me so much. That lets me know it ain't about the material gain really, because anybody can get money. Anybody, a bum, can win the lottery and be rich tomorrow. They know these things. It ain't about that. It's these tactics they try to cover up, just like these fake labels for the researchers that's researching this stuff. These fake labels that they created to cover up. They do the same shit. It's just like that saying, the devil can't come with nothing new. They go with whatever works, y'all. They go with whatever works, and they manipulate that shit, and they make it a blueprint with everything they do. And it becomes a roster from that point.
what I meant became weapons.
Mm.
And every
Confirmation.
time you
Thank
backed
you,
down,
ancestors.
every time you gave them the
And
benefit
they
of the doubt,
weaponized every
they
tactic
pushed
that
the
they
boundary
mocked
a
against
little
you.
further. This wasn't clumsiness, it was strategy. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They weren't just defending themselves.
Yeah.
They were actively training you to distrust your own signal.
Again, like I said, all of these tactics that they do, it motivates your energetic field, y'all. This is why I say that they wake up a beast. They create these warriors inside of us, y'all, because we end up learning survival tactics, y'all, unknowingly.
They knew that once your inner compass stopped working, they'd never have to be honest because you would fill in
You
the
ever
blanks for
notice
them.
because of the
You'd
things that
question
you go through in your life that other people around you don't think like that? It's like no things you're noticing, they may think you're being paranoid about it. It's like, oh shit. But that very thing that I just said, it just saved us just now. And they looking at you crazy now. But it's like you got the blueprint now.
in your own memory. You'd rewrite your own experiences
Yeah.
just to keep the peace. And when you finally started sensing something was off, they flipped the script again.
Maybe this need to be in YouTube. Maybe this targeted information that we're documenting needs to be added to curriculums, because these are survival tactics that I'm speaking about that I've learned because of this organization targeting me. I've learned how to maneuver things. I've learned this needs to be in curriculum so that these up and comers, they learn these survival tactics as well. Yeah, are y'all following me? Like, everybody needs to know about this so they're able to avoid strategies like this, because what I'm seeing allegedly cases online are cases of targeting. Yeah, a lot of these situations that are mislabeled as other issues, like cause of death was this, and it was targeting to begin with, and nobody is talking about it. All of these cases are getting, see, look, we'll get a lot of cases closed if this organization was globally exposed the way they really need to be, and people start getting called out. There's going to be a lot of situations that's going to get pulled the fuck back out, and you're going to find out just how powerful these people have been moving around to get all of these cases wiped up under the rug, and people scared to talk about it, not realizing that this is powerful. Fuck this room that we live in. We talking about a million spirits that's watching this shit that don't have free will like us. Like when these colonizers spirit genes, these seeds of these colonizers come around, devil seeds, and say, where's your Jesus now? Where's your God now? As if, oh God, he's working like the police. Oh God, you did a crime, he's coming now. Oh no, he's coming soon. The spirits don't work like that. They don't have free will. They're ambushing you in a way. They're like, oh God, Father, I don't think Bob has the guts. Well, just let him go ahead. Let's see what he gonna do. Just keep letting you do it. Keep letting you do it. Keep letting you do it. Then boom, you down there with your great grandfather with the devil. You down there. He's like, damn, I was halfway up. You put me back down here. I didn't teach you nothing. But Pop, you told me, but you thought it was forgotten, bitch.
Suddenly you were paranoid.
Yeah.
Too sensitive. Difficult. The more you tried to hold on to
Just imagine.
truth,
Hold that thought. Just imagine. Every good deed you do rises one ancestor. Every good deed you do, just imagine. Every time you do something good to your neighbors, those ancestors before you that sinned and waiting on their judgment day, bitch, to get plumaged back to the devil. based off your reactions in life, because they were supposed to raise you up. God gave us our own villages, right? They were supposed to raise them up, bitch. It was nothing about the money, bitch. It wasn't about, oh, you left her you left her house in the wheel. God didn't tell those tribes to leave tents behind, bitch. He said leave good deeds. And this is the reason why mine is still elevated, because they ancestors, their KKK bloodlines tricked those guys. And God saw that shit and gave them a second chance. And that's why they still in the room guiding people like me, seeds like me, bitch, to help them transcend, because I'm giving them a second. God gave them a second chance through me. Just imagine. God gave your folks a second chance through fucking you. And you continue to do the things they did that got them up there, getting the second chance instead of just floop, I'm in heaven. You stuck in the fucking rim waiting for your descendants to elevate you, bitch. And every time they do everything you taught them to do that got them where they at, you just plummet each one by one. Boom, 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 boom. All of them with the devil. Because they did everything the devil did. And the devil didn't teach none of his villagers to do what Jesus did. So all the seeds of Jesus, they get to live. Just imagine that. They pinned him to the fucking cross and mocked him. Why do us Christians, because I was once one, now I'm spiritual, but I gotta say it like this. Why don't us Christians and Baptists, Buddhists, all over the globe, religions, don't feel like that is mockery? Why don't we question this shit? Why did anybody cause a riot to get Jesus off the cross, bitch? Why is he still on that bitch? Why do all of these organizations, and I'm sorry, God, if I'm wrong, why do all of these places have Jesus still on the fucking cross pinned, bitch? Mocking his ass because he was talking about God's targeting.
The more they work to convince you that you were the problem, not their actions, not the emotional whiplash,
Thank you,
just
Jesus.
your insecurity. But once you start
See,
trusting yourself again,
the moment I noticed this with the brotherhood and the Eastern Stars in my life, the moment I became spiritual, y'all, look at this. The police is riding by slow behind me. Get the fucking guns. So let's say this. The moment I started talking about spirituality and talking about, let me say, you guys, I'm doing a video. You guys don't have to call the police. Everything's okay. It's a police on every motherfucking corner. What the hell? You guys, I'm doing a video. What the hell? Look, it's a police right there. It's a police right there. One just rolled past real slow. Hold up, I dropped my keys. What the hell? Okay, guys. So, police right there, police right there. I'm just doing a live video, y'all. False alarm, guys. I'm doing a live video. So, back to what I was saying. Let me put my charger back on here. See, this is live footage of traumatizing behaviors because my hand's shaking and they pulling off fast. Oh God, should I keep the phone in my hand? Oh God. Let me flip it this way. I just heard they engines. So, I don't know if I should go back in the car. They doing some scary shit. Now they moving right there. Look at this shit. Like, this is a form of intimidation, y'all, right here. So, remember I told y'all that, let me put it behind my backyard, because they be going back there. Remember I told y'all that my granddaughter's father new baby mama stay right on the block. And I think that's where they at right now. I think they at this young lady's house. Oh, man. So they definitely finna, they gonna pull me over or do something soon because I just put them on the live. But why are they creeping behind my car right now? And I'm happy I'm live and not making a regular video. And see, this is why you gotta follow your gut. I was about to erase everything and just do a regular video because I wanted to react to those videos that I was watching. And something come over me. Go live. Go live. I'm saying this because had I been doing a regular video, no live right now, they would have came over here and said it was a disturbance because it looked like somebody called. This is what they do. This is what they do. It looked like somebody called. And because last time I was making a video, y'all, they came knocking on my door and asking me was my kids. Another time my kids was arguing, they did too. But one time I was literally recording a video, y'all, like just being animated, a regular YouTube video for my other channel too. At that, no targeting, no nothing. And they come over there asking me, was the kids okay? And I was so lost. I said, huh? And they say, well, we got a call about somebody's in the house. And I said, huh? And he said, well, we would like to talk to the kids. I said, they right there. And my kids looking lost as hell. I'm like, they right here. What are you talking about? Trying to get me to open the door. We're not opening the door, but we're okay. I'm in here doing a video. And my kids are in there. They smiling, looking at them lost as fuck. So, cause it turns out one of the neighbors called. Because he slipped and said it. One of the neighbors called. So I'm like the second, third time. Like at this point, this should be criminal now. That the neighbors called about somebody in the house to the point where you got kids saying the neighbors the neighbors playing games. Like, huh? See, that's the thing. That's the thing. When they mess with people that's being targeted, they also cause problems for the people in their lives, whether it's their spouses or their children, because they're now in a point of confusion and panic too, because they noticing, hey man, the police has got something against you. Something ain't right, because like, why are they playing games? Like this child said that they playing games. I had to show him my video. I was y'all, cause he was not finna go. I had to show this guy that I was second, literally second. You could see that the time was just a minute ago. I was literally just recording and had to let him listen to my video and just stared at him the whole time while it was playing. And he felt stupid. But it's if I was live, they would have never came to the house. I was recording it on my phone, so it was their word against mine. It could have went left if I would have opened my door, but because I didn't never open the door and I was talking through him through the stream, it couldn't go no further. All he had to do was walk off. Like, and I don't know why I'm thinking about that time at McDonald's. I was doing orders, y'all. They did the same shit. I was doing orders. I had to come home, y'all, because I kept getting followed. I kept getting followed by police officers. See, look, I had to stop real quick. I just had a PI just ride by. So they being funny now. Those corrupt, they definitely corrupt, because that agent guy that I see a lot, shout out. See, they leaving now. I'm on the fucking money. So that agent guy rode by and they were pretending to talk to these people at the house across the street, because literally the police was behind me first. He was literally over here. One was parked like going 2 miles per hour behind my truck. When they moved like that on every angle, and as you can see in the video, they got closer to that house. But what you didn't see is that truck rolled by right before that. So they had to make it seem, and it's all because I'm live. They probably like, how the fuck did he see us? Like, whatever that person name is, they know him. They had to. It's like, oh shit, it's Roberts type of shit. It's like, that's how that cop moved. And if they watching my live, they like, this bitch is really fucking intelligent. Like, it's like one of them had that moment of, oh shit, it's Roberts. Roberts coming. And it pulled up like that. How the fuck did he know that we were here or that type of shit? Because I'm live right now, and I told y'all, they're staked out watching me, not realizing that there's other people staked out watching them watch me. Oh yeah.
The whole game collapses because the power
Thank
was
you,
never
ancestor.
really theirs. It was in your ability to see clearly, and once that vision comes back, so does everything they tried to make you forget. Now let me put you onto something real. Destiny Engine. I built this
And
because I
see,
was done.
I'm just in here doing a live video. All I smoked was a black and mild just now. You see what I'm saying? And earlier today, I was second guessing getting me some sativa, and I just like everything I had a feeling about, and I followed my gut with just helped me out today because literally I would have been sitting here smoking sativa, doing my video, my reaction video for both my for Most Wanted, and doing my video for the other channel. They was gonna call these people out here to make them come tap on my window like they did before. Come tap on my window just to question me, to get me to roll my, and I'm out the house, I'm in the car. They would have made me get the fuck out of the car. What's that smell? And it's sativa. They mad at me because they want to get me on other stuff. They hoping that I smoke marijuana. They hoping that because they drug tested me one time, random one time, and I got hemp. At that time, I was smoking hemp. I wasn't smoking sativa. I was smoking hemp heavy, heavy every day. This was around the time they took my girls. They random drug test me and seen that I had hemp in my system. And I could tell. See, at that time, I had stopped smoking for a while, way before that happened. So I didn't catch that angle until after I realized, like, oh, that's why that hoe looked at me like that. But as when they got the results, because it was an instant one, they let me know. They were scaring me, trying to scare me, saying, well, depending on your test, type shit like that and stuff like that. I'm like, what the fuck is they talking about? What they expecting to find in my pee? You know? If anything, they go find some marijuana that was months ago. Cause at that time I told you I was not smoking marijuana, y'all. So I'm just lost and giving the pee away willingly. Like, here you go. And just asking them like, what is this about? And when that lady came back in there and said, well, it doesn't mean that you're not that. Other words she was trying to say, it doesn't mean just because your test just came back clean doesn't mean there's nothing in your system. It could give false positives, because before telling me the shit came negative, she told me sometimes the tests give false positives, like it was gonna be negative, I mean positive. Say sometimes the test gives off false positives and false negatives, so we may have to retest you. But it came back negative like that, held that shit, and I didn't catch on to it until later. Like, oh, they was hoping that you was smoking weed, boo. Oh yeah, they was gonna pull that, putting out now your kids gotta wait longer in the system because they were kept trying to have tactics keep the kids, and boom, okay, nothing. So that scare, that thing, when I went home, when I went to my hotel, because I had a hotel. When I went to my hotel, I sat in the truck, just couldn't even get in the door yet. Like, okay, so I'm so happy, just being proud of myself that I haven't been smoking. Was thinking about that appointment earlier, and it made me quit weed, like just stop completely. Then I started getting into sativa, and I always get my receipt. This angel lady was at the place one day when I was buying it, and she said, make sure you carry your receipt. And it's like, matter of fact, that lady was telling me to research Sasquatch and the Taratarian Empire. We were just having a deep conversation. She was like, I can't believe you know, because she didn't expect me to be so, different as far as how I think. And she's like, I love talking to you. Every time I talk to this lady, she say that. But the lady that was giving me the advice on Sasquatch and stuff like that, or the knowledge about it, told me to keep my receipt. And her eyes got big, reminding me of Granny when she was throwing up that day. The lady eyes got big and said, make sure you keep that receipt with you. We don't want any mishaps, stuff like that. That receipt will help you out. So, and I got pulled over a little right after that shit and had my receipt. And guess what? I thought about that lady, because guess what? I was able to leave the scene with no charge because I had my receipt with me, y'all. Just so happened to have, and it wasn't planned. I just so happened to have, because I always keep papers. I always keep my receipts when I buy stuff. I still had the receipt in the brown bag, from going to the smoke shop. So I showed that guy that because he said he smelled. I smelled like weed in the car, and I told him I did smoke a little bit of sativa earlier that day, and it was about to go left so quick. I said, "Oh, hold up!" Show him that motherfucking receipt, and it's like I haven't smoked none earlier. He couldn't even find none on me because he was still trying to say I could whatever while I'm driving and shit. And I'm like, listen, I didn't smoke it since earlier today though. I didn't smoke it since earlier, and I was posted somewhere smoking it. But like I brought that lady up because a lot of these people I sent in, yeah, I feel like that Sasquatch lady, knew more than she let on to me. And maybe she's like a good investigator, but I do know that she was a agent and pretty much knew the angle of things that was gonna happen, and that's why she told me to keep my receipt because she wanted to say, hey, they've been watching you, they see that you coming here, they may try to frame you, so keep the receipt to show that this is actually sativa type shit, literally. So my license and stuff, I gotta put this charger back on here. My license and stuff was like I had these scare tactics back to back that I fixed everything. And then the day that I was getting trolled and police was trolling behind me to get me to do something bad. But see, look, they noticing that these people that's watching me are watching them. So they wait for me to do something like drive paranoid to pull me over. They don't just do what they used to do before. Before they used to lie and pull me over for stupid stuff. Say my tail light was not working, then I get out my tail light working type shit, and then oh, you have a warrant for your arrest by the way. So okay, that type of shit that happened to me one time, and it was a bogus claim too, y'all. On top of that, but they don't do that no more. They move by the book a little bit. When they behind me, they'll drive behind me for miles, waiting for me to try to do something, move, I make a turning signal or something, hoping I do something like that, and eventually they just pull off from me. But that day they was doing that shit, I got home after just like fuck this shit. They pissing me off. I don't even want to drive. I come home and a letter in the mail show why that guy was following me and followed me all the way to my block. Because there's a letter that says that I have a fine and my license may be suspended. A fine from 2021 at that. They said I have a fine for not driving with insurance. Same thing, they got my car towed and my kids taken August 3rd, y'all. In what is it, 2021? Too, the same year. In same year. Yeah, in 2021. These people said that my license may be suspended due to not paying that fine. And guess what? The ticket, the fine is not even in Georgia. It's from Florida. Get it? Cause they told my car for not having insurance in Georgia, where they took my kids in Georgia, and they mocking me with this one fine from Florida because that was a few months before that happened to us. That was when I drove to see my family. I had to really think about this, and it made sense to me after I thought about it. They literally mocking me because they towed my car while I was in Florida, y'all. I was working, doing temp service jobs while I was down there to get more money so I could have money to leave. I could be stacked up. So I went on vacation and was still working, y'all, pretty much. So I went down there and I was doing temp service jobs. I had got off that construction plant and went to my friend's house because I was at my friend's house at the time, and laid down and went to sleep. Was in Homestead by the Keys. I fell asleep, and the girl that I was having problems with that was using me, the house I was staying at, come to find out, y'all. See, look, this is a lot of clues. This is why the angels want me to talk about this. I didn't realize it till right now. The person that was trolling me at the time, I was trying to get from her house, y'all, because I was far away from my mama them house in Miami and my cousin them, because I was in the Keys. But I was trying to leave because the girl, I had just realized the girl was stealing from me. She was using me and she was talking about me to my friend. And then she made a comment about my friend that passed away in 2004. That made me realize that her cousin, she's related to the person that I think may have something to do with this. Yeah. Like, like I strongly feel like the baby daddy had something to do with this, and she related to him. And I only feel like I started feeling like he had something to do with it when he reached out to me in 2019 and said, wanted me to stop talking about my friend online, pretty much. And I'm like, I couldn't understand why he was trying to scare. Okay, so I'm back. Every time the money, because y'all see that they surrounding me, they know how to get in. But I gotta get deep into this because this play a lot with my targeting and why it's increased so much. But I noticed when that guy was talking about my friend in 2004, uh, with this young lady being in the connection to this and her giving me the blueprint by telling me that she's related to this guy and the mean things she said to me, and I had did nothing to her. Like I had did nothing but be kind to her, blessed her house while I was there because I'm a clean freak, was cleaning her shit, buying her food, everything she was requesting from me before I got off. I bought it to her, taking her grocery store shopping because she didn't have no car. And I wake up in the middle of the night and my car is gone on the same day she aired me out, put me out, and I was only still in her house because she kind of felt bad after the friends that I had told that she was doing that to me called her. This is how I felt. They called her like, damn, why? Because I'm known in Miami. My folks, a lot of people that they love me. So a lot of them was like, what the fuck do you do to V baby or whatever, however they said it to her, made her call me and say, well, BITCH, and my stupid ass, I went back to get my stuff. But she's like, you could stay till tomorrow. That's it, and you gotta go because I told you to bring me blah 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 blah. So we was arguing about money. So whatever. So I said okay. I wanted to. I ain't really care because I wanted to go see other family members. I wasn't trying to stay at her shit all that time. She just didn't know that. So I only came because she, asked me to come, and I went down there because I was just trying to, But uh, so I was planning on leaving early in the morning. And it's funny that she chose that day to have an argument with me and to flip the scene on me because my car gets taken the very next day. So now at this time I'm going around the circle to bring you back to it. I'm gonna tell you why. So at this point, I'm realizing this girl a op. I just don't know it yet. I just don't know how deep of an op she is yet. I just know she a op because she acting like she moving like the devil now. Because God is blessing me, and then she's with the devil that's trying to take shit from me while God blessing me. So that's how I look at life. So now this girl tells me that her cousin, she should have beat my ass like while I was, because I'm at this point where my car got towed. I done left her house and I gotta come back over there to get some more stuff. And as I come there, she talking shit to me saying cause she jealous now. I done got my car back, y'all, cause I pulled up. I done got my car back, everything. And she like, I should have beat your ass like such and such told me to. And that's when I looked like, oh, cause this whole time I'm going in there, I gave my kids a lecture. Say nothing to none of these people. We getting our stuff, and that's it. Nothing. Don't say anything. So I'm ignoring her while I'm getting my stuff. Cause she at this point she's different. She's trying to apologize. She's telling me I could stay and all of that. And that's when she started to say all of this mean stuff again and said that about her cousin. And that's when I realized, oh shit, this dude did just call me 2 years ago, because this happened in 21 and he called me in 2019, and like he did just call me and say this. So damn, she was just trying to set me up. This girl, and she said something mean about my friend that passed away. Now all of us were supposed to be friends, and I had realized at that very moment that she wasn't actually my friend's friend. She didn't like her because of what you just said. And I had to remember, like, oh shit, they did talk to the same person. So do you and your cousin got something to do with this shit? This just me thinking like this at this time, y'all. So now fast forward, just keeping little mama in mind, y'all. Cause I gotta say this for Nene. This same guy, his other cousin, did the same shit to me. She threw all my stuff outside. And here I go again. I had no clue she was related to this guy until one day, right before she put all my stuff outside, this girl cousin, he called her, and she walks away after she said V here. And I pay attention to this type of shit. She walked away completely after telling me, because I asked her who that person was. After she said something crazy. I don't know. Right before he called, she said something like I don't know, made me nervous. I was like, who is that? And then she said it and then answered the hello and then start talking, say, oh, V here, and walked the fuck away, closed her door and everything. And I walked close to the kitchen, listening. From that date, that moment on, I was looking at her sideways. Like, why did she do that? And why didn't, if he was worried about me being there, why didn't he speak? All this going through my mind. Why didn't he say, oh, Stella, I said was good? Why did she walk off like that? And it made sense today that she just come home one day so mad I had did nothing. Here I go again, sweet V. And I don't like to talk about the stuff I did, but this just gotta reference this to understand that I did nothing to deserve what she did to me. Like I feel this when I came, not to bash her. I come to her house because she invited me down there, y'all, to help me out, because she so-called saw me going through what I was going through online. This my homegirl, y'all, from school, from high school, middle school. This girl acted like I asked her to come when she asked me to come. After the second, I should have never came back to her, because I was with her before, 3 years before that, and she did something similar to me, and I forgave her because she cried her tears out to me and told me she was wrong. I trusted her again after she tried to get me ambushed in that mansion I was in. So many things, right? This girl that's related to this guy who I feel like did this to my friend. This girl tried to get me fucked up, y'all. So I had just filled the house up. This the day it all happened. I had filled the house up. I I gave her 450. Mind you, she called me a bum. She said I don't got no money this day. That I gave her all this, y'all. Gave her 450. I wasn't working. She right, and I filled the fridge, the pantry, the fridge, everything up. And she threw every grocery that I just went to the grocery store with away, because she said that I'm not making money. I don't got no money. I don't got no motion, because she tried to set me up with a guy before, like a few nights, or I think it was that last night. That's why she woke up mad at me. She tried to put me onto a play. I guess this how all the girls in ATL live, right? You tried to put me onto a play, and I wasn't on that shit. And now her homegirl over here now, and they all, you clowning me in front of your friends, calling me a bum and calling me broke, saying, look at me, I ain't got no car or nothing like that, right? And I'm like, why did she do this to me? Until I realized, when I thought about this young lady in 2021 and what she said, that her cousin told her to beat my ass, I realized her cousin told her to beat my ass. And that's why she started that whole argument, because we were supposed to fight that night. I didn't understand it till after though. Like, oh, she was trying to get me to fight her. Damn, I missed that shit. The only reason we didn't fight is because I kept saying, I'm not gonna fight you. She was all in my face. All in my face. I even you, cause back then I thought I had lupus, y'all, before my like I had to get a second opinion, but I was heavy on telling people that. Cause my body always tired and they like to clown me, and I use it a lot, because that would it be. But I said, you trying to fight a bitch with lupus, man? That's some lame ass shit. She was like, bitch, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Deflate that bed, hoe, get the fuck out. Cause I had an air mattress. She said, deflate that bed, bitch, and get out. After I said, well, give me the money I just gave you earlier so I can go and get me a hotel with my kids. And she's like, no, bitch, you ain't get shit back. All of that. And then take these sorry ass groceries, threw all the groceries out. It was a million bags. This was so embarrassing. Threw all that shit outside. And I couldn't understand why my friend that I just came down here to help again. Last time I helped her so much. Last time I was with her, I helped her keep her kids from going to CPS because she offered me to come all the way down there again. I was standing on the west side at this time when I got robbed. Me and my baby brother who's still in jail right now. I had my oldest brother. I was helping everybody. My oldest brother was staying with me from Miami. My baby brother came down there was staying with me. My oldest brother on some op shit. I'm sorry, I love you, babe. Gave my key to op to somebody that didn't like me, and they robbed me while I was at this young lady house that I'm talking about. This same girl that put me out. I was at her house. This was the first time she did this to me. Now, when I when I when I first came to her house and let go my apartment after they robbed it and all of that shit, I just let it go. I started staying with her. And a week in staying with her, she lays it on me. You're gonna have to stay here with the kids this weekend. I'll be back, blah blah blah. And she said the baby daddy will be here through the week to help me out, but she gotta go to jail. I said, what? What type of sci-fi ass movie I'm in? You gotta go to what? She said, yeah, I'll be back Monday. I gotta turn myself in on the weekend. So at this point, I didn't understand. Like, are you going? So the first time, I still didn't understand until the next weekend she had to go again. I thought at first I thought she was gonna go and be there for a long time. Then when she really came back Monday, I'm like, okay, that was it. She went to jail. She done. Then no, she going again. She going again every weekend. She's going to fucking jail, and I didn't understand this shit. She went on the weekends and he went on a week. I couldn't get this shit. She went on a week. Wait, I think I had it wrong. She was in jail. He was out on the weekday. When she was in there, he was out. Just put it like that. When she was in there, he was out. When and vice versa. And I'm like, what the fuck did they do? Come to find out, they had separate charges and they had them doing the same. Maybe it's a Georgia thing, but it's so coincidence that they both were doing it at the same time. Maybe they said it was for the kids. I don't know, whatever. But this girl, before she laid it on me, the other homegirl that's also related to this boy. Here we go again with these brotherhood ties, because this guy that I'm talking about that I believe did this, that called me 2019 and told me that his cousin that's in the police force, or did you say FBI force? I can't remember which one, but he told me one of his cousins that's in the force investigating this, right? That's what he told me. This guy is a part of the brotherhood. This guy, I've clicked on his page, angry, researching him and seeing all of his symbolism that tied to the brotherhood, seeing all of these programs that he run as if he a brotherhood guy. And the fact that he know that the brotherhood organization is messing with me and he is the one that did it lets me know there's so many other people walking around just like him. Because to the people that's researching this, from the last thing that I heard from her is that he denied her child. So now I don't want to get deep into that and disrespect nobody, but how everything playing out, it don't make sense to me. Because just to say it like this, my friend thought that, or said that somebody else was the baby's father, right? This guy that's really the baby that comes out now that they say is the baby father now, that I feel like did this guy don't know that she thought he was C7AY. Oh yeah. And that's why he was a best friend. And this is literally what she said. This is why he was best friend zoned, because he was C7AY, but he liked her. And she literally, we were so honest. This girl told me, and without telling her personal business, they fooled around maybe 1 or 2 times. That's it. They were best friends. That was it. with benefits. Let's just put it like that. And this guy was never thought about really being the father, especially with him saying that ain't his baby. This is what she said. This is what she said. The when he said he don't know why she didn't come to his house, she was right by his house. That shit stood out so much because he don't know realize that when she called me on the phone, she didn't even mention him. She didn't say anything about him. She like this stuff that sticks out, and it for the people that's investigating this, they need to hear this because I tried calling GBIs, FBI, all this shit documented. No, everybody say my theories are conspiracies, right? It reminds me of all of these other celebrities that have children involved of with the targeting, how they initiate the children. So let's just continue to justify Nene then, because he told me not to talk about her, right? And blamed it on her mom and said that the mom didn't want. This is what he said. So if the mom ever see this, he called me and told me that y'all said not to talk about it, and I just don't believe that. I believe he was scared because he was told from his FBI or agent cousin or whatever he said that I was the last person she called. So maybe she told me some things and he's scared about it. But he don't realize she didn't mention him at all in the call. And how close we is, she would have definitely mentioned him if she was chilling with him. So what I think is that he was following her because it takes me back to those shady ass comments of the C7AY comments that he made about her when she was alive. He think I don't know about none of that shit. Saying that she's bumping coochies. So to these agent guys that follow me around town targeting me because of this guy, they need to be following his ass around. And because they not, speaks of his ties. Because if my psychic ass see this shit, I know they see it too. Just like he said she was by his house. I didn't know she was by his house. If she was, they had to see that she was by her baby's father's house. Why isn't he talked about in this case? Why did they tell the whole community this young lady, this 16-year-old young lady, knows what happened to her? Why don't they say that the baby father knows what happened to her? It just don't make sense because he has ties.
Watching chosen ones get dragged through betrayal, isolation and attacks, while their enemies strutted around unchecked. I want to help you accelerate the speed
Thank
of
you,
your
ancestors.
divine justice and step fully into
It's
your
like
purpose.
it's like my friend in the room is like, damn, I can't let them do that to you. You didn't have nothing to do with this because I had years where I had dreams where I would I would have visions of Granny and my friend. It would switch because that's how I get my visions. And she would tell me, this ain't your fault. Stop beating yourself up about it. You couldn't help me. You couldn't have helped me. You're helping me now. I would have dreams like that, y'all. Literally. Like, you're helping me now. And that's what helped me heal when I realized, hey, that could have been me. I would have random angels come up to me and tell me these things when they hear my story and say that could have been you. You could have passed with your friend. Had I went and my friend wanted me to know that so bad, you were braver than me. I didn't listen to my mom when she told me to stay home and stop being in the streets. Stop all these people that was inviting her to go out places because they literally invited that girl. She was home with that when that baby changed her. That baby changed her. She didn't want to party and stuff. She wanted to be with her baby. And she was at every given moment. And those people invited her to the after party. They first of all, they invited her to a gay club. and told her that it was gonna be an all-white party afterwards. Y'all, straight facts. And I remember it well because I told her my excuse, I ain't got no fucking all white. I ain't got that shit. And she was telling me she was gonna give me one to catch the train to her house. And I go with her and her friends. And I'm like, no, I'm just not finna fucking go. I was depressed. It was my own life. I had just got molested. And I wanted to stay home and just listen to music like I was, y'all. Literally, that's what I told her. And we was singing on the phone to these investigators who recorded our calls. We was singing songs, Beyonce Speechless, My Boo, Usher, the whole time while she was getting dressed down to she was going with her friends down when she left, y'all. And all of those people she was with, I didn't know none of them, y'all. I put that on my life. I didn't know none of the people. Not one time did I ask her who they was. Not one time did she tell me who she was with because I didn't know them. All I know is that the girl was with people that didn't have her best interest, and she may have saw family members where she went and friends and stuff, but the people I just don't want to get into it because I just don't know who could have invited her or who could have been a family member or something. I don't want it to seem like her family was involved because I don't feel like that. I just feel like this guy did it out for jealous reasons. This guy did it because he couldn't stand the fact that she, like he said, bumping coochies. He said that to her before. And I blame myself for missing this shit because I just didn't know that he was that baby's father. I found out from everybody else telling me that he the daddy. Like, huh? I'm so confused. So I missed this shit. That's why he called me in 2019. Okay.
And the beauty of it, you don't even have to lift a finger. Destiny Engine takes their downfall and
Yeah,
flips it
because I'm
into your
seeing the same alliances that this guy have are the same alliances swarming around me. Yeah.
rise. This isn't another
To
meditation app.
intimidate me using the same intimidation tactics that he used to blow the whistle to tell me, hey, like, okay, so at this point I'm telling him, okay, if your cousin is investigating, have him call me. Because I had a dream, bitch. But you're scared. He gave me a direction on what I should say. I forgot to say that. He said, I see you trying to get justice and stuff, and we know. This also stood out. We know that you didn't have nothing to do with it. Just everybody feel like you know the people. Like, huh? Come on, baby. Now you know. Now he knew, and all of the other friends that we knew mutually know goddamn well I didn't know who the fuck she was with. They knew I didn't know those people. And I kind of sucked my teeth at his ass when he said that. Now, I bet you know. In other words like that, now you goddamn know I didn't know those people she was with. But the little guy, that's what he is. The little guy was scared that his motive, fuck the fact that he did it, his motive behind why he did it. He couldn't take the fact that she wasn't into him.
It's declassified consciousness technology, the same mind programming tools your enemies once used to
And did that and called up his his agent cop or FBI cousin that he told me about, had them cover up for him.
install fear, competition, and scarcity, re-engineered to restore your
Because
sovereign.
hold up, because I got you, Nene baby. Because this baby was being targeted her whole life. Yeah, God put us in each other's path to talk about our targeting, that we didn't realize that we was warrior spirits at that moment when we were huddled together during our most vulnerable moments of almost being kidnapped, because we was out here thinking that, we wasn't listening to our parents. We got to a point where me and her talk. You go back home to your mama, I go back home to my mom. We got to do better. People were trying to kidnap us, y'all. We was just trying to be fast. We was living at my other friend's mom's house, y'all. When we ran away, see, we did it different. We ran away. I told my mom, and she told her mom, and we ran away to my friend's house, y'all. And during that time, people were trying to kidnap us, white vans, all that. During that whole time, we was out for a few months, y'all. And coincidentally, soon as we go to fuck home, they did that. Soon as we go home from escaping, I'm talking about two big vans that tried to snatch us in a fucking car. Real life, y'all. My friend want me to talk about this shit. They tried to because the baby had to go to the hospital. And I remember her getting a text from somebody. She kept getting these weird calls and texts, y'all. And somebody said something about some vans, similar to what they did to my daughter when they was in the chat group chat talking about the vans was gonna take her. They did that to Nene back then. And when we left the hospital, guess what? That text, what they said, it was waiting for us outside. So me, I'm a warrior. Like I lived in the hoods. I done seen some shit. So I'm always that type of person with people. Come on, follow me. I got this shit. I ain't scared of these niggas. I ain't never scared. So I sat down. Like I realized this is too dangerous. We gotta go home because something is happening. Somebody I noticed it and said it to her. I noticed the shit and said it to her. Like this ain't safe for us out here, y'all. They was following us then. This what make me think about all of those conversations that girl talked to me about certain people that have these brotherhood ties. I try to stay firmer from saying Freemason ties, right? But from these people that had these brotherhood ties that affiliated to her and her life, those people that, without saying her business, those people that interfered in her life have brotherhood ties. I didn't know about this then. I didn't know about that then. But it makes sense. So I gotta get this out. It makes sense with the stuff she said that was similar to my life, and we would hug each other and say sweet things to each other, like, just personal stuff that I just between me and her. And I understand that shit now. This is how angels work. It's preparing you. But the point I'm trying to make is that they were trying to get both of us because we were both into the music industry. We were both trying to get into the music industry and the movie, the entertainment world. She wanted me to be a model. Like, understand that I said that she wanted me to be a model. Me back then, I did what people wanted me to do. My friend used to tell me, I'm gonna put your name in lights. She called up everybody. She even called Diddy, allegedly. She called up everybody because she said, I cannot make this up. Other friends heard her say this. They hated when when she tried to motivate me and be my fan. But she would say this around people all the time. I'm gonna put her name in lights. And I never understood this shit until now. Now I see spiritually what she meant angelically. But she said it. I'm gonna put her name in fucking lights. We were supposed to go on making the band. We were supposed to, yeah, I did auditions for making the band. Nene was supposed to actually be on that casting, y'all, but unfortunately she passed away. That season that premiered, or that season that was about to premiere, she was supposed to be on that. So this get deeper. So when people tell me to stop talking about my friend, put it in the past, oh gosh, she can't get over her friend. This ain't about that, baby. I've healed from everything pretty much that I went through when I was younger. This is about justifying my friends. See, people don't know how to be warriors for their loved ones, so they expect me to just let it go. Hell, fuck no, cause she won't let it go. She gonna justify me, babe. I guarantee that.
And align you with the cooperative upgraded operating framework. It generates personalized sequences mapped to your divine
So
purpose.
yeah,
The hardest thing
my
you'll
friend
do
was
is put
targeted.
on headphones, press play,
They
and
took my friend's life, and I'm the last man standing, still trying to justify her life
watch your enemies keep digging their own grave.
because
The collective
everybody's scared to touch base on it because they could tell that higher ups covered it up. Allegedly, that's been the word around town.
upgrade is underway. Start your Destiny engine for $1 today and turn everything they did to break you into fuel for your rise. Link in the description. They feared your voice, so they taught you to whisper,
Yeah,
not because your voice was
yeah.
harsh or loud or wrong, but because it was true. And the truth threatens people who rely on illusion to maintain control. So instead of silencing you outright, they did something more strategic. They made you believe your voice didn't matter, that your emotions were too
You
much.
see, I got to that point so many times, to the point where I'm like, fuck this shit. But I gotta keep remembering it ain't just about me. It's not about me. I do this for Granny, all my ancestors before me that went through these similar tactics, and nobody helped them. Nobody justified them. Nobody stood up for them. Nobody said, hey, this cannot happen. They let it happen. They caused them to end their paths and their journeys, things that they wanted to do. I speak for my friend. I gotta say this. You guys, I'm doing a video. Somebody all right up. Y'all, I do this for my friends. I got so many friends that was targeted by this program. My friend G Money, he was signed like this. This how I know that it's this corrupt organization that's implanted in the industry, because most of the people, most and not all, because some of my ancestors wasn't a part of this industry and was targeted, because like I said, some people are thrown on there and some people are born on it. But most of my friends that were thrown on it were a part of the industry. Speaking about G Money, that was signed to Lil Wayne's label. And I don't believe it was Lil Wayne per se. I just don't know why. I always felt like, I just feel like Wayne don't even know. But the the money hungry brotherhood of boys in the neighborhood took that boy down. Yeah, it wasn't no regular guys that was jealous of him getting signed, because everybody knew G Money. They knew that if G Money make it, the whole hood gonna make it. So this wasn't no jealousy like they put out in the news. They said that these people, it was hood related type shit. People just jealous of him. No, that's not what happened. G Money was being targeted. They set off a message to his dad and laid him out in front of his yard, to where his dad had to walk outside and see his son crawl into the fucking door. I don't even know how I know this. This is spiritual realm want me to say this. They sacrificed that man's son. Right before, see, G Money was in my path for a reason, so I could see this. It's like that saying, like when I had that conversation with that private investigator that said, do you mind your life being the sacrificial limb? Do you mind sacrificing your life to expose this? Yeah. I feel like that's how I feel about G Money. G Money was put in my path to show me things. That guy, when he got signed, he called me. I had just found out I was pregnant with my daughter. I tell you, no lie. These people were trying to medically terminate my pregnancy then, because they found a abnormal chromosome or some type of shit, and they was giving me a free medical termination, right? And I denied it and said I was just going to accept my baby for who she was. So I'm at that point right now. And this guy called me and say, pack your shit. I promise you, y'all, I can't make this up. I was in front of a whole bunch of friends that we all know. He said, pack your shit. You going with us. And just like that, he made me come to the little studio we had and made me sign my name on the chair. And he said I was the first lady of, I forgot the name. I forgot the name of the little thing. I think it was Trey 5 or something like that. But he said, you first lady officially, you going with us to the top. And I said, I had to break the news to him, like, gee, I'm pregnant. And he like, oh, like, damn. He's like, it's okay, don't panic, sis. We got you. We gonna, all of us, everybody that was in the room was like supporting me, like, we got you, we gonna help you, like, blah blah blah, don't worry about it. And because they all knew my situation with my girl's dad. They just felt like it was, he wasn't gonna help me, so they were like, we got you. I tell you, no lie, weeks later, I had one more call from him before he passed away. One more call. He was literally telling me he was gonna book me a flight somewhere. I can't remember. I just can't remember that far back with that. But this guy, I get the news that they done gunned this guy down. And I went into depression, because I felt like that was gonna be my way out. This is, by the way, this is when I started to want to do music. I never wanted to do music. G Money motivated me when he believed in me, and y'all, I tell you, got me into wanting to do music when I wanted to back then. I was devastated. I felt like I found the outlet finally, because my whole life I didn't know who the fuck I was. I didn't understand myself, still didn't then. But I finally found something that, okay, this is it. And you know, I can take care of my baby. God just blessed me. Just this is it. And then boom, that's it. So I went mute again. I was mute, didn't talk to nobody. And I had somebody close to me mock G. Somebody, this person that I won't say their name, I won't give no label. This person mocked G Money. And that's when I knew. Cause at this point, I'm starting to learn about the program. When this person mocked my friend G Money, I realized what happened to G Money wasn't just no hood shit. He was sacrificed. He was he was taken out. And nobody in the hood talked about it. Still to this day, everybody in the hood thinks that jealous guys took G Money out. Like they were jealous, but it just wasn't who they thought it was. They were. I even heard people saying it was ops from the other little side of town that did it, that robbed them, was watching them. None of that. Even if it was a op that actually did it, someone sent him to do it. Especially around the time that he passed away, when it held a huge significance of what was happening to me around that time. Especially that day I found out he passed away, I was having street theater then. So it coincided with all of these other incidents with other people in my life, mainly my girl's father, who I feel like, we'll touch base on a little bit with the clone. I feel like he was cloned. I don't know who this guy is. It's like seeing Gucci, not being sarcastic, because we all have mad respect for Gucci. Everybody in the world pretty much respect Gucci, so I definitely would never disrespect him saying that. But I feel like when I'm looking at the new Gucci, I see my girl's father, y'all. And I know I may sound like Orlando Brown right now, but I literally got a tear falling talking about this. Let me tell you, before I lose y'all, my girl's father called himself Gucci. He knew all his songs. He looked like him. This guy went into the feds, my girl's dad, and came out somebody else. He came out beating my ass. He came out, and before, he never touched me before. Never was abusive to me, was a sweetheart to me. That's how he was able to get me pregnant. He got out beating my ass, gaslighting me, not taking care of my daughter. Just a lot of shit, y'all. And came out extreme. Right now, to this day, he's back skinny. But when he got out, he had a big pop belly. I'm talking about huge. I didn't know who he was. And I'm not gonna lie to you, this is TMI. When he got out, we kind of like rekindled a little bit. And we tried to have, intercourse. And it felt so weird. It was almost like I was being intimate with a robot. Like, that's the best way I can explain it. Like, he didn't know what he was doing. And I'm like, this can't, like, this, I don't know how to explain it. So I've been calling him a clone. I've been telling him this. And telling him I don't know who the fuck you is. No disrespect to my girl's dad. But I'm realizing these days now, not only did they interfere with our parenting, our relationship, everything, they're mocking him right now. To this day, I feel bad to say it because I could be wrong, but I don't know what they did with my girl's dad. I don't know where my girl's dad is. I don't know if he's still in jail. I'm not my door, somebody right there. But some reason, and to the people that's researching this, I may be onto something, but I'm gonna tell you what I've been telling people behind the scenes when I jokingly say this to them. I think Gucci Mane is my girl's dad, y'all. I think this just hypothetically speaking, me thinking saying this. This my girl's dad named his son Gucci, y'all. The girl that he's dating, just get a little bit in the MK Ultra. The girl that he's dating right now reminds me of the girl that my girl's dad was dating before at some point. When I say reminds me so much of that girl, to the point where it made me go research her once I started to say, man, I think when he went to the feds, they did this shit because before the clone conspiracy thing came out about Gucci, that time he went back to jail, he was also in the feds too with my girl's dad when he was in there. Yeah. Try not to say too much. But when I started to realize this, I go to research the young lady, and I don't have no issues with her. Like we was actually cool too, to be honest with y'all. She put me up on game when I was talking to him, like on some setup shit, and exposed his ass one day. Yeah, me and this girl that I'm talking about that looks like Keisha K, or she actually helped me set up my girl's dad. Called me over there. She the one told me he was cheating on me. Had me had me come over there, called him over there, and voila, look who here. And I'm like, this what you been doing, nigga? This that type of shit. She did that for me. So me and her cool. But I go and research her now. It's like I want to see how her life is and see that her son just passed away. Like it's like the angels led me to look at it. I had looked at it right when it happened to y'all. I don't know how. But somehow I go to look for up this girl, and when I look her up, everybody's talking about her. Her son, somebody just did a drive-by. I can't remember how it happened. They sacrificed the girl's son. I just believe she don't know nothing about this stuff. That's when I realized the guy that she's with, she maybe he's being targeted too. I just say that like that. The guy that she's with being targeted too, but the fact that he reached out to me one day, motivating me on my music, it kind of gives me. But I don't really care to get deep into it. But that led me just skip all that because it really like because I feel like he may be getting targeted too. When I saw that about her son, it confirmed so much with how I felt about my girl's dad in this Gucci situation. And I'm like, maybe they doing conscious transfers more than cloning because they come to a dead end with the cloning because it's just like DNA, you can't really clone too much even if you do it. It's gonna malfunction like Dolly the sheep did. So they come to the 3D printing type of cloning, which is better. You just transfer the consciousness, and I feel like that's what they did with my girls that or with Gucci. Every time I look at it, I say that, and no disrespect to WAP. Every time I look at it, I say that, like, and then it take me back to damn, Gucci was targeted himself. Which means Keisha K or definitely was targeted herself. See, people miss that though. They she's his handler, she's his handler. No, she's targeted too. Look at that. Look at that shit flying everywhere. Ooh, y'all didn't see that. Something just flew in the sky. So, somebody shutter or something on their house just flew. I'm onto something.
Your questions were confrontational. They didn't tell you to be quiet. They made you want to be. Every eye roll when you spoke up. Every dramatic sigh when you shared your feelings. Every time they
Because
changed the...
there was also, because I want people to just understand why I feel like this. While he was in there was accusations as well that the guards beat my baby daddy ass. He was in isolation for so long at one point. We kept going down there. He don't even know this. We kept, hey, yo, nobody wanted to let us talk to him. Nobody wanted to let us visit him. We couldn't do nothing. They had him in isolation. When he got out of isolation, finally it started with letters first. It started with letters first before we could talk to him and see him. He started to write me first, nobody else. And it's weird now that I think about it now, because I missed it then. They was taking my pictures before he got into isolation. He was even talking different. He was paranoid. Every day I used to have to calm him down. My macho baby daddy that was once thuggish was so frightened in his voice over the phone that something serious was going on that he didn't want to hang the fuck up at times. And it wasn't a, oh, I miss you, I can't hang up with you. It's no, I need you to stay on the phone, man. And soft talk, somebody talking, oh, okay, like talking to the guard. When he when he started writing me, it's ambulances in the background too while I'm talking. So when he started to write me, out of nowhere, I get his locks in the mail. They, like I told you, it started with letters first. No, they wouldn't let him talk to us or nothing, because he told me after I was able to talk to him, they wouldn't let me talk to nobody. But he sent me his locks and told me to put it underneath my daughter's pillow. These people wrote this. It was not him. I remember reading it and felt some type of way about it. So I didn't put it under her pillow, but I put it under mine. I didn't realize that I was disobeying my gut feeling of not putting, like, don't put that shit under the pillow. So, and I just didn't do it to my daughter, but did it to myself. But in that letter, I was reading it feeling funny. Like, why is he talking like this? And then I get a call out of nowhere. It's him. And he's talking so fucking different. I remember taking a step back in my busy life at that point, taking his call, to just pausing. Like, who the fuck is this? Like that, yeah. And when he got out, it was worse. To where it's not only didn't sound like him over the phone, I didn't know who the fuck that was we went to visit and who the fuck they let out. I was scared for him to get out after we saw him. Yeah, I'm sorry to talk like this. We gotta tell the truth. This stuff I never really said online. I'm gonna say it now. I was scared when I saw that guy after all of that isolation shit, cutting his locks, sending them to me in the mail. When I saw him, we didn't click. It's like it was a foreign body. So when I heard that girl Matt Breezy talk like this is what motivated me to just tell my story, because this is similar to me. When I saw Buddy in that jail, bro, after they had him isolated, I didn't know who the fuck he was. It felt off. I told the sister, because I was with his sister that day. When we got back in her truck, I said, I think something happened to him. And me and her, and I'm sorry, babe, I'm not trying to lie. We ain't got no beef. You know, I love you. If she ever see this, I'm not exposing nobody. Just the program, babe. Because you and I both know something happened to him in there, babe. So me and her started to think that he got touched. At this point, I didn't really know much about I didn't know nothing about this program. Let me not say much. I didn't know nothing about this when they did this to my girl's dad in 2006, a few years after my friend passed, right? And I must throw this in there. I didn't know my girl's dad used to talk to my friend that passed. Oh yeah, let's go back. So when they target did this to my girl's dad right before I gave birth to my baby, and put him in prison facing 20 years. I gotta say it like that. Had him facing 20 years, right? Had me come down to the jailhouse to try to get him out and cry to the judge, right? Me and the family thought this boy got touched in there because he was so different. He was so different. Everybody was coming up with every accusation there is as to why he was so different. And even I missed it. He was so different because they possibly cloned that guy. They possibly, if they didn't clone that guy, they traumatized him severely when he went in. So when this guy got out, immediately when he got out, he started to abuse me mentally and physically. It was very different from the person that I knew. He started to belittle me, say things about my friend. That's why I said I didn't know he dated her. He told me to go die with my friend, and he never talked about that girl like that before he went in, because I was with him mourning her passing at some point, and he condoned me, and he felt bad because he knew her. He just never told me he dated her though. Messy friends of mine told me this shit, right? Well, actually, that baby daddy told me that on that call. I forgot. That baby daddy told me that on that call. He said, "You know that such and such used to talk to her, and such liked her, and she like he told me that. My bad. So I never knew that. It made me kind of confused. I'm like, damn, why she didn't never tell me that? But she did tell me that he liked her. So maybe all of them are like kind of like uh lying about it, and maybe he just liked her and that was it. But because it's just like she told me everything, y'all. Like it's like, why wouldn't she tell me that me and him wasn't really dating at that time? We wasn't dating when my friend passed. Like, so I must say that, yeah. So it's like there's no reason for her to not tell me that. But I realized right when this guy got out that he was gonna try to, like, I just don't want to say it because I'm gonna just say it because I realized this after I found out about the targeting, that my feeling of him was right back then, and it was so good that we called it quits and went our separate ways because they were going to use us both. They were using him against me and using me against him, but they wanted him to sacrifice me with this new him. So we was in this man, it's kind of made me emotional. So we was in this little I don't know where he took me, y'all. So when my girl's dad got out of jail, out of prison, at some point we was talking. We was, just talking about life and trying to, he was being territorial, asking me stuff, and he proceeded to drive off. And I didn't know we were going to drive off. So I kind of felt some type of way, and I told him I had my stuff inside. And I noticed then he wouldn't let me go get my stuff. And he was talking funny as fuck. And I was like, this ain't like this dude. I gotta say this because they may try to do a situation to where he do something to me. So if that happens, you guys, you ever see a story of mine, me having domestic violence situation with my girl's dad, these people did that. Because I'm realizing the issues that's happening right now is they're trying to finish up loose ends. Something they wanted to do happen before. So I gotta talk about this day that he was supposed to take me out. That's what I was trying to get to. So I told him I left my phones and stuff in the car, and when he buckled up and kept driving, I kind of felt weird because he was already talking funny and I was about to get out already. This is why I'm talking about it. You guys follow your gut feeling. Don't ignore it. So he takes me into this area. I don't know. It's like recycle place. I don't know. Recycle place. And he wanted me to get out and talk to him at this point. And I'm like, oh hell no, nigga, get the fuck from over here. Like that type of shit. My heart, I played this survival tactic that I learned to do my whole life, that I've done so many times, even with a story that I'm going to talk about right after this, that coincide with this, with a guy that was trying to rob me. But I use this tactic, and I won't give y'all the sauce. I'm sorry, I just can't. But I use this tactic, and for somehow, because like I said, if they transfer in consciousness, his consciousness would snap out of it every now and then, which is what happened this day when I went to say certain things. It's like he'll give me this look like of shock, like how you get here type of shit. I don't know how to explain it. And I was able to get us in back in the car. And on the trip back home, he said not a word. He said not a word and looked like a fucking zombie driving, staring into the fucking street. And not to bash my baby daddy, it's actually for justice reasons, because if I'm right, I can't be wrong. But looking back on it, at that moment, he was looking like a zombie driving. It was him snapping out of it and getting me the fuck to safety. It was him snapping out of it and probably feeling like something was wrong with him and trying to get me the fuck home. Because my girl's dad loves my ass. I don't give a shit no matter what we go through. I know this. So it's like he would never harm me. He would never, I don't care what we go through, he would never harm me. So in that moment, he was in protective mode, fighting through it. That's what makes me believe when it comes down to these cloning conspiracies, that they're cloning consciousness instead of the actual person. And I might be off a little bit, but I think I'm onto something a little bit, because it explains certain behaviors from my girl's dad. Same as, and I'm gonna skip my girl's dad, so it won't seem like I'm just bitter about my girl's dad. My stepdad is another one that I believe is cloned. My stepdad was facing 15 years. My girl's dad, I mean, my stepdad was facing 15 years for a robbery, 15 to 20 years, similar to my girl's dad. Got out one day and had an agenda from day one. Fighting my dad to causing commotion to what I didn't understand until last year, the year that my dad passed. Time is flying by. Did my dad pass away last year or the year before? I think it was last year from a heart attack. Before my dad passed away, look, Pops, I got you. Before my dad passed away, he called me. We had a series of just linking up. We had a point where we moved in together, rekindling, rebonding from old times and just lost times. And he was in the knowing of the program, y'all. He knew it. He knew it. He knew his family was against him. They was trying to, he knew this stuff. He just didn't really say it out loud like that. He just gestured me in with certain things that he helped me with, that he knew they was doing to me. So he say, man, that FAGGOT, calling my stepdad, C7A1 AY. He say, He just wanted to break me and your mama. Your mama don't know. He said he was so eager to say it to me. He said, your mama don't know. Your mama don't know. He just kept saying this stood out to me. Your mama don't know. You know, she thought she was in love. He thought, he fooled her. He fooled her. He fooled her. He kept saying that to me. And he was like, the guy, he said the dude liked him. Literally. He said the dude like him. He a Bati boy. And he said, Boo, you're my daughter. You know we have the same blood type, right? He said, you gotta be careful out here. That's when I knew my daddy was acting like he didn't know about, because I used to talk about Freemasons a lot, right? And he hated me to talk about it. And I thought maybe he hated me talking about it because he was of them. But no, 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 no. He knew that they were targeting him. That's why he gave me all those stories of him having to run his whole life. He said, Boo, you run that track fast like you get it from me. Cause I had to run from the police my whole life. But shit I ain't even know I done. And it's like none of that stuff stood out to me until now. It didn't stood out until after they say your daddy just passed away from a heart attack while I'm sitting laying, I'm talking about fighting heart attack symptoms. It's when I realized that they was using that technology on my old boy. Because we were both on the phone together having one. We was having them together back to back. I can't make this up, y'all. Before he had that one that took him out, he called me and didn't tell me until I said it to him. Cause he just was checking up on me one day, and he could hear it in my voice, and I just told him I feel like this and that, but I just didn't call it a heart attack. I just told him the symptoms, and he said, "Oh man, you can't be going through this right now. Your old boy, your old man," and he just told me he was having one too. To boom, the same week, these people send a scare tactic to me again. They got my heart racing. My daddy passed away from a heart attack. Right after exposing, right after exposing his best friend, leaving him behind. Because I spoke about, so I told a lot of people, and I feel like this guy's being targeted too, or maybe he don't give a shit. But shout out to Rick Ross, my daddy. My daddy really looked up to him. Even being older than him, my daddy looked up to him. My my daddy spoke of doing favors, so many favors for Rick Ross. So he was telling me then that, because at that point I was still, still on the fence of doing music then. And he said, take that shit to Ross. He gon' help you out. He owed me. My daddy funny like that. He was saying he was rapping because he loved Rick Ross. He's Ross owed me $100. He some little line he always said like that. He gonna help you out because he once he know you boo you Bo P daughter, he got you right. And they say he helped somebody, whoever named Pearl and Ross family. I don't know. He said he helped build their house or some shit like that. He talked about it so much. Everybody that was around that heard him used to tell him, shut the fuck up about this shit. All of them, they always said it to him. Shut the fuck up about this shit. You've been talking about this shit for fucking 30 years. Like type shit. They used to clown him. That man ain't worried about you. That man blah blah blah. Stop talking about that. This is what these folks used to say. So he reach out to some people, right? Not Ross though. Maybe Ross don't even know about this shit, right? But he reach out to some folks that have brotherhood ties, right? Because his own cousin that tried to talk to his daughter, me, y'all, his own cousin. I had just told my daddy that his cousin that asked him for my number because he had a little apartment for us. Because at this time they had done did this little illegal thing with me where they stole my money and tried to take us to Brazil and was mad that I escaped and said I was squatting in the house. Yeah, it's crazy, right? So, so I told him, I say, you know that dude called trying asking me for pictures, telling me to send. He was confused, like, what do you want pictures for? I said, hello. He told me to send him fucking new photos. He was so mad. He was. I just remember the steam coming out of his face. My daddy was so fucking mad. He was so. It's like he was blank. He was so blank and was so hurt that it's like I know y'all niggas do this type of shit, but why would you do that to my daughter? That type of feel. So right after that, I'm telling y'all, right after that, they took my daddy apartment because I remember it well. He was trying to get me to come to Tally because he was staying in Tallahassee at the time. And he was saying the people was he had a hearing, same shit, a meeting. He probably ain't say hearing, but he had a meeting to keep his apartment because they said he had my other sister staying there, which he did, but she had done moved already. So he was having that meeting to keep his apartment in Tallahassee when he called me and told me that shit. And he was asking to come stay with me, and I was staying here. And I told him, look, Pops, I can't have nobody stay in the house while I'm on this program. They gonna put me out. I can't have nobody stay here. And just that quick, I get the call that my daddy passed away, and they didn't want me to know because he passed away drinking, listening to my videos. Y'all, why the fuck did they tell me that shit? Why did they tell me that shit? The people that he was around said he was drinking uncontrollably while looking at my videos. That was a threat to me. That was a It's similar to what they did to my friend, saying, "Oh yeah, she unalived herself because she couldn't take the stand of your face." Told me my daddy, I caused him to drink because of the videos I was exposing the program. Just like the letter I got from that apartment complex that said they was gonna evict me because I was violating the policy by talking about Freemasons in my videos, y'all. Literally, y'all. Literally.
Subject or minimized your experience. It was all a lesson. The goal was to make you shrink yourself, to condition you into thinking that being easy to deal with meant being silent, and eventually you started
And
editing
call
your thoughts.
and they say I'm problematic, and this is why they called the police just now. Like I'm literally on live, and I'm so happy that you guys are on this live. But they wanted this scene to seem like I was just having a manic depressive moment out here with just random people outside, or because they staged things with people messing with my car and have me interact with them. They wanted that to look like that because this organization said that I'm problematic, although I have not had one incident. Not one fucking incident, but they said that I am problematic. But in this meeting where they're not gonna let me say this, well, I've already said to certain people that they don't know I said it to. If if I'm fucking problematic, why the hell do I don't have a write up for any of those problematic situations?
Before they ever made it out of your mouth.
Right.
It wasn't that you had nothing to say,
Oh
you
well.
had
Thank you,
plenty.
Father.
But every time you
Thank
tried
you.
to express something real, they made you feel like it was inconvenient, like your perspective was flawed, like your needs were
See look,
unreasonable.
see look, that's that shit. See the thing was they wanted those officers to actually interact with me right now while these people are having a community because in this appeal they said that the people of my community will be there to judge whether I should stay in the program, or whether to judge whether I am problematic or not, which they're staging incidents to make it seem like I'm having problematic issues when they just called the police. Why? This girl is minding her business. This girl is minding her business.
They made your self-expression feel like a burden,
Yeah, thank
and
you,
so
Father.
slowly you started second-guessing, holding back, staying small. But it wasn't for your benefit, it was for theirs, because your truth was disruptive. It exposed cracks in their story. It revealed inconsistencies in the
See,
way they treated
see,
you.
this is the
So
inconsistencies.
they
I
trained
like
you.
that because check this out. The real plot twist in this. This showed you that housing corporations are involved because it's like this, right, y'all? This the thing, because they want to make me seem problematic. They trying to find any reason to put this young lady out, to say she's not and not paying rent, even though she's not in default of rent. These are all the inconsistencies that they expose, because it's like, why are we even here? Why did you even make? Why did she have to even have to appeal? Why did this meeting get set if none of these things you allege her to have is not even true? It's not even documented. There's no, this young lady doesn't even have a rent established. This young lady, we see, you see where these people, this is gonna show the corruption. You can see this exposes this, where they've tried to change my rent so many times and the state denied. Not me, not nothing. The state said that I was living below poverty, so it couldn't change and it had to remain where it was. These people, that shows that food stamps and all these other programs that I just got another letter today, they are also involved, because right when you try to change this young lady's rent, food stamps takes her food stamps so that she can actually work a lot, so that now those people could say, oh well, you made more this month, so we're going to change your rent, because that's exactly what they was trying to do, until the state said the income is still inconsistent. And then have them troll me and say people trying to live free off the government. When you talking to a young lady that have physical disabilities, I just, did I tell y'all that I'm having an issue with my hip? I forgot to mention that. I'm having an issue with my hip where I've been out of working for a couple days now because I can barely walk right now, y'all. I could barely walk. So it's like, how could you tell somebody that they don't deserve the assistance when these programs were I'm talking about created for people like me? And you contradict that when you coerce situations just to make the person look like they're not taking care of their business, when you're not taking care of yours because you're not providing the client with the resources that she's supposed to have, that you say she's not utilizing.
To be quiet, not with force, but with manipulation, not by taking your voice, but by convincing you to hand it over. Silence doesn't last forever. Eventually, the truth pushes
See,
its
look,
way back
that's,
up.
I like that, because this young lady, we was just writing before I went live, and she wrote under one of my videos. I'm sorry, it was actually a photo, and again they using that MK Ultra software, so I might stumble over my words, but I'm like a pro at just like rearranging shit. So eventually I get there. But this young lady wrote under one of my photos that I uploaded, showing them messing with my car. And she said something about they like to mess with your car. And what stood out is that the same issue that I was having, she had. And it's at the same time. And I feel like they do it to several targets. They do certain tactics to several targets at the same time, is why in different regions you seeing these same things play out. Like the fact that I got this notification of this guy going through the same issue with his car, and it's like a message to me, because had I had drove off, my car would have went in flames, right? Because I had no clue that somebody had just tampered with the issue. To this lady saying that she just went through the same shit. And it makes sense. Now I just that now seeing that let me know who did it. It's like I know that these Brotherhood boys did it, but which ones did it? It lets me know. Because then I went to who was around at the time, what was going on at this time, and what I saw at this time. And it goes back to this corrupt organization that's trying to put me out because they were in this house next door fixing this house out of nowhere, offering assistance, asking me, "Oh, is your car not cranking up? What's wrong with your car? Oh, I can help you out." And I wasn't supposed to do that. They expected me to just crank up and leave. But my mind wasn't at ease that I had to analyze my car because I noticed something wasn't right. And the whole block was set up for me. And I realized why. They was having that little concert type of thing across the street at that time. It's like they was celebrating before it fucking happened. With my car going up in flames, no weapon formed shall prosper. I caught it. Ancestors guided me to the issue before. And that black cat, every time that black cat that we rescued somehow, his sibling passed away though. The neighbors that got put out poisoned that cat. And ever since then, the brother always come to my house. It's like warning me, warning me. I promise you, people give black cats a bad name. I have a different outlook on black cats because I noticed that little guy, that little cat that I call Mitten, comes around every time these people come with something staged. Every time they go in my house without my knowledge and they fuck with cameras and stuff, that cat is here waiting for me. Every time they're about to pull up, like when the cops was just back there, that cat was just sitting right there the whole fucking time. And I think he's still in the cut right there now. He because it's raining, but he was sitting there the whole time. And I should have said it when I saw it so I could cross reference with this now. But that cat was sitting right there every time these people this just coincide with the spiritual attributes to things. When they do stuff, the angels see them because though if that cat noticed that shit before it even happens, imagine the angels that's watching it everything play out. Like, I know Bob is going to do this. That's how God is viewing us and viewing these people. It's like they tell on themselves. They tell them themselves in a way that they don't realize that it's gonna always tie to them, even if they send the middleman. It's just like you ever hear stories where the mafia send, the middleman to do stuff so they don't get caught. Well, it don't work like that with angels. Like, the angels know what hand it came from. They don't have to work like a PI firm. They don't gotta get down and find the big guy. They know exactly where it came from. So it's like all of these people are tied to the same deed in the sword. Like, what I'm saying is the even the middleman masons that don't, oh, sorry guys, even the small brotherhood guys that don't know stuff that the big brotherhood guys don't tell them, they're still tied to it spiritually because they're tied and affiliated to them. Oh,
when it does,
listen.
it doesn't whisper, it roars, it speaks with the weight of everything that was
The only way they
suppressed,
separate
and that
themselves
sound, that
is to
unstoppable
repent
force
in
of
their
truth,
ways.
finally given permission to exist, is what they're
Repent to the
hearing
people
right
that
now.
they've harmed
And
and
it's
hurt.
not
And if they
stopping.
can't get to
It's
those
only
people,
getting
you
louder.
get back to
They
somebody
didn't
that
break
you
your
know going
heart.
through the
They
same shit
studied how it
that you
worked,
caused.
then dismantled it. This wasn't some random
That's the
act
only
of
way out.
cruelty or a moment of weakness.
See, look,
Will you focus on
yeah, go ahead and make a Netflix series and Tubi, put it on Hulu too, about the real way for these brotherhood guys to get out. Let's call it the real get out. It's in their way of living. they they can't buy their time. They can't buy their way out. Money, because money has no value to the angels. They have to actually give back to their neighbors. When we talk about giving back, we're not talking about material gain. We talking about energies. The energy you took, meaning that whatever you did to that person, you recreate, you correct that shit. behind the scenes. The angels don't like for us to boost on that shit. They want us to do it behind the scenes where we think nobody else see that shit. If you can't repay that person that you harm, then you make sure somebody that's affiliate that's going through the same things that you cause is being blessed. That's the only way out. They think that money gonna buy their way out. Oh hell nah. Even if you take the best organs, oh, to the brotherhood, even if you take the best organs that'll help you live 100 more years, boo, you won't escape that karma. I promise you.
Upgrading your warp engines to reach star systems and
Until
planets
they
unknown.
repent.
Will you prioritize upgrading your armaments to
Here
deal
go
with
the
threats that might
commercial
arise,
again.
or will you focus on a more evasive route and build impenetrable shields so you can wander the vast galaxy in peace? Choose. They
I
took the
I
time
don't
to
I don't want to be like y'all. I don't want to gain access to unknown sources that God didn't want me to have. I don't care to gain have the most money. I don't give a shit who gonna protect me. So if you asking me who I'm going to join, it's gonna always be my ancestors. It's gonna always be the angelic realms. It'll never be man because y'all made everything, and I want everything God made to be a part of me. So that's the answer.
And your patterns, your hopes,
So
the exact places where
none
you
of the
were
fear
vulnerable.
monger ads or tactics and shooting up in the sky to scare me off and surrender.
They mapped out your defenses and found the cracks. Every smile, every apology, every charm was a calculated part of the plan to chip.
Nothing that they do, no type of news. Y'all already y'all took my daddy out. Y'all done took so many. Nothing that you do. Y'all fucking with my daughter. Got that. I see what you trying to do to her too. I'm immune at this point. Nothing that y'all do. I do this for those that's not here already, babe. That's already in the spiritual realm needing me to justify them. So everybody else that you touch, they just gonna be a part of that fucking realm. That's gonna continue to guide me. So they take whatever you want to take, babe.
Away at your trust piece by
Sorry, y'all.
piece.
Message to the
This
brotherhood.
wasn't accidental damage. It was precision, like a surgeon who knows exactly where to cut. They picked apart your confidence and your sense of
You know,
worth.
I'm glad I didn't sign those record deals. See, that would have been my trick. That would have been. See, look, they don't need to. They gonna move fast. See, look, that would have been my trick. That would have been my form of selling my soul because I know better. See, most of these people don't, but I do. Oh yeah, all money ain't good money, and I'm so happy that I have a clean slate now that I know better.
With intention, they knew exactly how far they could push before you'd pull back. They learned how to speak your
See, that's the
language.
thing. That girl said something like this too. It reminds me so much of me, cause people don't give her the credit that she deserved when she said she didn't want to be a part of the fucking corrupt ass organization, and that's the reason why they gaslight her like that. See, the thing is, there's also bums like me. Yeah, I'm called it because that's what they call me. There's bums like me that they steal royalties from. So I believe everything she's saying. There's bums like me that they steal out ideas from and they market off that shit and don't credit shit to you. There's bums like me that they're targeting, y'all. That they still not only do they take these people ideas, y'all, they financially cap them in a way that keeps them in a state in a sedative state that these people continue to steal their ideas from them forcefully.
How to twist your memories, and how to make you
Yeah.
question your own
Confirmation.
reality.
Thank you,
It was
ancestor.
a strategy designed to leave you shattered but confused,
Hmm.
broken but still holding on to the hope that they might change.
Yeah.
They watched what made you light up
Made me feel
and
like
used
like
it
that
as bait.
ad, like they posted up in my life a lot when a corporation would take things and strip me of things. They'll come around and form alliances and give me opportunities out loud to make people think that I'm a part of the organization. I have people that think I'm trying to be Illuminati. I got stupid ass friends that see shit and say, oh, she doing this for her rap career, when they don't realize these folks stole so many of my ideas. These folks stole so many of my songs. These people blackmailed my ass. These people capped me, and I could keep going, y'all. And then they feel like, see, some of my friends and family members, they see me expose these people and say, well, she'll never make it in the industry, but they don't realize all it takes is for me to sign. All it takes is for me to invert. But see, look, I could have been took that easy way like they do every day, being scared of these people to stand up for me and the person that they say they love. Instead, I'm still broke. Instead, I'm still going through all of this shit on my own. Ain't got nobody to justify my ass. No warriors, no villagers. And my angels see that shit. And I'm listen, I'm good with that. So like I'm at a point in my life, I ain't got no 401ks, no money in the bank, no deeds left behind. And I feel successful in my fucking deeds that God, he can allow them to take me today, and I know I'm crowned. I know I got my fucking wings. I know I fucking successfully did everything he sent me here to do. And I ain't gained no money to do that shit. It ain't take no bread. All it took was my ways.
They noticed what made you feel safe and weaponized
Thank
it. They observed
thank you.
what you valued most and threatened it whenever you got too close to seeing the truth. This wasn't passion or
Hey,
intensity
somebody tell these brotherhood boys you can't buy wings with money,
or
bitch.
complicated love. This was systematic emotional violence
This
with a
ain't
clear
Victoria's
objective.
Secret, ho. You can't buy no angel wings, babe, with money. You gain them hoes in your way of living. Some of these folks, they won't be able to fly their ass up, bitch. They gonna be burning in hell like the devil got his wings clipped.
Break you down enough that you'd never leave, but keep you functional enough that you could still serve their
You
purposes.
see, they laugh, but then they cry later because they don't believe in spirituality. But spirituality is not. You don't have to believe in it. That bitch is what it is. It's not a religion,
And
huh?
now they're shocked that the karma feels clinical, because it is.
So they think that they could just buy off God and say, hey, we own this shit now. We like they did the tribes. We own this shit now. We paid for it. Silly rabbits. Tricks are for kids.
What they put into you wasn't chaotic, it was methodical. So the consequences don't come as random storms, but
I
as
feel it in my
cold,
spirit. They ride around in their armor. They flex their armor. Don't realize that the armor is within us. We don't need none of the technology like they do. Yeah.
inevitable reckoning. The universe isn't handing out
We
sympathy,
don't need to
it's
join
delivering exact
alliances. We
justice,
are the fucking
calculated
alliance.
and precise, matching the way they
We set off
dismantled
the
you. They
frequencies.
can't cry foul now.
See, look, listen. They can't cry now because listen, this is destined for them later. It's no need to cry now. They could switch. They could switch the frequency in their aura just like that by repenting their ways and surrendering like they want these chosen ones to do. Surrendering in the corrupt ways that they have for one another because it's about them. This is what these people need to protest when they rioting and they talking about this on the side of the streets. We need to have these. You need to have one of those little things. What is it? The intercom things, this loud speaker playing, letting them know that this is gonna be their domination. Those brotherhood guys that you join alliance with, they won't be there with you on your judgment day. They can't speak for you. They can't take the bribes like a RICO trial. They can't help you out. Only you can help yourself out. Your ancestors depend on you the most, so you let them down just to prove a point, to flex something that don't even make sense to the angels. I'm talking about money. Cause that shit was made by us. God didn't make that shit. God made the leaves that gave us oxygen to breathe. And we abused that shit like we abused the dinosaurs before us because we were intimidated by them.
They played a game of emotional chess, and the moves are coming back
Thank you, Father.
around. The karma they face is a mirror, reflecting every calculated step they took, every silent wound they inflicted. It's not
It's like,
messy or
you know
emotional.
how the dogs, the cats and the babies that had the same angelic spirit, they notice a bad spirit. You ever notice if you have a dog, it only bark at bad people? Like, you know that one friend of yours, oh, he bad, he a hitman. Oh, my dog, every time he come, he bark at his ass. And you notice that one girl that's, she's preacher's wife, and she's a good girl. She's actually a good preacher's wife, you know, because all preacher's wife ain't good. But she's actually a good preacher's wife, and she good girl. She's that dog licks her feet every time she come. God, Lee, you don't understand because these angelic beings, they see that aura. So let's go back to those dinosaurs and all of these animals that we thought went extinct. I said it like that. That we thought went extinct because we used that technology, right? Imagine those beings returning and seeing us for our aura fields, and they noticed us based off that scent that we give, like those dogs when they sense us, and they go in full domination and retaliation. What the fuck now?
It's clinical because that's what they created.
Mm-hmm.
The energy they put out is the energy
There we
coming
go,
back.
confirmation.
And
Thank you,
there's a
Father.
certain poetry in that, a certain rightness. They didn't just
Thank
break
you,
your
Granny.
heart. They took it apart
Thank
piece
you,
by
Granny.
piece. And now they're getting
Dog,
a
my
taste
grandma
of what
been
it
in my
means to be
spirit heavy
dismantled
lately.
in return. The difference,
It's gonna make
you'll
sense
heal,
later too.
you'll rebuild stronger, wiser, more discerning than before. What you're creating now is built on truth instead of illusion,
She say,
on self-knowledge
and
instead.
I'm feeling it now looking at these avatar memes on this video of Astro Autumn. Granny said that they had to reunify themselves. It's given the KKK when they reunified into this program to show these establishments that, hey, we can get along with the homeboys. See, look, we're working with the homeboys. This message to the brotherhood, because you're really the weakest link. They're using you. That's the fucking funny part. Like, understand that shit. I don't give a shit how you feel. Well, money makes me feel good, so I'm gonna do this shit. Well, that's the joke still on you. So, but it makes me think about when Granny said that they had to learn how to talk because they had pig, they spoke in pig language. And I'm saying it wrong, but Grandma called their language something like pig language, and she said they spoke pig language when these pig colonizers came around. When those Jews, she called Jews, when Jews came around, they spoke pig language, and they spoke pig language around the kids when they didn't want the kids to know that they were talking about the colonizers coming, because they didn't want to scare the children. They had to learn how to talk like the colonizers. They had to learn how to dress. The colonizers taught them how to sew. Well, the colonizers gave them, they didn't teach them how to sew. Sorry, Granny, the colonizers gave them the equipment so that they can make clothes, because their children dress ridiculous. They they didn't want to have the naps, and our folks had kinky long curly hair, and they wanted them to straighten their hair and stuff like that. Granny told me all this shit. They couldn't dress like their tribe members no more because they had to keep the radar down. They couldn't be seen uplifting their tradition. They couldn't be seen practicing their religions. They couldn't be seen practicing their magics. They couldn't be seen. It was prohibited. Way before I found out about the Salem witch trials, my grandma told me about this shit and said, "Oh well, it's not called the people in the movies funny people." Yeah, that's what she said. It's not really like how the funny people say it. And now I see what she's trying to say. It's not. They mocked us just like they mocked Jesus. They mocked us and studied us just like they studied Jesus. But people want to talk about redemption, and they want to act like they praising God, and but you ain't even justifying Jesus.
Their distorted version of you, on
Thank you,
boundaries
Father.
that won't be negotiated away, on wisdom earned through surviving their systematic attempt to
And I get it. When I said that about Jesus, is this angel with the wings up is mimicking how Jesus was nailed to the cross. They mocked him and nailed him to the cross. Why did anyone boycott to have them take him fucking down off the cross? Even ban it, like the Cherokees, those strong warriors sued. Sorry, allegedly they sued Grand Cherokee. Take that motherfucking shit off. Add Grand on it. Why didn't they sue them and boycott them to remove Jesus off all crosses? Because they're mocking him. Why didn't nobody say that? No, we're walking around with Jesus still nailed to the fucking cross around our neck, that's mimicking us being hung.
destroy you. They'll only feel
Sorry,
the
y'all.
cold precision of
Allegedly.
what they set in motion, and that's their burden.
Why is it when I started to enlighten myself about my spirituality and all these pagan holidays, people said that I was broke if I wasn't buying my kids stuff for holidays and stuff. And even though my kids have all of this stuff already, they said that I wasn't being a good parent, and that I'm stripping my kids of these experiences when my kids get gifts every day. But I realized that they were just they were just promoting this pagan holiday, not understanding that they tied to it, because once you celebrate it, allegedly you're tied to it, because most of these holidays, it represent fallen spirits, and people talk about people having discernment being fallen spirits, or people that say they have witch encounters or ghost encounters, that they're talking to fallen spirits, when really you are communicating in alignment with fallen spirits that don't even belong to you. See, it's one thing to talk to your fallen spirits, which are your angel guides, but it's another to follow behind ancient dark angels. Yeah, because yeah, we do know, we talk about the devil being an angel too, but we forget that these pagan holidays that are literally named calling the dead, spirits of the dead and shit. Y'all promote this type of shit and mock your ancestors, because that's what you're doing. You mocking your ancestors. They're playing. See, look, the occultists are playing with your ancestors, and you're helping them play with them. That's the real jig. The occultists that studied your ancestors, that knew that they had life after death, they're playing with your ancestors and trying to protect theirs, not realizing that there's still spiritual ties behind what they're doing that's still going to affect their ancestors, right? The ancestors that's guiding them, that now move like demonic spirits, because they're guiding demonic seeds, because they're a reflection of us. If you were out here doing good deeds, and your ancestors that's guiding you will be also doing the same deeds, because they're following you and protecting you and guiding you and walking with you. But no, you're seeing paranormal activity because your ancestors are warning you in a way. That's just my theory. That's just my theory.
Not your
What a
Thank you.
year.
That's
Trips,
confirmation.
gifts, holidays. But all those memories come with a cost.
yours, never yours again, because you're already healing, you're already growing, you're already becoming someone
My
they could never
ancestors is
touch
already
again, even
transcending.
if they tried. And that's the real repercussion they're facing.
See, me
Not
standing
just
tall, me justifying things that happen in my life is justifying them. It's transcending them in a way. It's helping them transcend. I said it wrong.
consequences of what they did, but the reality of who you're becoming in spite of it. Your downfall was a group project. They just hoped you'd only blame yourself. The ones who
That's,
hurt
see,
you
look, self
didn't.
sabotage. Self sabotage. I like that. They want you everything, because this is the energy harvesting part of it. They you have to they It's like that mustard seed of faith. Once you believe something, it becomes a part of you. So they want you. That's like that's it's aura farming in a way, trapping your soul like they do their own ancestors when they make everybody participate in these holidays, because their ancestors before them, they set this path down. They taught them these things. They didn't know no better. They didn't realize they was entrapping themselves, and their descendants are helping them stay trapped by continuing on with these practices, because what they don't know is that those tribes that they learned it from didn't practice it like they do. They only used it for survival reasons. These real witches that they call warlocks, these people knew not to do. It's just like not swinging the sword first, just like how they studied it and they made it a part of the judicial system. Like, you can't throw a blow first. These real witches of Salem, of the Salem trials, they knew this. They didn't set out spells on people. See, our ancestors purposely kept that out, because they it's just like the angels. They know where we're headed. They see what we're doing based off the things they learn from us. So it's like, oh my God, we knew Bob wasn't gonna do that, but we had to let Bob self-sabotage. Our ancestors did that to them. It's like we're gonna let them think that they're gonna do that, and it's gonna condemn them. And they purposely did it like that. So these people, not only did they entrap themselves that they can't elevate once they pass over, they pass this down to their descendants, because they hog it. Like they thought they was hogging the land for themselves. They hogged it and pass it down to their own generations, not realizing they're tainting them. And as those generations continue on, and they're see, look, as they think my head banging. They using that shit right now. I'm gonna keep going though. They they ain't like that shit right there. That's why they called us Indian givers. Thank you, Granny. Thank you. Hold on, I just play this. I gotta go get something to
Act
drink.
alone. They had a silent team, people who looked away, people who shrugged off your pain, people who whispered excuses
Sneaky son
instead
of
of
a bitch.
standing up. They counted on you shouldering all the blame. That was their plan. Isolate you in your suffering, so the truth never gained a voice loud enough to shatter the illusion. The silence of bystanders wasn't neutrality. It was a quiet allegiance. When people see harm happening and choose silence, they're choosing a side. They're giving permission. You were left to fight battles that should never have been yours alone. Your pain became invisible because those who could have spoken out stayed quiet. And that silence is a wound just as real. Their loyalty to the abuser doesn't lessen your truth. It only highlights the courage it takes to rise above a chorus of quiet that was never meant to be on your side. That same silence is crumbling because you spoke. And when you spoke, others found their voice too. And suddenly the accomplices are exposed. Not just the main abuser, but everyone who enabled it. Everyone who knew and said nothing. All being held accountable now.
Oh man.
It wasn't just betrayal. It was a betrayal with choreography. Every act was deliberate, rehearsed, and executed with cold precision. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment lapse in judgment. It was a carefully planned performance designed to inflict damage while keeping the culprit's hands clean. They didn't just betray you, they made sure you
So
felt
somebody
every
is in
cut,
my
but
backyard, and notice that when I go live, I always point it to the backyard because I have another camera pointed to the back of me. But I do it like this because one day my dog comes because I was having this issue in life, right? And somebody was in my backyard, and I knew I wasn't going crazy, y'all, because while they was somebody was back there, and I was like, I'm out in my back window. Who that is back there? And kind of to the neighbors that probably heard me and didn't see nobody back there, it made me look like I'm tripping. And my dog comes and give me the very next day, y'all, from when it happened. My dog that goes back there comes and give me this little flashlight thing that people put on their heads, and it said police. It said police something. Yeah, this stuff is on my channel. I uploaded this on here. The dog came and gave me that thing. My dog gave me that thing. And 3 weeks later, the housing company that's trying to put me out now, because they did this so many times, y'all, they gave me a letter saying that my dog, that I was violating, I cannot make this up, that I was violating my lease having my dog here. And it was my fault they came at my dog like that because I posted it online saying, look what my dog, on the video that y'all gonna see, is you gonna see me showing my dog, and because I showed it right when it happened, showing my dog give me that thing, y'all. And this, they came that quick and saying that I had to get my dog out. And as you can see, my dog's still here because I had to tell those people they out of their fucking mind and they're stressing me the fuck out because y'all know goddamn well that dog been on the lease before we moved in this bitch. Y'all know goddamn well that that dog is on the lease. Not only that, y'all had the therapist say that we could benefit from a support dog. But then years later, after me staying here, after me showing that there was a police officer in my backyard in the middle of the fucking night, that my dog has to go after giving me that police officer's flashlight thing that I still have to this day. Okay.
couldn't prove who dealt it. They timed their actions to hit when you
So
were most
so yeah.
vulnerable.
So if when something happened to me or anybody related to me, know that these aren't regular people. I don't care whoever I go through something with, whoever they go through something with. This came from them, y'all, strategically. So look into who interacted with that person, who interacted with that person that I'm having a conflict with or they're having a conflict with, because that's where you gonna find they middleman that sent them our way to begin with. Like the person that was just shooting out the back in my backyard just now.
When your guard was down, when you were hopeful, the words they chose, the moments they picked to hurt, were all part of a script they followed to keep you off balance. It wasn't chaos, it was control disguised as chance.
And
They
what's the
rehearsed
odds? Let's
worries.
say this,
Let's
y'all.
talk about
What's
underarm
the
spread.
odds that every time I go live, somebody to y'all who be watching my lives, what's the odds that every time I go live, they shooting outside and the police is being called? I just caught on to it. Those police gonna pretend again that they came out. See, look, that PI that rolled by, and I maybe say one of those cruisers too was a good cop that scared them off. Looked at it like, this don't look right. But every time I go live, the police are passing by my house before the gunshots go off. Just tonight, like wanted to make it seem like it's me. I said this in my live. If y'all remember, if y'all was on my live last time they was shooting y'all, I said it. I said I was about to get out the car, and I say no, let me sit in here, because it's gonna look like it was me out here, and I'm happy I was live, so I have an alibi that definitely wasn't me, because they were prepared to come stop me, like literally right when my phone shut off. I said this, and like I said, our opinions matter because they modify as they gather information. They modify shit. So I really said it. I made them do it. Literally, we gotta watch what we say. See, look, I'm taking accountability. We gotta watch what we say, because I said when my phone is gonna power off, because I'm so used to my phone being hacked into, and when I'm in important situations or recording something, it just power off like that. So I knew it was about to power off, and I said it. When it power off, I'm gonna take my ass in the house, because they had just been they had just was shooting, right? As soon as the phone powers off and I am about to make my exit into the house, the police slow creep behind me, similar to just earlier today when they just did it again. They slow creeped, and my heart dropped. Not in fear, I don't know. It was just like a shocker to me, because I'm about to just step the fuck out. But I'm always in the paranoid, schizophrenic state of mind because of the tactics I go through, that I always watch my surroundings before I do anything. So thank you to the program for enlightening me of these senses, that I stopped to take a look, and it saved me from having an encounter with the police officer and having this documented among the peers around me to say, oh, they was at her house. And now these people could say, well, you had the police called to your house again. You're being problematic. This is the play, because this just happened back to back, since they just sent me this little letter before the appeal, y'all. They don't, back to back stuff happening to make the police come over here, because they want it to be documented as the police coming to my house, so that it could coincide with them saying that I'm problematic. You having problematic situations, police out to your house too much.
Second, this little cream from Muesli help boost my underarm confidence. It's made for sensitive areas like under.
The betrayal was invisible to outsiders because it wasn't loud or reckless. It was subtle and strategic. The real damage was beneath the surface, hidden in moments that seemed insignificant alone, but together shattered your foundation. This kind of betrayal leaves a deeper wound
Now at
because
this
it plays.
point they keep riding by, because this ain't even about me now, because it was a shooting now, and because you had those good guys that in the mix watching this shit play out, they having them surveillance this area right now because I'm seeing the police riding back to back to back to back in that back street. See, at first they was on my street. Now they on that back street back there. But see, look, the crazy part is that that house they was across the street at. Those people, I'll just say less on that. I'm not gonna get their cover up.
With your trust on a
But
level
I know who
beyond
house
what
they was
most
at.
people understand. It's not just about being hurt. It's about being systematically confused, deliberately misled, and
Nah, fuck
intentionally
it.
kept off
That
balance.
person house across the street is the person that's gonna be a part of the appeals next week. Let's just say that shit. The person house that they just went to across the street from me, this person is gonna be a part of my appeals on whether I stay in my unit, y'all, to justify whether this young lady is actually problematic or to say, well, this young lady is late on her rent, whatever the fuck they're there for. But I was told these two guys' name that's a part of my community that's gonna be there doing the hearing to judge this situation. They're saying that they're not gonna let a judge or anybody do it. It's gonna be your peers of the community, which are these names they gave me. And one of those names, this guy is that it stays directly where those polices were. So now you're gonna go in that meeting and say, well, there's always shooting by her house. Well, who's fucking shooting? Cause it's definitely not her. Okay.
So you could never get
And
solid
whoever's
footing
shooting
to
that, I don't
lead.
even know
Every
them.
move was calculated to
Listen,
maximize.
every move was strategic, exactly what he just said, because I don't know none of these people. They're not having altercations with me. I don't know those people because I don't know nobody in this fucking town but a few people that actually look up to me. And they damn sure ain't at my house 2, 3 in the morning shooting up in the fucking sky.
Or confusion while minimizing their accountability. Every action was designed to hurt you in ways that wouldn't show. Every word was chosen to wound you in places no one else could see. This was emotional violence
Why is it
performed
that?
with the skill of
Why is it that only when I'm live they shooting over here? Because from what I was told when I moved here, this town, this area is really bad, and I could tell it is. But they don't never be shooting y'all like that. It's like every time I record or go live, they're shooting because this ain't regular people in the community that's doing this shit.
one who'd done this before,
Yeah.
who knew exactly how to break someone down without leaving evidence, who understood that the most effective abuse is the kind you can't prove. And now, as the fractures widen, the choreography unravels, the mask slips, the carefully crafted illusion falls apart. What they thought was a flawless performance is being revealed as exactly what
I
it
just
was.
said it. Every tactic that they do, because they do this stuff moving based off emotions. Every tactic that they do is being documented in live time, in real time. Everything that they employ out is just showing more hands. It's showing more hands. Because these people that's noticing these tactics, they are already familiarized with it. All it shows them is like, okay, so this came from this lodge this time. Okay.
A calculated act of cruelty dressed up as complicated
Yeah.
love.
Thank you.
And the audience is finally seeing what you saw all along.
Yeah.
The performance is over, the truth is out, and no amount of spin can put the mask back on. The repercussion isn't revenge, it's reality catching up. There's a world of difference between vengeance fueled by anger and the natural
Damn,
consequences
it's
of one's
blurry.
actions
Somebody is
finally
right there.
unfolding.
Somebody is
This
right
isn't
there.
some dramatic
Hold up. The camera blurry. Somebody is like literally right there. And it explains. See, look, my neighbor, because there's no, I only got one neighbor now on one side of me. My neighbor on the other side, their family is highly targeted. I've heard stories from people in the community when they find out where I stay at and who I stay next to, and they gave me stories on everybody over here. And from what I was told, this family's been targeted for a long time. When I first moved here, there was a man that lived there with this lady, and he passed away. And I did a little research, but they being targeted. So the corrupt police always mess with them. They always mess with them. Always mess with them. And these people mess with me in return. Like they never used to mess with me in the beginning. Never. Respect. They stated themselves. They was best neighbors ever. And it's like, ever since I seen that police officer go over there with a clipboard, they called the police saying that we're arguing